Hi everyone. So today I'm going to continue my Explained Correctly series, and I'm going to begin talking about the types themselves. The types explained correctly. And today I'm going to be talking about the ENTP to start this off. So the ENTP, known as the inventor. Yes, this is my type. It's a type I'm very fond of course. And as you'll see with all the different types, they are divided up into four main parts, you could say, and I'll be covering each part. This part's called a block. So I'll be covering each block, making up each of the 16 types, and starting today, of course, with the ENTP. So what's the first block? The first block is the ego block. And for the ENTP, the ego block is made up of NE, so extroverted intuition, and TI, introverted thinking. And when this is together, you may have seen this in my video about NE and TI together, what this suggests is a type that what they bring to the world, what they are most likely to focus on as an area of strength and an area of value, so this is sort of their calling card, you could say, is exploration of theory. This is a type which is very interested in looking at all different sorts of ways of making sense of the world around them. So they are theory builders, they are system explorers. They want to find the perfect theory to explain how everything fits together. That's the main point for when you have NE and TI together. And the idea is that they want to sort of build an understanding of the world where everything sort of fits together and makes sense and covers all different aspects and all different possibilities. So it's a very theoretical space. Now, out of this, you have the first function, which is the dominant function. This is in the ego block, and that for an ENTP is extroverted intuition. So the ENTP, their main lens, their main way of looking at the world is through this extrovert intuition, through expanding the range of possibility around them. ENTPs, by their nature, are very curious, very open-minded individuals. They are types which are interested in all the different possibilities around them, and they're drawn to understand what these different possibilities are. They want to make sense of them. They want to allow new potential things to happen. So what they're inclined to do is they're quite a permissive type. They're a type which tends to be very open-ended, likes to explore things, doesn't like to limit possibilities. This is a type which may try things which other people may not find always entirely appropriate to try, but they want to see it. They want to see what could possibly happen. And that's the key thing. That's what's motivating them throughout. So expanding that range of possibilities is very, very much a focus. Now, what is supporting them with extroverted intuition, supporting this general curiosity and open-mindedness, is introverted thinking. So it's their auxiliary function. So why is the auxiliary function? The idea is that introverted thinking, which is that focus on structure, making sense of things, how things all fit together, that is supporting extroverted intuition. So in their explorations, for them to best realize and explore these possibilities, they have to make sense of it. They have to fit it together and see how it all aligns. This is why they are theoretical types. It's not about a personal, subjective, or arbitrary reasons for exploring possibilities. They want to have something which is more objective, more impartial. They want things to fit together and cohere. And so this is a type which is very fluid in their use of introverted thinking to support their extroverted intuition. The extroverted intuition is very much, I want to explore this. I won't be deterred from exploring whatever is possible and keeping things open and getting distracted by all sorts of the interesting alternative stuff and trying to do something which other people haven't done before, something which hasn't been looked at in the same way before. That sort of desire for originality and alternativeness as an ENTP. And then introverted thinking is there ready to help them to explain how it all fits together, how it all makes sense for them, to really align that in a way that's coherent. And they can very rapidly explain and re-explain and explain again as they may shift in their perspectives and ways of thinking. ENTP is a type which, once they've encountered the right reasons and structures, they can actually change their mind. They can change their mind almost quickly. Like suddenly they've changed their mind and suddenly the introverted thinking has to realign rapidly to make sense of a new thing, which makes them very good at explaining things on the spot and very good at then reformulating their explanations as things change. So that's what I say about that introverted thinking. It's not pushed onto people in a rigid way. It's very flexible. It's the extrovert intuition, which is actually quite pushed in terms of that focus on many different possibilities and opening things up. So that's the ego block. Now let's look at the superego block for the ENTP. Now, what is a superego block? This is, rather than being strong and valued, it is what is weak and unvalued, neglected, you could say. This is very much, rather like the ego block, it's also in that public sphere, you could say. It's how we are coming across to others. But here, it is about our failures in public rather than our calling card. This is what people are expecting of us, and we feel forced to have to do it, essentially. So there are two parts of this, SE and FI, extroverted sensing and introverted feeling. So when these are together, this idea of things being quite harsh and personal, that's what the ENTP doesn't like. They don't like very sort of personalized, very serious confrontations of individuals over their character. They don't like that. ENTPs are explorers. They are inventors. They don't like to have conflict and make things personal against others. That's not their style. So first of all, we have the role function. And the role function is more flexible. It's more able to adapt to the expectations. ENTPs are often quite aware they need to be tougher. They need to be stronger in a world which demands willpower and persistence in achieving more materialistic goals. ENTPs know they have to go out and do that. They have to actually be tough to some degree. It is a drain on an ENTP to have to do that. These are not types which like to sustain their willpower, because as soon as they get interested in something else, their natural response is to pursue the new possibility. They have that magpie personality. So this idea that you have to actually take things head on rather than be indirect and seek all the other alternative ways you can think about a situation, that's not very natural. So ENTPs feel almost dirty utilizing extroverted sensing and being tough and being pushy and confronting people directly. But they can do it. When they do it, they're better at using it with introverted thinking to help. So they can enforce rules. They need an objective reason for why they should be doing this and asserting themselves in this way. And but doing it too much can tire them out. What they can't do very well, though, is introverted feeling, which is the vulnerable function. So this is meant to support extroverted sensing. It's meant to allow the ENTP to use harsh judgment of individuals. But because it's in the vulnerable function, it can't do that. It's a complete blind spot. It refuses to budge. And what that means is that ENTPs almost cannot bring themselves to acknowledge these negative personal attitudes towards people. They can recognize moods and emotions, but not say, I despise that individual and that person's character. If you ask them who they like, who they dislike in a very personal way, they'll lean towards finding something more objective to say, like some sort of structure or checklist, or simply look at what other people are feeling and saying. Because it's very hard for them to come up with very personal reasons to say no to things. Not saying, oh, I don't like this, I don't feel comfortable about this. It's not something they need to be often can actually say, even though they might actually feel uncomfortable about something. They find it hard to almost admit it and talk about it. And it's very often you find that ENTP is often quite hard to offend for a similar sort of reason. They don't like to admit they might be offended and that there's a personal, subjective, arbitrary reason for not to do something. So introverted feeling is quite hard for an ENTP. They often struggle to maintain close bonds and relationships with other people. Whereas they can be, assertive sometimes. They're not very assertive, depends on what pressure they're under. They can adapt to the demands of them to some degree. Introverted feeling is not adaptive. So you may find they may be overly familiar with strangers or overly distant from their best friends. They may struggle to maintain friendships over a long period of time. Some ENTPs, if they're not aware of these difficulties, could also have a string of failed marriages even, which has been seen in a few famous examples. So yes, introverted feeling is very, very difficult for an ENTP to engage with, and they don't value it really at all. They don't really recognize it as being important. Some ENTPs go so far as to think that personal character is a myth. They may think that people are simply causally determined in all that they do, or come up with some other theory to explain people which doesn't depend on any kind of personal assessment. So that is the superego block. So let's turn to the super id block. And the super id block, this is still weak, but it is now valued. And it's more private now. So this is the area which is about personal growth and personal aspirations. So in this, you've got SI and FE, introverted sensing and extroverted feeling. So this is that nice, cuddly collection. It's a positive emotionality, people feeling safe and included and accepted. So an ENTP needs this. They want this. They don't know how to create and sustain this themselves. It's not forced on them like the superego. Well, this is what they really want and desire, but they need a bit of help here, and different kinds of help in different kinds of areas. And we can split this up into the suggestive function, which is, again, just as weak as the vulnerable function for the ENTP. And that's introverted sensing, introverted sensation. So ENTPs, because they're so caught up in different ideas and possibilities and how things might be, they aren't very good at being grounded in the day-to-day. They are often out of touch with the needs of their bodies. They often don't look after themselves very well. They may stay up too late. They may go out without a coat. They may not eat for a long time, especially if they're interested in something, or they just very much struggle to realize when their body needs them to actually do something to sustain that homeostasis. They often sit in uncomfortable positions. They do uncomfortable things. They don't often realize. And once they're reminded, then suddenly they'll respond to that and try to do something about it. And often in the pursuit of a sort of blissful existence in that present moment, they want to find that. They want to find that blissful relaxation. And they struggle to find it and sustain it. Yeah, they don't have a great awareness of detail. They are much more about big picture, multiple possibility thinkers. So they need someone who can maintain and sustain around them. And they like that sort of comforting, pleasant environment, because by having that environment, by having a chilled, relaxed, nice, pleasant, tranquil, harmonious experience, which is what they sort of kind of need, that breaks them out of the need to be pushing, to be confronting, to be striving for all these sorts of physical, materialistic goals. For them, this takes the pressure off, and they actually like an environment where the pressure is sort of released. They'll respond to pressure. They'll take on high pressure if they need to, but they like an environment where that's sort of taken care of and it's made softer and more harmonious again. And they're not very good at doing this themselves. They may unintentionally make people uncomfortable, maybe unintentionally be a bit too over the top in things. They don't easily balance. They often verge towards extremes in things. So they kind of need someone else also to tell them that's going to disrupt things. That's going to send things off course. And of course, in terms of a day-to-day pleasantness sort of way. The ENTP needs someone who can sort of point that out to them, so they can keep things more appropriate to the present circumstances and more easily embrace that golden mean in life. Now, the other thing is extroverted feeling as their mobilizing function. So this is a bit different. So ENTPs need to basically outsource introverted sensation to someone else, ideally the nurturer, the ISFP. But an ENTP doesn't need to outsource extroverted feeling. They kind of want to be able to do this themselves. So ENTPs, at least when they start off, they can become quite insufferable with their extroverted feeling because they want to try to provoke all sorts of emotional reactions in other people. An ENTP rarely does something privately. They're often thinking, how can I show this to others? How can I do something that will create reactions in other people? And so this idea of chasing these sort of positive moods from others is something which an ENTP can get very caught up in doing, often quite inappropriately, often in a way which doesn't necessarily lead to the reaction they want. Now, over time, an ENTP can get better at this. They can become better able to pitch themselves in a way that is socially acceptable. And they can become quite charismatic and charming figures, because the idea is that they don't want to just blend in. They want to stand out in a way which is interesting and in a way which comes across well to others and gains that admiration from others. So ENTPs are very public-facing people. Now, that carries certain downsides. By pursuing the public-facing side, they can forget about their personal private lives, which links together with that introverted feeling as being their vulnerable function. So, yeah, that's what I say about the extroverted feeling. A lot of it, you can say that ENTPs push both extroverted intuition and extroverted feeling. So pushing that enthusiasm and excitement about new ideas to explore. That's what an ENTP wants to do. And you often find them in public spaces, maybe perhaps being educators, perhaps becoming comedians, entertainers. ENTPs often like that, with a sort of more nerdy intellectual edge, because they are NT types at the end of the day. Okay, so finally, I turn to the id block. Now, the id block, this is strong now. So it's an area of capability. You can adapt to this if you're an ENTP in unfamiliar situations. So it's strong, but it's not valued. You take this area for granted if you're an ENTP. So that means this can be an area which you fall back on when you're, in less of a safe environment. It can be what you just do for yourself. It's private. You do it for yourself, essentially. It's not something you tend to wave as being, this is my calling card. This is not really exciting enough to you to do it that way. So there are two parts of the id block. First of all, you have the ignoring function, and that is introverted intuition for an ENTP. So ENTPs, because they're so much about expanding the breadth of possibilities, they're quite stubborn in doing that. It's very hard to discourage an ENTP from not opening things up and allowing more potential things to happen. So they don't like the idea of narrowing down possibilities and saying no to possibilities for the sake of it. So an ENTP has to really think there's no possibility of this working for them to actually say, right, I'm not even going to bother in this. This is not going to lead anywhere. This is not going anywhere. That's not to say an ENTP is weak in introverted intuition. They do know which possibilities have weight, which ones are going to go somewhere, which ones are not. They just are averse to using this unless it is in line with their extroverted intuition. So to help them to explore those possibilities with the greatest potential, they will draw from some introverted intuition to see which ones have that long-term potential, which ones don't. But these are not types who are going to cancel out all distractions to focus on the one goal, the one thing of meaning. They might have to force themselves to do that if one possibility is worthwhile enough, but they don't lean towards that. They lean towards breadth, not towards the depth of where things are meant to be going. So yeah, that's what I say about the introverted intuition. ENTPs, if they see the red button, they'll push it. Even if they think it might not work very well, it might lead to a problem. They want to see, just in case, I want to try it out. That's the ENTP mindset. Now, the other thing they use, and they use this a lot more, because introverted intuition is used minimalistically, as I said. What they use a lot more is their demonstrated function. And that is the function which is sort of continuously going in the background. It's every bit as strong and obvious as their leading or dominant function, but it is not valued for its own sake. And for an ENTP, that's extroverted thinking. ENTPs are very able to be very pragmatic problem solvers. They are types which are often can quickly come up with not only an explanation of how things fit together and make sense, but also how it works and how it might be improved. ENTPs often kick back and can relax by absorbing large amounts of factual information. Spending time on Wikipedia just looking stuff up is often what the ENTP might be doing, because for them, absorbing of facts is second nature to them. What they don't do is push this as a thing of importance. They don't think you have to be efficient. You have to work as effectively as possible. You have to be taking on factual information and improving all the time. ENTPs don't place that kind of expectation on others. This is not a valued thing. It's simply neglected, but it's just very strong and ever present. So instead, ENTPs are going to be more playing around with this, learning a lot, and then directing this towards their introverted thinking. When ENTPs are trying their extroverted feeling and that blows up in their face, let's say they say something's inappropriate, some people are always hate it, suddenly start reacting very negatively to them, they may fall back on their extroverted thinking, which is low stakes, low reward, rather than the high stakes, high reward extroverted feeling. And they'll start becoming more factual, more informative, less likely to tell edgy jokes, which could cause a negative reaction. But also the extroverted thinking is working very much with their introverted thinking, which is why an ENTP is able to quickly learn new facts and update their models of understanding and change their mind and make sense of things in this new way and suddenly apply new solutions from that new model or framework. Okay, so that is the all 8 functions of Model A for the ENTP.
Hi, if you're enjoying this video, you'll love the in-depth content found on the Type Mastery Pathway, our comprehensive course. Learn everything I know about socionics in over 20 hours of video lectures across 6 modules, with over 100 video examples. Sign up today by clicking the link in the description below.
The ISFP, the nurturer. Now, when it comes to talking about the introverted types, I'm going to be breaking with the tradition of essentially talking about types where what makes one a J or a P is whichever rational cognitive function is extroverted or not in the top 2. I think that is mental gymnastics, and I completely disagree with it. I think instead, when we talk about an ISFP, instead of talking about the FI leading type, I think instead we should talk about the SI leading type. That is a consistent way of talking about it. If you watch my J versus P video, then you'll see my reasoning for doing so. But I think that the true ISFP leads with introverted sensing, with extroverted feeling in the auxiliary function. So when we talk about SI and FE together in the ego block, which is the part which the type brings to the world, as it were, the part which is strong but also valued, what we get is essentially a focus on things being calm, things being balanced and harmonious, things feeling good, things being nice and pleasant. And the idea here is that you have the sensation and the feeling going together. There's a socio-emotional, socio-physical, socio-emotional aspect of this type, that their environment, but both emotional and physical, is balanced and harmonized in a nice, pleasant way, with both positive moods, positive feeling, and also positive physical experience. So, what we have first of all is the dominant function for the ISFP. That's going to be introverted sensation, as I've said. So, this is about bringing sensation into balance and harmony. So, ISFPs are very much types which do things first and foremost because it's comfortable to do so. They are a type which is very much about avoiding discomfort. They don't like things being stressful, rushed, fast paced, aggressive, anything like that. They will be the ones protesting and making sure that things are brought back into a calm and harmony. They are the creators of peace. They are the ones who smooth over the rough edges of life, you could say. And support and helping them with this is their strong eye for detail, knowing when things are out of place, when things aren't quite right, and how to put things back together again in a way that is harmonious and pleasant to experience, both for themselves and for others in their immediate vicinity. um, ISFPs are very attentive and aware of when people are feeling a little bit off and when things are a little bit out of kilter, and how to bring things back to that golden mean of balance, which is a very key thing for ISFPs, which is why they're known for being these sorts of aesthetes, people who like surround themselves with beauty, who like to create environments of that perfect harmony and equilibrium of their sensory experience. Now, supporting the introverted sensation is the extroverted feeling. ISFPs are very aware and adaptive to the mood and the emotions around them. These aren't types who are likely to be the center of attention, but they are very much types who are likely to blend in to their social surroundings, to find the right way of expressing how they feel that allows them to easily blend in, allows them to remove tension from a social atmosphere, allows them to get on with all sorts of different kinds of people because they tend to be quite warm and friendly. They're happy to be happy to bring their sense of humor to the fore. They tend to but you're just cheerful, nice, friendly people. No one tends to dislike ISFPs because they come across well to others. They're good at managing and fitting in with their emotions. It's not, again, to stand out. It's not to manage the room around them. It's more of a subtle fitting in approach, subtly changing the mood to make things more calm, more relaxed, more enjoyable around them. And yes, they can be quite positively expressive. They can certainly be a type who knows how to, when around more emotionally expressive individuals, able to sort of reflect the right sort of emotions back at them, as it were, to essentially be liked by all. So that's the ego block. Now we turn to the super ego block for ISFPs. So ISFPs, where they are weak and what they do not value, is in the realm of the long-term, more strategic way of looking at things. How are things going to be developing over the long run in sort of a factual, how will it work out kind of way? This is tend to be an area that's quite stressful for an ISFP to have to think about. Now, first of all, we have the role function. And for ISFPs, their role function is introverted intuition. So it's not really natural for an ISFP to detach from the day to day. These are types who are very much about being and savoring and enjoying that present moment. So to have to detach from the day to day, to be removed from their immediate experiences, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel nice for them to do so. But they can do it. They can think forwards. They can wonder where things are going in the long run. Often it's because of some sort of socially created reason. ISFPs, again, tend to be very good at blending in. They don't tend to ruffle the feathers of people around them. So they may think that, okay, we need to be looking ahead. We need to be seeing problems in the long run. And ISFP may find themselves worrying about what may be coming along the future and thinking, okay, where could things later down the line become uncomfortable, become unpleasant? It's very important for an ISFP to sort of look after their day to day, to keep things nice. So the fact that the future could be unpleasant is going to be alarming to them to some degree. Now, this means that they can, yes, think ahead if needed, but that's not ideal for them to be thinking in sort of linear, often quite a negative future kind of way. What then doesn't really help them when utilizing introverted intuition is their extroverted thinking. You see, ISFPs, they can think ahead more in terms of the social ramifications. What may people think? How may people react to them? They are likely to think ahead in that sort of way when they are thinking in the long term. But when it comes to the extroverted thinking, this is where this is a blind spot. Suddenly, the ISFP is quite unable to utilize their introverted intuition in a way that is blocked with extroverted thinking. How will things work out practically over the long run? This is where an ISFP doesn't know what to do. And often they can find that large amounts of factual information, especially when detached from their present in the moment experiences, can be very hard for them to mentally digest. They can find there's too much information. They find their brain can sort of shut down with too many facts that could be read in books and that sort of thing. And they are much likely to prefer gradually digesting and absorbing things and trying it out in the moment in their day-to-day experiences. So often you'll find that an ISFP may disagree with things which they may find in books, which may say how things ought to work in the long run. They haven't experienced it that way. It doesn't really make sense to them, essentially. And so they may be quite slow to adopt and improve how things are working around them, utilizing extroverted thinking. They are types that want to keep things nice, find their comfort zones of being and understanding. So this idea they have to suddenly relentlessly improve how things work, how things are operating, that's going to be quite disconcerting to an ISFP. These aren't the ones who are going to be suddenly changing up all their practices just to meet a target. They are going to be wanting to go at their own natural pace in life, keeping things pleasant, keeping things chilled, not trying to be at optimum efficiency, and having to quickly learn and revise how they understand something in order to be more efficient and more effective in the long run. That's not going to be an easy sell to an ISFP. So yeah. Now, when we get to the super id block, this is where we get to what is still quite weak in the ISFP, but what they kind of like. They actually respond very well to this combination. This is the combination, rather than being about strategic planning and how things ought to be done more effectively over time. This is about theory. This is about how things can fit together and make sense in a way that helps to bring the world around them to life in the more interesting and unexpected and sometimes surprising way. Now, this is the thing. When we were talking about the ISFP as being sort of worried about how the future will turn out, they can sometimes get this idea of things turning out in a negative way. What can free them from this idea of this being the only way that they're sort of tied into or locked into? What frees them is a consideration of alternative perspectives, alternative ideas, new ways of looking at things. Now, for an ISFP, they're not very good at this. This is quite a very weak area for them. They're very much grounded in their day-to-day experiences. It's be quite difficult for them to think outside of those experiences, see things from a completely new lens, a completely different point of view. That's difficult. But they greatly appreciate those who can turn things on its head, who can suggest new things they'd never thought about ever before. They like to have their understanding of the world broadened with new ideas and new perspectives. They just don't know how to do that themselves. They don't know how to navigate that ambiguity and conceptual complexity without locking in on one likely outcome that is going to be going forwards. To have all the different possibilities at their fingertips is a deeply rewarding experience, but something they will feel much more comfortable being guided through by someone who is more natural at exploring all these different kinds of possibilities and tangents. But yes, an ISFP is a type that is looking forward to being surprised and finding something new to add to their zone of familiarity. They don't like the facts. They don't like having huge amounts of quite boring and sort of quite pedantic factual information heaped upon them. But they do like to be shown something new and interesting. It's a key and quite subtle difference there. Now, what they benefit from greatly as well is introverted thinking. This is about structuring, making sense of things, creating models to explain how everything fits together. And this an ISFP will prefer to do more themselves, whereas they want an extroverted, intuitive type to show them the new possibilities outside of their familiarity. When it comes to introverted thinking, they will be wanting to create those conceptual models to make sense of things for themselves, to find out how things fit together in a way which makes sense to them. And that's very important. Things making sense to them rather than being shown in some sort of study they've never seen or ever heard of to work, supposedly. ISFPs get quite suspicious when people say things. It is known that this works. This is how it will improve how things function. And ISFP will be more inclined to say, well, in my experiences, I found this works perfectly fine. So they can be quite stubborn in their thinking, and they may come up with certain models, certain frameworks through which they may understand things almost entirely. And they may perhaps get quite zealous to some degree in pushing that sense of how things are right, how things are meant to fit together. This is how this is meant to be done. This is how things fit together. That is not the way. This is the way. They may get quite pushy on this being the particular way that fits together, that makes sense for them based on what they have come to know and understand. The idea is when you have all that factual complexity, it is far easier for an ISFP to really put that into some sort of coherent model or coherent framework. That simplifies it down, makes it easier to understand, easier to make sense of. And that is how an ISFP is able to develop that intellectual confidence And once they have that, you find that ISFPs often can become experts in particular niche areas of practice. They like to have their structure, like to have their way of seeing it and understanding how it works. And then they may become a bit protective over this as well. Because the idea for an ISFP is that they hate to be put in the situation, especially under pressure, where they may come across as stupid to others. They don't like being required to come up with all the facts in front of them and present that on the fly. They may need to prepare for that sort of environment. But where things are logically entailed from other founding principles, that simplifies the data to the point where they can very easily grasp that and utilize that and know, based on the structure, based on the framework, what the next decision ought to be in the way that makes sense. Okay, so now we turn finally to the id block. So this is an area of strength again for an ISFP, not weakness, but it's not valued. It is something which is kept quite private for the ISFP. It's not something which they tend to wave around or push onto their environment. So two parts to this. Again, we have, first of all, the ignoring function. So you think of SC and FI together. This is this sort of more political way of thinking. Who can I trust? Who can I how can I actually build allies to protect me and my independence from others? And how can I be aware of bad character? Those sorts of things, SC and FI together. So when it comes to an ISFP, what they ignore very much is their extroverted sensation. ISFPs are capable of being quite assertive people, if need be, in those rare occasions where introverted sensation needs them to be more assertive. But for the large majority of the time, ISFPs are gentle souls. They are types that avoid conflict if they can avoid it. They try to keep things peaceful, calm, nice, want everyone around them to be enjoying themselves as well and just balanced and peaceful. They get uncomfortable if other people get pushy and start impacting on the environment in an overly assertive way. So, what you'll find with an ISFP, though, is when they are made to be uncomfortable enough, when the only way for them to bring things back into comfort, back into balance and harmony, is for them to actually get assertive. That's when they'll get assertive. That's where you'll see that flash of sudden temper for an ISFP. And that can be remarkably more assertive than you would have expected from them. But it is there. They have that capacity. They are not pushovers. This is the thing of ISFPs. They can actually be quite tough people. And they certainly don't like people trying to rush them. They will quite assertively insist of keeping things at the pace that is comfortable for them. You do not rush an ISFP. They will go at the pace they want to go at because sensation for them is stubborn. So for them, extrovert sensation bounces off them. They have no interest in responding to it unless they are uncomfortable. Then they'll sort it out, and then they'll go back to it being peaceful and nice and pleasant once again. So yes, now what you see a lot more of though for an ISFP is their introverted feeling. Now ISFPs, they don't like to show or market their personal judgment of people and situations. Nevertheless, they are very aware of what they like and what they dislike. Whether they trust you or they don't trust you, they know this. They can read character very quickly in an individual. However, they don't stick to that personal assessment at the expense of a social environment around them. For them, the emotional space is what is most important rather than the personal attitudes. So an ISFP in an environment will put aside personal considerations to keep things nice, to keep things pleasant. They are not party poopers. ISFP. The only time an ISFP might be a party pooper is when they're tired and then they want to go to bed and they want to keep things relaxing because for them their comfort comes first and foremost, even over the social environment. But when it comes to introverted feeling, no, they'll keep things pleasant, they'll keep things happy, even if they don't particularly like the person. They will put that to one side because extroverted feeling is what's actually valued. Nevertheless, they know how to form close one-to-one relationships with others. They're very good at setting the intimacy that they want with each individual around them. And by forming these one-to-one connections with an attention to the group atmosphere, they're very good at forming these clusters and circles of friends. They could have a number of different circles, and each one is based on different individuals they like and actually have brought together in a certain natural club or community for regular social activities. So they balance both kinds of feeling very well, very effectively, which is why they make such good close friends of people. It's why they rarely fall out with people. They know how to manage both the one-to-one relationship and also the social moods that they're coming across well, with that diplomatic understanding. But yes, these types are more about the enjoyment of the experience rather than preserving their one-to-one attitudes absolutely at the expense of the social environment around them. So that's all I have to say about the ISFP.
Me again. The Type Mastery Pathway awaits. We're currently offering the course at a 50% discount, so consider signing up before the time runs out. To find out more, click the link in the description below.
ESFJ, the host. So why is the ESFJ called the host? It's because they are perhaps the type most inclined to want to create an environment of positivity, of hospitality, of a desire to welcome others around them, to create a positive space for people to enjoy themselves. So this is the most hosty, the most hospitable of all the types, the one most inclined to want to be at the center of running things for people to be enjoying themselves. And essentially, again, like with all the different types, you have the 4 blocks. And starting with the ego block, you have extroverted feeling and introverted sensing, which, like with the ISFP, is a combination that is about that sort of emotional positivity, about creating that nice, pleasant, friendly, enjoyable space. However, the emphasis now is more on the extroverted feeling and less on the introverted sensation. And that takes us to the dominant function, which is extroverted feeling for the ESFJ. The point about ESFJ is that it's all about their mood. It's all about the emotionality, the environment that they can influence with their emotionality. So these are types which are, unsurprisingly, often very emotional, often quite inclined to be emotionally expressive, although not always. I find less so with males. I think with men, when there's a social expectation to be less emotionally effervescent, you may find that an ESFJ may have grown up in that sort of environment. They may be less openly emotive, less hysterical, you could say. But there's a general idea for ESFJs to be very much about how are they coming across with their emotional expressions. And rather than simply blend in to their social surroundings, they're more the trendsetters. They're the ones who like to make sure everyone's having a good time, and they are putting in whatever they can to make sure that the emotion around them is a positive, friendly, exciting one. And the reason for this is that because their extroverted feeling is blocked with introverted sensation, which is so here, their auxiliary function, that flavors how the extroverted feeling manifests. It's more about being nice quality, pleasant, enjoyable. So it's not as intense as some other extroverted feeling types. It's more about people having fun and enjoying the present moment. So what you'll find is that the ESFJ setting that very positive mood, being the sort of person who wants to make sure everyone's having fun, everyone's enjoying themselves, everyone's being included. They are also working with their physical space, balancing the finer details, the bringing of different elements together in their immediate environment. They're doing that for the sake of creating that positive, friendly mood. They're doing it for the sake of making sure that people are enjoying themselves. You may think of the stereotypical example of an ESFJ being someone who will make sure that everyone is well fed, perhaps even stuffed to some degree, can be running all the different social activities and making sure that everyone is having fun around them. And in general, being this sort of very sort of maternal figure but not necessarily maternal. If it's a bloke, perhaps but it's more of an entertainer, perhaps more of a talk show host, that kind of stereotype. The one that wants to create a positivity. You think of someone like Walt Disney as being another example of an ESFJ wanting to create the happiest place on earth. The main focus here is, again, this idea of creating positivity in their environment. And ESFJs are frequently very charismatic individuals, able to bring people together and create a positive consensus around them. Often very much about radiating out their sense of humor. But also these are types which, again, is no matter not being intense, it being friendly, nice, pleasant. So balanced, of nice quality. That's the main focus, I'd say, for the ego block, for the ESFJ. But now we turn to the super ego block. And this is what, rather than being strong and valued, this is what is weak and unvalued or neglected by the ESFJ. And that is, again, like with the ISFP, it is putting together extroverted thinking and introverted intuition. So again, it's that more strategic, how will things work in the long run side. And ESFJs, they're not inclined to like this aspect. They see this as sort of party pooping, getting in the way of the positivity they're trying to create. So what you'll find for ESFJs is they're naturally quite collectivistic in their nature. They like to say yes to things. They like people to be positive and also united. And this sort of more sort of independently critical style of extroverted thinking and introverted intuition is going to be quite off-putting to an ESFJ. Now, within this, you have the role function, which is where the ESFJ is able to adapt where there is an external need for them to do so. And ESFJs will do the factual stuff. They will do stuff that's pragmatic. They won't like letting people down. So they'll try their best to be competent, to be capable. Not because they like getting involved in all the facts and nitty-gritties of how things work. No, they like things to be exciting. They like things to be fun. For them, fun's most important. But if they are worried that the sort of the present circumstances and the mood depends on them actually being practical and competent and actually doing things effectively, they will take in that information that's needed to do that effectively. So you can think of ESFJs being often being found in even in the business environment, managing all the processes well, making sure it's effective, updating their knowledge bases where needed. Although, again, they can find themselves out of their depth in this area at times. But what really makes this difficult for an ESFJ, because they're good at managing things in the day-to-day, they're good at the more grounded aspect of practicality. It's when it's drawing on their vulnerable function, which is introverted intuition, that things get a lot more difficult. Because for ESFJs, they really struggle with this idea that there is some sort of long-term outcome, some sort of determined, end result that is inevitable, that is out of their ability to change. ESFJs are types which feel that if they simply believe enough, if they simply are enthusiastic enough, they put enough of their effort in, they can accomplish almost any of their wildest dreams. So this idea that something was never going to work is something which an ESFJ will really struggle with. And they don't like being told that something is a bad idea, something's going to lead to problems further down the line, because they don't see things in terms of the problems further down the line. ESFJs live in the moment, and they're about appreciating that moment and having fun in that moment. So they really struggle with this idea that all the different possibilities can narrow down to one outcome, and that outcome is not the positive one. So they are less inclined to listen to people, to forecasts of where things will go. They will try to preserve the optimism of trying for the best, even when that actually may be a doomed cause. And they will not see or recognize it as being that doomed cause. No, and sometimes they may simply act in a very sort of short-termist view as a result, and not like people taking away the positivity around their quite short-termist plan. So yeah, that's what I'd say about ESFJs and their super ego block. Yes, and then we turn to the super id block. This is what is valued, but is also what is weak. So ESFJs, They value introverted thinking and extroverted intuition. They like and they seek those with a theoretical understanding of how things fit together. They want to understand things in a more intellectual way rather than a strategic how things will work in the long run kind of way. So they're looking for that person who's they like brain boxes. They like people with that kind of insight to really make sense of things for them. That is very refreshing for an ESFJ to interact with. And they may be the sort of person who will go around and find very sort of smart people and bring them together and benefit from their knowledge. ESFJs have no defensiveness over their intellect. They're happy to not be the smartest or deepest person in the room. The introverted intuition vulnerable function means they often can lack that depth. They can be quite superficial, but they're happy not being the smartest person in the room. They are the showman. They are the ones which make people feel great about themselves. So when it comes to their suggestive function, that's going to be the introverted thinking. ESFJs seek introverted thinking from others. They want others to make sense of the world for them. They want people to help to set out what the key and most important priorities are. How do things fit together? What is the philosophy that should be guiding our actions and making sense of it all? In ESFJ, on their own, they're very emotional a lot of the time. Their emotions, their mood, the feel, the buzz, the positive energy of a room, that's what drives them naturally. So actually detaching and thinking about what the principles and structures are to how this ought to be is not their natural go-to, but it is what they can become very enamored with when provided by others. And you may find ESFJs sometimes joining movements or ideologies where there is some kind of philosophy. Think of some of the ESFJs who've joined some of these more cult-like religions, such as Scientology, for instance. They can get really sucked into that sort of thing because it provides a logical clarity which they covet and really appreciate. So ESFJs often have a sort of pet philosophy, something which they've learned from someone else, which they get very excited about, and they want to get everyone excited and involved in whatever that pet philosophy might be, and they may sort of parrot very enthusiastically its underlying tenets. So yes, that's the suggestive function. And what an ESFJ wants to sort of take on and do more of themselves, though, is the extroverted intuition. That's their mobilizing function. They are types who want to become more varied, more interesting individuals, more able to be creative and find new ways of making people excited about the world. ESFJs share with ENTPs that tendency to push both extroverted intuition and extroverted feeling. So they're both very much yes people as opposed to no people. They are the most extremely yes oriented. They will say yes. Why not do this? Why? Let's not be negative. Let's not turn down good things. We need to be optimistic about it, and we should say yes to it. So that this applies to their approach to possibilities. ESFJs will also want to expand possibilities. The problem is ESFJs lack any sense of introverted intuition. So when they use extroverted intuition, it's sort of superficial in the possibilities they come up with. They have no idea which possibilities actually have weight and which ones don't. So you may find that if an ESFJ is trying to accomplish something, what they'll end up doing is they'll plan for every single possibility that could come to mind, no matter how unlikely it might be, because they simply can't see what will inevitably happen. They only see what the possibilities are when they've developed their extroverted intuition. Nevertheless, ESFJs like to grow into people who actually allow others to flourish by actually taking a step back and allowing some of the other possibilities to bloom, not being so involved in everything all the time, but allowing possibilities, becoming more tolerant. And they ideally want to be welcoming to people of all different backgrounds, all different kinds. These are the types which are most naturally excited by the idea of diversity and inclusion. This extroverted intuition provides that inclusivity. The idea of belonging, everyone coming together, is very much one of including all different kinds, all different points of view together in a single harmony. So yes, in a way, this idea of ESFJ is perhaps the most sort of collectivistic out of all the types. You could say that ISFP and ENTP, and when I talk about INTJ as well, they are also quite collectivistic. But it's this general idea that they want everyone to come together and basically have a positive, fun time and be aligned in what they believe in, but letting in all the different differences and have that discussed and have a consensus formed where everything can be aligned. So ESFJs, with that extrovert intuition, become far more open-ended in who they let into their group, essentially. So having talked about that, I would like to go towards the id block. So the id block of ESFJ, this is what is not valued, it's neglected, but it's actually strong now. So for the ESFJ, they have the capacity to be very, they're still quite very sort of socially intelligent people. They are aware of the character of others. They're aware of how to push things with others. But the key thing here is that they don't like it when things get too serious. These are types who like things to be positive and friendly and enjoyable. So when something gets personal and harsh, they do not like that at all, and they're going to try to stop that sort of personal thing from killing the buzz of the party. Nevertheless, they understand the underlying politics of their interactions. They can get a read of people. They know how and where and how much to push someone to get what they want to do. They can engage in that side, but they'd much rather put a very positive spin on what they're doing because they want things to be nice and friendly in a sort of overt way. So that takes me to, first of all, the ignoring function, which is introverted feeling. So ESFJs, they lead with extroverted feeling. So for them, it's about the mood, the expression, what the buzz is, that group energy. They are people who perform. They're people who are about how they're coming across to all, their reputation, the positive sense they're creating. They are not types which tend to prioritize the close personal one-to-one relationships so much. They are able to read their distances with others. They're able to close that gap with others and build intimacy should they wish to. That's not usually their focus. And so they can do a lot of public facing stuff, but give less attention to their private lives as a result. It's not that it's a blind spot, it's not like the ENTP and they just can't see what they're doing. ESFJs kind of know, but just less important to them compared to their public facing side. They are born for the crowd. They are not so much for the small, tight knit one to one, you could say. And so ESFJs, they definitely have a sense of their personal attitudes towards others, but they won't make that judgmental side the focus. They'd much rather talk about how to manage the mood, and if they're upset with something, they won't simply be content to talk about how they feel towards the person. They're going to want to create that into a mood. How does everyone feel about this? Because that is where values derive from the mood around them, not their personal attitudes. So that's talking about introverted feeling. But also we have extroverted sensing, and that's the demonstrated function. So this is what ESFJs use very frequently, whereas an ESFJ may utilize introverted feeling only when in service of extroverted feeling. Right? Build the close connections for the sake of helping to actually foster a more positive group mood feel, and not cause a broken relationship to disrupt the mood they're creating. When it comes to extroverted sensing, they're using this all the time. It's just in the background. ESFJs can sometimes be a bit much. They have a lot of presence. They have a lot of energy to them. And it's not that they enjoy pushing things around. It's not that they are combat or conflict oriented. It's not that they very much want to smooth over the space around them. Nevertheless, they take charge naturally and quite a lot. They almost can't help themselves. They almost can't help but press upon their surroundings with their very strong, very effervescent personalities. So you'll find that ESFJs can get sometimes unintentionally can smother what other people are doing because they just get so involved. They may seem to be running almost everything because they're getting busy with everything and trying to make things positive. So they almost do too much. They don't easily restrain that aspect of themselves because they're not seeing it in terms of a fight to be had. They just have a lot of energy and they can get things done. And they have this almost implicit belief that they can almost accomplish anything if they believe enough and if they're passionate enough about it. And they have the energy to make that happen. They have the energy to keep going. They're almost indefatigable because they have both extroverted sensing and introverted sensing working together. So they keep things well sustained. They tend to live they tend to retain their fitness even into their old age, and can tend to always keep going like a sort of energizer bunny. They just never really tire out. Even if they do want to rest, they know exactly when to rest and how much because of the introverted sensing. So they keep going, but they can often be a bit too much. Also, I'd say is that when they're in a good spot, they'll become more open, they'll become more likely to tolerate different things and allow different points of view, which is what they want to be doing. But when that doesn't work out, a more harsh authoritarian side can come out. And ESFJs can be quite tough and quite commanding if they lose their temper. And if they lose their temper, my goodness, that can be very scary for an ESFJ. You see a very you see a very sort of aggressive side in those rare moments. So yes, as I say about extroverted sensing for an ESFJ.
You might not be ready to purchase the Type Mastery Pathway all at once. That's fine. If you want to get a taster, you can now purchase specific modules one at a time. How about Module 4, which looks at every one of the 16 types in depth, including how they adapt and change their behaviour across different situations? Find out more by clicking the link in the description below.
The INTJ, the analyst. Now, as you may have already known from my Explained Correctly series, I'm going to be talking about the real INTJ, not the one you may have encountered in some MBTI profiles. When I say INTJ, I'm talking about a type which leads with a judging function, which should be, in the case of the INTJ, introverted thinking, rather than introverted intuition, which I would say is actually INTP. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, the real INTJ, not the fake INTJ. So what is a real INTJ? The analyst. So the ego block. Again, this is the idea that this is what the type brings to the world. It's what they're strong at. It's what they value as well. And that is introverted thinking and extroverted intuition together. So when that's together, it creates a very theoretical focus for the INTJ. The analyst is analytical. They want to understand how everything fits together, how everything makes sense. They want to come up with certain theories or explanations to make sense of how everything fits together. Everything is connected in some way. There's some kind of underlying structure. And if you can just come up with the perfect theory to make sense of everything, well, wouldn't that be wonderful? So INTJs, like ENTPs, are both focused on that theoretical explorational space. And first of all, we have that dominant function. That is going to be the introverted thinking side. So INTJs are very much about structure. It's not about imposing organization onto their surroundings. They're not very good at that. It's more a sense of an orderliness of their thinking. It's a making sense of how the different facts and propositions around them actually fit together. INTJs are concerned with theoretical elegance, with ideas actually cohering, actually being consistent in some way. Now, they're not necessarily very certain that they've happened across the absolutely true theory, but they are very much a type which is looking at what theories there are and thinking, something doesn't quite make sense here. This could actually there is something underlying to this. There's something which doesn't quite fit. Something's not quite consistent. And so INTJs are often types which like to sort of, not necessarily like, but tend to almost pick apart theories that aren't well enough put together. you could say, and they are very inclined to try to build their own understanding. And it could take quite a while for them to really feel confident in that structure which they put forth. But the point is, they really are attracted to some kind of axiomatic truth, whether it's in mathematics or that's in philosophy, or that's even in theology. Anything where there's some kind of underlying structure to what's going on, some kind of beautiful system. And so they're very much inclined to form certain models or frameworks or theories to make sense of things. They're existing very much in that theoretical space. And supporting their introverted thinking is extroverted intuition. INTJs are very eclectic and quite open-minded types. They're never quite sure, they're never quite certain of what they think. Instead, it's more of a sort of questioning space. They like to turn things over, look at ideas from different viewpoints and perspectives, and they often just continue to turn ideas over in their heads. They're very academic in that way, writing a discourse where they are questioning this from that angle, questioning it from this angle, slightly doubting, not quite being absolutely sure. It's very much what an INTJ will do. And as they question, they'll start to tease things apart. They'll start to see how it could actually be like this rather than like that. And as they turn it over in a sort of kaleidoscope of understanding, they're trying to find those natural symmetries, those natural structures which actually make sense. And this makes them very able to form very profound insights into how things really do fit together. Not that they'll necessarily tell you too dogmatically. So yeah, now we get to the superego block. And the superego block, this is what's not valued. It is not a place of strength for an INTJ. So this together is a very sort of political and more sort of socially judgmental space. INTJs do not feel comfortable in this, they don't feel safe in such an environment where there's a lot of personal judgment going on. For INTJs, they'd much rather do away with the political side to things. They'd rather there just be an environment of reason and an open discussion. They can feel a bit naive in such a space. But first of all, we have the role function for the INTJ, which is essentially introverted feeling. It's they don't like the personally arbitrary and subjective. INTJs are principle oriented rather than personal attitude oriented. So when they can often construct quite a strong morality. There's often the misconception that it's the introverted feeling types that construct a morality. The INTJs will do it as well. They will, but for them, it's about a principle. It's about a structure or a guide or a philosophy which does not bend and contort for each individual. Instead, the rules apply across all the different situations. So they like philosophy. They can be quite religious. They can be quite very philosophical. They may have their principles very much. But when it comes about personal one-to-one relationships, that can almost muddy the waters. It can almost compromise their principles. And that's a hard thing for an INTJ to have to sort of handle. They feel as if they almost are sullying themselves to some degree by forming too close connections to certain people, and then suddenly there's a pressure or an expectation on them to be less than their impartial selves. And INTJs are very much about remaining impartial with their introverted thinking. But they can build and maintain and sustain their relationships. They are aware enough of their personal attitudes to manage this to some degree. What they really struggle to do, what is their main blind spot, you could say, is in their vulnerable function, their extroverted sensation. INTJs are people of reason, not of force. They don't understand the idea of might equals right, and they very much struggle to connect to that way of thinking. So INTJs, as I said, would much rather reason with people. That can leave them very much open to the forcefulness of other people who might seek to gain an advantage or might seek to turn people against them. An INTJ might be quite defenseless in such a situation. And they might not realize when the political reality around them actually is turning against them. INTJs may very much misjudge what kind of political power they might have if they're in a position of leadership, for instance. and they might simply follow what they think their principles are guiding them to do, even if the practical realities, or rather the actual power dynamics, are not in their favor. The idea to an INTJ of actually forcing people to do things, as I said, is very alien to them. They definitely avoid as much as possible the feeling of an authority over them and forcing them to compromise on themselves and their principles and what they are personally about. So they may often stay away from any sort of system which they may think could become oppressive in some kind of way. And they may overly fear that to some degree because they don't easily judge the actual levels of power which could be used against them. In general, these are very gentle souls, and they believe often very strongly in not encouraging any kind of action of aggression. Many can be very pacifistic, often to the extreme. So yes, at the same time, it doesn't mean the 90Js can't say lose their temper. It's just it becomes a sort of more sort of a lashing out of a last defense sort of thing. They don't really understand how to utilize what leverage they actually have in any situation. That can create a certain naivety to the INTJ. Yes, and a certain hypersensitivity, one could say, when other people can be overly sort of boisterous, overly pressing upon them in a sort of forceful way. That can be quite difficult to some INTJs. So now we get to the super id block. This is what is valued and still, though, what is weak. So this is extroverted feeling and introverted sensation. So INTJs are looking for those positive emotions, that environment of inclusivity, of feeling part of things and feeling at home and feeling safe in their present environment. That's very important to an INTJ to have, and not often something they actually end up getting, unfortunately. So first of all, we have the suggestive function, which is extroverted feeling. So INTJs, what they really need from other people is to feel that warmth and positivity. If you pay an INTJ a compliment, that can make their day. They're very easy to flatter. They like a sort of supportive, welcoming, positive attention on them. Now, the problem is they're not very good at actually commanding attention. They lack any kind of physical presence because extroverted sensation is their blind spot, but also not so good at actually channeling how they're coming across in a way that is charismatic. They can often come across as a bit dry, a bit sort of, you could say, a bit nerdy or geeky. So a lot of the time, they're not good at actually coming across in a compelling way. So they often don't hold people's attention. And the problem for an INTJ, and sometimes they can have a great deal of anxiety around extroverted feeling. For this reason, they can often come to the fear that people are just going to hate them as soon as they open their mouths. And there's extreme maladaptation in some INTJs who develop more avoidant personality traits. They may hide away from all kinds of social interaction, not because they don't like people. No, INTJs want to feel included. They want to feel part of things, but they fear so much the potential embarrassment of going out there and then actually failing publicly and socially, and being essentially having their fears confirmed to them that they really are hated by everyone. So they're more likely to actually hide away. They need someone else to take the front foot in including them in their social environment. So yes, now we turn to the suggestive. Turn away from the suggestive function to the mobilizing function. We get to introverted sensation. So this is what an INTJ is more likely to want to work on for themselves. INTJs, they can be quite pernickety. As they develop over time, they become more detail aware. And for them, the idea of making their theories and views of the world harmonious, elegant, to have a certain aesthetic. The idea that symmetry is not only mathematically or axiomatically correct, but it's also something which is aesthetically beautiful. That is very much an attraction for many INTJs. The idea that theories can have a beauty to them, that the math can have curves to it, you could say. The sensory experience is important to an INTJ, and that delicate balancing of the sensory harmony around them is very important. Often an INTJ will try to create in their environment that safe space, and unfortunately can get quite stressed when that safe space is disrupted by more forceful actions of others, or just the general chaos of life. That can stress them out. Things in their physical environment being moved, things going wrong in a sort of day-to-day practical, can make them lose their tempers quite a bit. Good example, say King Charles, actually, King Charles the third, and his pen sort of leaking over him, and getting quite upset about that. That kind of the day-to-day pernickety things can get to them. They need things to be in flow and in harmony. They don't like stress in this environment, because that is what is most likely to, well, stress them out, essentially. What else can I say about the INTJ in this area? So as they grow and develop, so they become more detail aware, they become more also aware of their presentness in the environment around them. They become more connected to nature. They're more able to take their very sort of ivory tower academic ideas and start to connect them up to something which feels holistic. And that's really the point about INTJs, right? They're trying to bring things together. They started by bringing things together conceptually, but what they want to be able to do is to bring things together in an experiential way as well. You can think of INTJs as they become more well developed, they may turn towards something like farming, or something like garden arrangements, or things which are more in the physical, but having the structure manifest in the physical and the aesthetic. That's where an INTJ feels most fulfilled, you could say. So yeah, now we turn finally to the id block, and this is where what an INTJ is strong at, but they do not actually value. So for an INTJ, I said this is extroverted thinking and introverted intuition. That's what they don't value, because again, they value extroverted intuition, introverted thinking. So what we have here, this is the very sort of skeptical, pragmatic, and task-oriented and strategic way of thinking. So INTJs are theoretical types. They are not pragmatic types, you could say. So for them, it's about finding the perfect theory to explain everything, and they may take a very long time to find that theory. They're the most judicious of all types, right? They're least likely to make a quick decision. If we go back to extroverted sensation, they often struggle to make any kind of decision, because for them it's about turning it over in their heads. But in the same way, they're not interested in, well, how's this going to meet our goals? Are we on target? That sort of thing. It's not really that concern. Not really a concern for an INTJ. So when we turn to the ignoring function, we have extroverted thinking. So INTJs are not pragmatic types. They're very capable of taking in factual information and knowing how to apply it effectively. They can update their understanding with new facts. They don't tend to like to, and they tend to find that they want to find that factual information which is not necessarily practical, but rather which informs their structures and the theories and frameworks they're trying to build, the models through which they're trying to understand the universe. INTJs are interested in how we go about doing this and accomplishing this. That is, the how question is not important to them. It's a why question is very important to them, but how questions tend to bore them quite a lot. These types are interested in the grand theory or structure of the universe, not necessarily how the five most efficient ways of tying your shoelaces or anything like that, or how you run a company efficiently and make lots of money. INTJs are interested in that sort of thing. They're not how to do. They are, why is it there in the first place, you could say. So This can mean that INTJs can be less willing to look at the data and build their understanding purely based on looking at the data. Instead, they're more likely to think based on first principles. How do things fit together and make sense? How do things work philosophically? They're more naturally towards that rather than the sort of purely empirical or purely commercial way of thinking. Now we have introverted intuition. That's the demonstrative function. So the INTJ does use this a lot more than their extroverted thinking. They're very deep, very analytical, very reflective kinds of people. They think long and hard about things. Where is it going? What is the underlying meaning to it? What is the significance of this way of looking at it as opposed to this? So they are concerned with significance. But however, they don't value this for its own sake. Introverted intuition to an INTJ is fed through their extroverted intuition. So it's a means by which they can be both deep and broad at the same time. It allows them to not only consider ideas in their fullest complexity and finding the most profound, far-reaching insights into these ideas, but they like to then turn it over and consider it from different perspectives. And also, when you have both kinds of intuition working together and no extroverted sensation, this is why INTJs are not good at making decisions. They're the most judicious types, the least decisive types because of that. But yeah, you'll find that when an INTJ is not confident in their physical space, when they aren't in a harmonious environment, they'll fall back on their introverted intuition. They'll go back into their heads. They'll detach from the present situation. They don't want to be detached from the present situation. They want to feel one in their experience. But if they don't have that harmony and that safety, then their mental palace, as opposed to a heaven on earth, the mental palace is where they'll retreat to. Again, not ideal for them, but that's where they can fall back if they need to. Anyway, that's what I had to say about the INTJ.
If you feel much more knowledgeable from watching this video, just think about what you could do if you knew how to apply what you had learned. In the Type Mastery pathway, you'll learn how to accurately type other people, and if you're ready to take the final exam, you can earn a certificate accrediting you as a WSS Socionist. Again, for more information, click the link in the description below.
The ENFJ. So the ENFJ, the icon explained correctly. Well, when it comes to ENFJs, the reason why I'd say that they are the icon is that of all the types, they are the one most likely to become famous. They're the one most likely to create and sustain an image of themselves that lasts much longer after they may have passed away. They have the greatest capacity to become iconic out of all the different personality types. So, like with all my ways of describing the types, I'm going to be going through the blocks. So, starting off with, we have the ego block for the ENFJ, and that's extroverted feeling and introverted intuition. Now, people get the wrong idea about this block. They think it's sort of very goody two shoes, and ENFJ is always doing sort of nice things for everyone. And while that can, while they can certainly do wonderfully nice things, it's important to consider that extroverted feeling and introverted intuition is more about the big picture. It's more about how to inspire people towards the greater, grander things in life and to essentially unite people around causes, around things which are of greatest capacity to inspire people. That's the thing. The ENFJ with FE and NI together is going to be about inspiring people. It's going to be about crafting a message that people are going to respond to in a deeply profound way. And that's not necessarily going to be nice or goody two shoes. It can be quite dramatic, can be quite not quite cushy or comfortable at all. But yes, when we start, we look at the dominant function for the ENFJ, which is extroverted feeling. So what is this about? This is about mood. This is about emotion. ENFJs are almost without exception passionate people. People who have not only a strength of passion and dynamism in their personality through the sort of the vibrancy of the moods that they experience, but also the ability to channel that and craft moods and images and be able to affect the emotional states of other people around them. ENFJs are fantastic when it comes to finding that way of really plucking at the heartstrings and creating uh, creating some kind of theme or messaging that cause you to really care about what they want to talk about, and they can very capably manage the emotions of say a room, or even at the long distance with say books or artistic publications, anything like that, which is why they tend to become very famous people. um, Now, supporting their use of extroverted feeling, which again it's very sort of strong charisma, able to craft an image or message to appeal to almost anyone. What's supporting that is their introverted intuition. So ENFJs, they are not interested in the humdrum emotions. It's not about niceness or emotional positivity or anything sort of cushy and comfortable like that. For an ENFJ, introverted intuition shapes the mood they express to be that which is most profound, that which cuts deep to the underlying nature of mankind, that which makes you really care about something deeper or bigger, more significant, more transcendent than anything that is humdrum. And yeah, ENFJs can often be quite shocking as a result, because they're trying to get at something deeper rather than what's just nice on the surface. They may see niceness on the surface as sort of a fakeness, and they're trying to give you that authentic, raw, powerful self expression. Now, this authenticity of an ENFJ, it's not the sort of just be yourself kind of way. It's more about finding a style, finding an image, finding a brand, as it were, that is able to take or achieve great significance in the public zeitgeist and what everyone talks about, what is most influential. To be an influential meme, as it were, is something which an ENFJ is strongly inclined to become. If we look at examples such as Kanye West, so it's very much an influential meme. But if you look at other examples, go back to say a Martin Luther King Jr., or you go back to even someone like a Constantine the Great, very powerful and effective memes. The idea that they enter into the public consciousness, they hook into that in that way, because they're able to manifest that mood, that charisma across great boundaries and great distances by connecting to something that's profound. So next we get to the super ego block. So this is not what the ENFJ. So the ego block is what the ENFJ brings to the world, as it were. Now this is what is expected of the ENFJ that they often struggle to actually fulfill. And it's that TE and SI space. It's a very sort of down to earth, practical space. That's what the ENFJ does not enjoy one bit. These are not practical types, ENFJs. They are not interested in that sort of, oh, you can work hard at that particular thing and practice makes perfect and all that other sorts of thing. They're not interested in this. They are often vibrant, passionate creatives rather than practical people, you could say. And out of the two, the TE and SI, extroverted thinking, TE, that's going to be the more accessible of the two for an ENFJ. ENFJs can be and think pragmatically, right? They can see where a quick thinking solution can get them ahead, can get things to work effectively in that moment. They can do that to some degree. They are not necessarily people who can very quickly in any situation come up with a solution. They need some familiarity to do that, but they do have more flexible and more adaptable ways of thinking that are conducive to being more pragmatic and effective. And an ENFJ will be mindful, because they are so aware of how to style their image over the long run and consider how their image is going to be perceived in years from now. Because of that, they know the need to also come across in a competent way, to have the facts at their disposal to make a strong impression. So they will do that. They will learn the facts they need. They will be able to bring those up in the discussion to make sure that they are coming across as authoritative. And ENFJ, as I said, are the masters at coming across the way they want to come across in the long run. So yes, extroverted thinking, they will do enough of that in order to ensure that they come across as in the know enough to have the effect they want to have on people's emotional states. Now, what they struggle with most, however, is introverted sensation. Whereas an ENFJ, they don't like the facts too much. They can find the facts a bit boring. They'd much rather speak in a more exaggerated and emotive way to really get to you to feel the intensity of their feelings, as it were. That's sort of just, become more boring and factual. It's not really their cup of tea, but they can do it. Meanwhile, introverted sensation is a blind spot to an ENFJ. ENFJs are deeply passionate people. They have that dynamic restlessness under the surface, a certain heat and intensity, you could say, to them, which means they're often can be a bit frazzled at the edges. They may see the day-to-day detail as a thing that may actually end up getting them in the end, because they are thinking more creatively and in the big picture, and they sort of may not so well manage the logistics. They may need some help in managing the day-to-day logistics, but more and deeper than that is a fundamental blind spot regarding that natural flow and harmony in the day-to-day. ENFJs can create a very standout aesthetic, you could say, but then actually becoming more homely, more down to earth, more wholesome, and making it feel balanced and organic and natural feeling, that's more difficult for the ENFJ. These are the ones who put on big fashion shows, you could say, and never wear sort of very strange avant-garde clothing. That's the point. The ENFJs don't have that natural balancing effect in how things are in a day-to-day. They might not realize when they're getting overly intense in their interactions. They might not realize they may have started shouting, for instance, because they don't have that natural regulator or moderator in terms of just being at peace in here and now. That's not what they tend to do, and they can often end up being quite on edge. They can often end up being types which don't easily manage their health, end up in overly intense situations, and almost need those intense situations to thrive. But at the same time, when they actually may need to relax for their health, they may actually find themselves really find it very hard to actually switch off. These aren't types for whom switching off really is something in their control. They don't they just are types which burn too brightly, you could say, to simply be chilled, be zen in that moment. So yeah, that's some of the major difficulties for an ENFJ. You can imagine a lot of ENFJs ending going off kilter. Some ENFJs can die quite young, you could say, after being greatly successful. People look at Freddie Mercury as a very good example. People just don't really have that natural golden mean balancing factor in their life. It's just a blind spot for them to be able to do that. Okay, so next we go to the super id block. And that is introverted thinking and extroverted sensation. The idea here is that this is the thing which is valued, but it's not strong, right? This is what they need from others and what they aspire to become, you can say. So TI and SE together, this is about structure. It's about force of will. It's about understanding with absolute clarity and conviction what the truth is and being willing to act on that decisively in your environment. So ENFJs, these are the types who are best suited to win over hearts and minds. So the idea of a sort of the colder, more inflexible approach of logic is harder for them to naturally tap into. But they do admire it. Why do they admire it? Well, when we come to the suggestive function, introverted thinking, ENFJs, they have deep insights into things. They just know how things are going to happen. They can get you really excited about what they know will happen. But they struggle to tap into the underlying reasons of why this will happen and how to articulate the key principles or structures to their thinking. They are not structured thinkers. They tend to instead express themselves in the flow of consciousness, you could say, a very Certainly quite a dark example of an ENFJ. Adolf Hitler, if you read Mein Kampf, should you ever feel like doing such a thing, you'll see that flow of consciousness way of writing, a lack of structure. ENFJs are not structured people, but they are types that covet the ability to make sense of things in a very clear way. And they can often feel quite vulnerable in terms of not having that sense of structure to hold their own identities together. ENFJs, and being so good at almost faking it until you make it, or becoming the brand, you could say, can lose that sense of what their underlying principles actually are. So what they actually need is someone to actually hold them to what those principles are meant to be, what makes sense, what does not, what is correct, what is true, and what is not, to uphold very clear boundaries. That an ENFJ will respect as long as it's done absolutely consistently. ENFJs can be very disappointed around people who are hypocrites. They cannot stand hypocrites. They cannot stand injustice. They will feel a great need to act, to bring awareness to the fact that there has been injustice, to change the world, to shape that and fix that evil, as it were. They hate injustice. That's the point. They need things to make sense, to not be arbitrary, to not be hypocritical. They just struggle themselves to really pick out what those underlying principles are that should be stuck to consistently. So, yes, they are very appreciative of those who can create that structure for them. And you'll find that ENFJs, and often later in life, may even find something like a code, a religion, which can be greatly galvanizing to them, to give them that sense of structure. And I've known examples of ENFJs who, when they were younger, can quite easily go off the rails, but once they're given something like a religion or a philosophy, suddenly they absorb that almost wholly, and then suddenly they're able to find a stability in their life because they're following an ideology rather than having to maintain just a balance in their day-to-day life. The structure, the absolute rule and governance of it, as long as it is really strong, it really is ironclad. It's not an illegitimate source of authority and structure. If that structure is really given in a strong, robust way, then ENFJ is greatly respected. Now, what they themselves would like to grow into is their extroverted sensation. ENFJs are types that have a great deal of intensity, as I described before. They want to channel that intensity to really make something of themselves, to really make an impact. They are often quite restless and impatient figures. These are types which often are attracted to higher status in life, to actually have a material achievement in some kind of way. They want to make their impact. They want to have that statue with their face on it, perhaps, but or belong to those sort of most exclusive clubs, as it were. Just have climbed up in that kind of hierarchy. Now, for ENFJs to get up there, they need to be tough. They need to be strong. They aspire towards becoming tough, strong people, able to utilize their force of will and not just their charisma. But this is something which is more fragile in an ENFJ. Sometimes they can be utterly formidable people when they understand how to utilize their force of will in that moment. Other times, they'll lose it. They'll lose that sense of strength and empowerment, and they may actually retreat into themselves. They may start becoming more speculative, perhaps becoming more creative rather than directly confrontational. But if an ENFJ is in, say, a debate with someone, they may start more quickly resort to more overly aggressive methods, and they may become overly aggressive because they can't quite read exactly how to utilize their force in the most appropriate way. So, yeah, these are some of the things we know about ENFJs: that intensity, that often a quick temper one can often see, but also not necessarily knowing how to apply that in the best way in all situations. And when they feel not able to act decisively, a sort of, well, feeling that they themselves are not strong enough and lacking confidence in themselves, and certain self-doubt could suddenly creep in these situations. So ENFJs, as they grow, they become tougher, they become more strong and more confrontational. But yeah, now we get to FI and NE in the id block. This is what the ENFJ is very strong at, but they don't value for its own sake. that sort of hearing different perspectives and really seeing the good in others and trying to build very close personal ties, and unlock and develop people in the one-to-one. That's not really the tempo of an ENFJ. ENFJs are the people who want to walk the grand stage. They want to make a very big social impact in some kind of way. So the one-to-one personal connection exploration side is not really valued by them, but they can certainly do it. And it can certainly allow them to come across in a more sincere, but also more open way. First of all, we have the ignoring function, which is introverted feeling. So again, ENFJs, they do have a good sense of their personal attitudes towards people, how close they ought to be. But they'll put that aside at almost every opportunity in order to focus on the extroverted feeling, how they're coming across to others, what their brand is. These are people who place greater emphasis on the public, you could say, than the private in their day-to-day life. ENFJs very frequently can become celebrities. They can become very influential figures in politics and music and all these other kinds of things. But that means often the personal life, their closest one-to-one relationships, may actually suffer as a result. They may not have as many closer people. They may have multiple affairs in some cases. I'm not saying all cases. It depends on the ENFJ, of course, and what principles they've been raised under. But what I would say is that when it comes to introverted feeling, it's there. It's just not placed an emphasis on, unless that enables them to come across more sincerely, more authentically, you could say. It allows them to read the sort of personal sensitivities and attitudes of each person to better come across to their audience. But it's not done for its own sake. In contrast, extroverted intuition. This is something an ENFJ uses quite a fair bit, whereas an ENFJ has, little time for the sort of tutting personal judgment of introverted feeling. They don't like to feel judged at all. They can resist that greatly. Their extroverted intuition, can be quite receptive to. They don't value it for its own sake again, but they tend to be highly creative, highly mercurial, able to cast their mind in all sorts of different directions, able to be very avant-garde at the very sort of the front end of their creativity. And you can think of examples such as Lady Gaga or David Bowie as being highly creative sorts of individuals. They utilize this extrovert intuition in concert with their introverted intuition, allowing them to be open to a very broad range of different ideas and influences, which they then funnel through their introverted intuition to find those most meaningful, transcendent themes in their work, which are able to grip people in a profound way. So it's very much the mixture of intuitions under their extroverted ethics, which can be so powerful. Now, when an ENFJ is not at their best, because at their best, they're actually far more assertive, far more empowered to act. When they're not at their best, they'll fall back on extroverted intuition to become more doubtful, find themselves speculating what else could be. They may, for instance, find themselves speculating on the intentions of other people with introverted feeling, and they may often assume people could have no goodwill towards them whatsoever. I've seen ENFJs who often don't think about good and bad and may just assume that everyone is sort of evil and potentially cruel, when they're in that sort of more self-doubting and sort of vulnerable feeling space. Of course, it's just their introverted feeling and extroverted intuition playing up and sort of speculating on people's personal attitudes in a negative way. But they may then overly gauge, how am I then going to come across to people to make sure that no one can paint me in the wrong sort of way? So, yeah, when they're not at their best, they become very speculative and very open to some kind of crazy possibilities at times. But yes, they just need to be sort of brought back to reality with the cold, hard facts, as it were. So, yeah, that's what I'd say about the ENFJ.
Hi, if you're enjoying this video, you'll love the in-depth content found on the Type Mastery Pathway, our comprehensive course. Learn everything I know about socionics in over 20 hours of video lectures across 6 modules, with over 100 video examples. Sign up today by clicking the link in the description below.
the ISTJ, or also known as the inspector. So if you recall from my J versus P video, as well as my other videos about the introverts, I am not going to be utilizing the usual MBTI convention for what is a J and what is a P. I feel that the ill-considered notion that J being derived from whichever of the top two cognitive functions that are rational being extroverted is what constitutes a J. Well, I think it has had a debilitating effect on how the cognitive functions can be well understood. So, no, instead, I go by a consistent approach, which is that what makes a J type, in the case of the ISTJ, is having as their dominant function either thinking or feeling, which are rational elements. So the ISTJ, I would say, is not SI plus TE, but rather TI plus SE. And this is where a real understanding of J-ishness can actually come about. You actually need TI and SE, not SI and TE, to have the understanding of a J as opposed to a P. Why is this? Well, if you understand TI and SE correctly, then you'll acknowledge that this is about structure, which is TI, logical structure, things being internally consistent, that structure being imposed via extroverted sensation onto the physical reality. So this is the true imposition of order combination, TI and SE, not SI and TE, as we will come to see. Now, unfortunately, because of the JP switch difficulty, which the MBTI has encountered, they have confused essentially the ISTJ and the ISTP. The true ISTJ, this order enforcer, this inspector figure, you could say, is very much a type that needs to be TI and SE, not SI and TE. And we'll talk about SI and TE when we eventually reach the ISTP explained correctly. So, now let's talk about this ISTJ. Well, as I said, TI and SE is that order enforcing combination. And the idea here is that introverted thinking is the dominant function. This is what drives the ISTJ's motivations. ISTJs are perhaps the most clear-cut, most order-oriented types out of all the different types available. They are the ones which are very much about everything needing to make sense, needing to be clear, needing to be ordered, and these are the types that will wade into the environments of ambiguity and enforce an order, bring things into a pinning down of sense, you could say. They have no room in them for nonsense. ISTJs enforce what is structured, you could say. They often have a very strong, rational, orderly mind for how they make sense of things around them. They understand criteria, and they're very specific about making sure those criteria are absolutely true, are absolutely unimpeachable. They have a rigor in their ability to break apart dodgy or false ideas to find and assert the absolute truth underneath, or to discard the thing which lacks in truth. They are very uncompromising in making sure that whatever they do is utterly consistent, utterly impregnable in its logical argumentation. And they lean towards formulating clear structures, clear rules, clear boundaries, anything like this to make sure that their environment is ordered, is made sense of. Now, supporting their introverted thinking, therefore, is an extroverted sensation. This is how an ISTJ is different to an INTJ, whereas the INTJ lacks the ability to enforce their structures onto reality. They don't particularly care for it. They prefer to explore different possibilities around their structures. ISTJs, these are the ones who enforce the order. These are the ones who say, this is what makes sense, so I will make it so in my reality. I will impose that onto my surroundings. I will draw a line in the sand, and whoever thinks it clever to cross said line will have the consequences of their actions enforced upon them. These rules are made writ either in nature or through the force of my will. That is the nature of an ISTJ, to make sure that the structure is upheld by real life consequence. So these aren't types that allow for ambiguity, expiration, all that sort of stuff. No, it's a very clear cut, very confident, this is what the truth is, and this is what we're acting upon. So you find they make natural enforcers, natural policemen, hence the name inspector can often come to account here. But could very easily also be lawgivers to a society, a judge in society, someone who, without arbitrariness, weighs things up according to what the rules are and applies that. And saying that is not necessarily the case that ISTJs will be necessarily the upholders of the established order. If they disagree with the established order and find it to be faulty or hypocritical, they could even be the leader of a revolution against said order to tear it down and start afresh with a new order. Because that's the thing. They don't compromise. They are types which need to, if something is untrue, it needs to be torn asunder and the new structure brought. It's that absoluteness in their clarity which is definitional for an ISTJ. Next, you move to the superego block, because the ego block, that's what they're strong at. They value what they bring to the world. Now, this is what is kind of expected of them, but they don't necessarily conform to it. So this is the realm of introverted feeling and extroverted intuition. ISTJs are types that often struggle with seeing and factoring in different people's perspectives and making personal exceptions for each individual and their unique circumstances and exploring those unique circumstances. For an ISTJ, the rules need to be applied consistently in all cases. It is the hand of justice and not necessarily the hand of mercy when it comes to an ISTJ. So these are types which can struggle in this sort of very FI and NE kind of space. What they can do somewhat is their introverted feeling. ISTJs are types which can build stronger, closer relationships with others. They can be quite loyal to certain people. They know how to manage people on the one-to-one to some degree. They aren't utterly masterful at it, but they can certainly handle that. They can manage that well. You can think of examples of ISTJs. Those who are a bit more ambitious may climb say, a political hierarchy or something like that through their managing of close one-to-one relationships in backroom conversations. They aren't ones for the big public's display. That's not where their strength lies, but they can certainly apply their will through their one-to-one relationships quite effectively. So yes, they are good at forming that, but they struggle with the idea of compromising their principles or their structures, their ideologies, in favor of personal one-to-one favoritism. So these are types who are inclined to see people less in terms of their personal character and more in terms of their adherence to the right structure or way of thinking that the ISTJ expects. And when it comes to applying their rules and structures, they will not be so interested in personal intentions, what someone meant to do and all that sort of thing. They'll be more interested in whether the rule has been transgressed or not and what the appropriate form of justice is for the transgression of that rule. Hence, justice is applied across different people based on their dictate. Now, what they are less able to do, what is their blind spot, that will be extroverted intuition. As well, an ISTJ is aware of their personal attitudes towards others and can build close relationships with people and maintain these loyalties relatively well. They struggle far more with being able to think outside of their experiences. These are not types who think outside the box. These are not types that are comfortable with keeping things open-ended and able to go into all sorts of directions and possibilities. The ISTJ seeks to remove ambiguity from the equation, to define things absolutely and clearly and correctly, to the point where there isn't even any room for a debate. If there is a debate, it's because the ISTJ has found the way to shut it down by tearing apart the alternative point of view. They don't allow possibility to run away from them. They aren't types that are comfortable with open-endedness. They need things to be absolutely clear, and they are the creators of not only clarity, but also certainty. There's an absoluteness there, that certainty, which ISTJs bring, which you wouldn't have found with, say, the ENTPs or INTJs. These are very much an ISTJ, the TI and SE way of doing things. Next, we have the super id block. Now, this is what is weak still, but now valued. So for ISTJs, these are quite intense characters. They have a certain steeliness of intensity. They are longing to feel impassioned. The problem is, ISTJs come across as kind of cold, sometimes a bit stiff at times, you might say. These are not charismatic figures. They can have a sort of strong, silent, toughness, which can have its own kind of charisma, one could suppose. But these are not types which are especially warm or effervescent. If you think of, say, Vladimir Putin as an example, tough, but not necessarily gregarious or loquacious in that sort of way. No, when it comes to extroverted feeling and introverted intuition, the ISTJ is looking for others to provide that inspiration and that sense of uplifting mood and energy towards a higher purpose. So, first of all, you have the suggestive function. This is what the ISTJ is very weak at. They are not charismatic people. They often, whereas they can certainly use cold, relentless logic to make absolute sense of things and brook no opposition, these are not the ones who are going to sway hearts and minds. They may, at times, come across too stiff, too technical, too much of a cold fish to really get that point of view across. You may find some ISTJs may end up being quite isolated because their logical positions are not ones which are readily accepted or popular to others. And the ISTJ won't allow popularity to change what they think to be absolutely true. They will embark on what is true until people agree with them. They won't bend and contort themselves for what the crowd wants, while at the same time wanting the crowd to agree with them. But they won't budge an inch in that. They can be incredibly stubborn, ISTJs. You think of characters such as Peter Hitchens as an example. Another example, someone who can take often quite unpopular positions and may have been found out to have been right all along, but he wasn't going to budge on his position at all at that particular point. So ISTJs don't, they're not only are they quite stubborn, they come across as very stubborn, can come across perhaps as quite arrogant at times. They can basically not be so effective at coming across in a way which is going to lead people to actually flock to how they think. They struggle with that. They struggle with bringing people on board. And they greatly admire those who are able, through that kind of charisma, to bring people on board, to infuse people about this underlying structural truth which the ISTJ finds and sets out. Now, what the ISTJ is more able to do themselves, however, is introverted intuition. The ISTJ, over time, starts to become more aware of something deeper, more higher, more transcendent, some kind of goal or outcome or purpose, which becomes the granter of greater meaning and deeper meaning to the truth they've set out as being absolutely clear and consistent and just and right, whatever that is. So ISTJs are looking for that higher, deeper quality. And over time, they start to know what that is. When an ISTJ finds that path of meaning, of purpose, whatever it is, of significance, that then allows them to narrow down all the other possibilities. ISTJs are types that, because they don't brook ambiguity, they don't like to open things up. It's with introvert intuition that they learn to truly close down all alternative positions to just the path ahead, at which they will go forwards often with sheer determination. Nothing can then turn an ISTJ away from what they see to be the main goal going forwards. You think of someone like a Nicola Sturgeon in the SNP in the UK, nothing would get in her way of securing independence for Scotland until her inability to judge the mood got in her way and caused it to be removed. So the introvert intuition is sort of something which can lead an ISTJ without a sense of nuance to narrowing down the possibility to one outcome and only pursuing that outcome very stubbornly, without the ability for anyone to really dissuade them from their view. These are the types which are hardest of all the types to dissuade from that path once they've set out upon it. So now we get to the id block. This is what the ISTJ doesn't value but is good at. Well, this is about the day-to-day practicality, the making things work through tinkering and trying it out and experimenting, a very sort of pragmatic approach to thinking and sensation. ISTJs are relentlessly logical. They are precise, meticulous, clear-cut in their nature. They don't like so much the mess of just trying things out and collecting data and seeing what works and what doesn't in that sort of gradual, tinkering, cumulative way. It's very much for them, is it right or is it wrong? If it's wrong, you tear it down, you build it up from its base again in the right way. These are not types which gradually tweak. So when it comes to the ignoring function of an ISTJ, that's going to be the extroverted thinking. ISTJs are not inclined to think pragmatically. Yes, they can certainly do things pragmatically. They certainly know how to make things work and ground their ideology in reality to some degree. Yes, they will do that. They can also build their sense of what the truth is from observing how things work, and they tend to acquire a great deal of factually informed knowledge over time, which enables them to pick out what the underlying truth really is. But these are not types that simply go for, what may work best and is most conducive or convenient. These are not types of convenience. These are types of faith in this being the truth, this being what makes sense, and everything else being nonsense. So these are not types that are going to easily compromise and find the way that leads to a practical advantage here, but actually means compromising on what you believe in. That's not the point of an ISTJ. They can certainly see what other compromises which don't go against their structures they may be willing to make, but they're not going to do that if it runs counter to the structure they happen to uphold and believe in. You can sometimes see ISTJs behaving quite differently simply because you might not know exactly what their structure is. Of course, they might necessarily tell you, but this is meant to be the rule in terms of our introverted thinking over extroverted thinking for an ISTJ. Yes. Now, the other part here is the demonstrative function, and this is introverted sensation. So whereas an ISTJ will only use a sort of more practical, more pragmatic and situational kind of logic sparingly, where it is required by their introverted thinking, right, to do it, right, where it's in line with their principles, it's in line with the structure they're trying to uphold. Introverted sensation, on the other hand, they're going to be using far more readily and in the background. What you'll see with ISTJs is, although they have that steely intensity, these are not types that are likely to burn out. They're not types that like to fill the room with too much energy, you could say. It's very contained with ISTJ. There's almost a sense of not overly expressed confidence, but it's there. It's a stillness, it's a calm, it's a sense of complete control to the point where you don't really even need to move so much, but you know that the ISTJ has that control over their surroundings. It is that ability to stay balanced, to stay calm, to keep the sword sheathed, you can say, until the right moment to strike. And the ISTJ has that in spades. They know exactly when to be have their feet on the ground, how to be aware of the balance and flow and harmony in the day-to-day, how to keep their struggles towards a certain ideology or philosophy, whatever it is, sustainable over time, rather than blow hard and blow hot and cold. These are types that maintain a very even-keeled rate of energy use in their lives. And also, to help them in their structure and correctness, they have a fantastic eye for detail. They'll keep things very clear-cut, both aesthetically and logically. And they'll drill in detail to exactly what is sticking out to remove the problem from the root. So introverted sensation is a very useful tool for an ISTJ in order to be more clear, more absolute in their approach, and more sustainable in their delivery towards the outcomes they think are most important. Anyway, that was the ISTJ.
Me again. The Type Mastery Pathway awaits. We're currently offering the course at a 50% discount, so consider signing up before the time runs out. To find out more, click the link in the description below.
ESTP, the Conqueror. So, what can we say about ESTP? Why are they the Conqueror? Well, because this is the type that is most likely to want to take charge and impact in a big way on their present surroundings. So, what we have first is the ego block, what they bring to the world. And for the ESTP, this is bringing together extroverted sensing and introverted thinking. So, this type is very much about bold, decisive action on setting out what they want and impacting on their environment to get what they want. And they utilize both force of will, but also a certain, you'd say, awareness of structure and making sense of things to support them getting what they want, essentially. So, yes, the idea of creating structure and narrative and rules and systems to support that pursuit of force, pursuit of power, pursuit of the material things that they want, essentially. So, dominant function for the ESTP is extroverted sensation. So, this is the main thing about them. They are highly intense, proactive, decisive individuals. There's no subtlety to ESTPs. They get what they want. They have this primal urge to be the dominant one, to be the one in charge, to be the big tough fellow, you could say. If it's a fellow, not necessarily a fellow. Very good at tactical intelligence, being able to act quickly in the moment, being able to quickly assess the advantages and disadvantages, the threats, the opportunities of people around them and the situation around them, be able to act to the best advantage in that moment. They're very good at that. They are brilliant tacticians, ESTPs. And the idea is that they're motivated towards usually higher status, usually material wealth, usually force of conquest, the idea of fighting for glory or carving out big tracts of land through their action. These are all things which you'll find ESTPs being quite motivated by, depending on the particular age in which you find that ESTP, whether more medieval or more modern day, etc. There's always that combative side to them, this idea of pitting the force of will against other wills and winning out, being the toughest one, having the most muchness to them compared to anyone else. That's crucial to the ESTP. The idea of the struggle, the idea of the fight, the idea of the hunt is very much in line with extroverted sensation, which motivates them. But supporting extroverted sensation is introverted thinking. So ESTPs have also an intellectual, structural side to them. These types are very good at setting out the rules to make sense of their surroundings, to support their continued ability to win and acquire the power that they want. So they can very quickly formulate and reformulate rules and dictates and decrees if they're in a position to be doing such a thing, or setting out certain ideologies under which they are more likely to win and get ahead. The idea of winners versus losers, for instance, the idea of what we do is the best, what they do is not the best. And they're very good at working with structures of meaning, asserting things and reasserting those things until they are actually believed, to frame things in the way that is to their advantage. They can come out with certain insults or certain labels to attach to people, and they can, over time, people start to believe those labels because they're asserted again and again and again. It's stamped onto their reality, and that then suits the ESTP and whatever they want to win or go for. So they're very good at creating these very clear distinctions. They're very confident in their logic and setting out what things are, the way things just are, what the truth really is. They're very good at entering that sort of debate scenario and tearing apart other arguments. You know, they're not just physical, they've also got that sort of mental strength, and they're quite dynamic in the kind of thinking which they're able to use to quickly make sense of new things, assess what the underlying rules are, and then being able to act accordingly. So yes, very intellectually confident types, ESTPs. Now, the superego block for the ESTP, this is what they don't value and they aren't strong at. So this is the realm of considering lots of different possibilities, being sensitive to people's intentions, giving people the benefit of the doubt based on sort of trust and hope for their inner potential for goodness to shine. That's not all kind of alien to an ESTP. These are not really lovers, they are fighters, you could say. When it comes to, first of all, extrovert intuition in the role function, sure. ESTPs, more so than the ISTJ, which we would have looked at before, more so than the ISTJ, ESTPs are able to think outside the box. They're able to remain open to alternative possibilities. They can do it. They can have that sort of more creative approach to their thinking, right? They can consider what else could be. But they don't like talking shops. They don't like discussion for the sake of discussion. They don't like opening up new possibilities for its own sake. The way of the ESTP is to be direct, is to confront the thing head on, is to go through and cut the Gordian knot, you could say. So these are not types to sit and discuss and speculate. They are people of action. And by being people of action, the idea of speculation is not really natural or comfortable for them. They can do it, but it's not something they enjoy doing at all. And they can't do it especially well either. It's, they can do it, but there can be situations where they won't be able to be open enough. It's in a completely new situation for them, perhaps. So yeah, that's their role function. Then we have the vulnerable function, which is introverted feeling. So this is the blind spot to ESTPs. These types are not easily aware of the underlying intentions of people, the character of people. Are people really good? Are people really bad in their nature? The ESTP isn't really focused on that. They don't really give it much credence. As far as the ESTP is concerned, they are in an environment of constant battle with anyone and everything. They can form occasional truces with people, perhaps ongoing truces with people, but it's a truce in an environment of ongoing war and ongoing battle, because these are naturally fighters in their nature. They are martial in their thinking. So the idea of a set relationship, a bond of loyalty over time, they can demand loyalty in terms of fealty because of their greater might, their greater accomplishment, you could say. But these aren't the types to forge a one-to-one relationship based on their personal attitude towards that person's attitude back. Instead, ESTPs may struggle with maintaining stable, close relationships with others. They may take issue with someone complaining about them in public, for instance, and suddenly turn against that person. And they won't easily preserve those loyalties as a result. Or they may go on what someone is showing and saying externally rather than reading the undercurrents of someone's intentions to know whether to trust them or not. It can lead to ESTPs being betrayed later on as a result. ESTPs often do things in public, in playing up to the public, which can sort of hurt their closer personal relationships. So for an ESTP to really to really manage well in the relational sphere, they need someone who is very tolerant. They need someone who is not going to be judgmental of them and their character. They need someone to whom, as long as they get upset and as long as they find that way to show their contrition in some sort of show of passion, they will be forgiven for whatever actions they've done to transgress. And the ESTPs will transgress. They don't easily respect personal boundaries and personal disagreements. They see this as all something to overcome. Something if they impact enough, they can get what they want in almost any situation. So yeah, ESTPs are not so interested in personal intentions. That's sort of what I like or dislike under the surface. They're interested in what people are expressing and what people are doing and how that will come across. So yeah, that's the blind spot to an ESTP. These aren't types who get personally offended and talk about things in that kind of way. They are types which are very much more about, what is the logic? Does it make sense? Is it hypocritical or not? Are you a bad character or not? They may say if someone is bad character, but it's usually part of their narrative formation to win out against an opponent, you could say. But they'll decide things not based on personal conscience-driven attitude, but rather based on a code they would put together, a way of being, perhaps from their introverted thinking. Next, we have the super id block for the ESTP. So this is what is valued but is weak. So ESTPs, what they really like and appreciate from others, that sense of destiny, that sense of purpose, something more significant, something to really care and feel passionate about. And ESTPs struggle to create that themselves. They are tacticians. They're not strategists. They're certainly not political strategists. They lack the nuances and the subtlety of manipulation. They tend to be very obvious and overt in what they do and what they want to get, and they're very good at that sort of obvious, overt way of getting what they want. So this takes us to the suggestive function, first of all. Introverted intuition. I said ESTPs are pure tacticians. They are not strategists. They do not think very well far ahead. They can plan. They can set out what they want to do. They don't have the intuition for just knowing how things will turn about. They see what's going on around them. They know how to react in the moment, but they don't have that intuitive sense of where things are going. Saying that, they greatly admire a sense of destiny, a sense of outcome. They will look to the seer, to the mystic, to provide them with that sense of greater destiny to fight for. And then there'll be not only a warrior, but a crusader for that, should they feel that cause is worthwhile enough. You can think of examples such as, think of sort of like Richard the Lionheart finding that crusade to fight abroad in the Middle East, you could say. But other examples, the guy who played the Godfather in The Godfather, finding that the actor for that, finding the cause of the Native Americans to take up. So there are, this idea of finding this overwhelming cause, this thing which is higher, as it's Marlon Brando. Finding that cause is very important to these types. They're not able to find that really themselves or have confidence in articulating what that is. They tend to, on their own, believe in things like luck, believe in things like being able to get the one up in that moment, but they need something deeper, something more transcendent, more significant in order to fight for, to give them that direction. And that's something which, a certain other type, which I'll cover next, is able to cover. Without it, yes, ESTPs may charge headlong into things. They may be too hasty. They may be too impatient. They may just, not see the future outcomes of their actions. They may do things which look very convenient in that immediate moment to win, and they may win the battle, but they may inadvertently lose the war as a result. So yeah, that's one of the problems. Next, we have the mobilizing function. So this is what the ESTP takes on themselves. The idea here is that ESTPs like to be admired. They like to have and create a positive reaction in other people. Same thing with ENTPs. The ESTP is going to be more happy to have that sort of impact of fame and notoriety, even if it's not necessarily positive. They still want to be admired. If people are saying bad things about them or affecting their reputation, they're going to go out and they're going to challenge that. They're going to protect their reputation. Respect is a very important thing for an ESTP, and they all do what they can to secure that respect, to maintain their street cred, you could say, to manifest themselves, whether or if you're thinking more in a medieval way on coinage, to project their power in a way which also conveys their image. ESTPs are very much about being known, having a reputation, achieving fame, having stories of glories to brag about in public is definitely something an ESTP will be very happy to do and talk about. The problem is sometimes because they lack that sort of restraint and personal attitude formation, they can come across as buffoonish at times, a bit like ENTPs can. They can overdo it. They can overstep the boundary in trying to create the reaction in others, and that can cause them to be looked upon in a negative way or to polarize their audiences. Think about someone like Silvio Berlusconi and his actions with various women, essentially destroying his reputation. That's the sort of problem an ESTP could end up getting into. Or you think someone like Donald Trump becoming almost the most hated man by the various press, mainstream press at least. That's an example of where that focus on reputation could also backfire. So yes, this need to be a recognized figure, but to have that lead to a positive reputation is sort of a tightrope which these types often tread. As they become more confident, the more they'll be likely to take risks in this area, and the more likely then could backfire for them. Now we turn to the id block, and that is SI and TE, introverted sensing and extroverted thinking. So these types can do the day-to-day practicality, right? They are good at that. They know how to handle that. They are practical types. However, they are not so interested in the idea of gradually working on things, building up skills to improve in their functioning for its own sake. These are types about impact, and they're about total structural changeover and revolution of whatever it is they want to do in order to make that impact. ESTPs are seeking status. They're seeking a dominance in their society, in their immediate environment. It's not simply about practicing skills and learning competence. It's to acquire greater status and greater push power, you could say, in the world around them. So with that lens, if you look at their ignoring function, that would be introverted sensation. ESTPs are high-intensity characters. They are restless. They are relentless. They are highly active people. They have their impact on their surroundings. They aren't peaceful people. They often might not know what to do in a time of peace. They are at their best in the time of war, in the time of urgency and emergency. So peace feels almost dead to them. That's not where they're likely to do well. They are, however, able to see things in detail, able to balance the details around them in the day-to-day, but they will only do it to secure material advantages, not just to keep things nice and peaceful and friendly and harmonious. Saying that, they can be quite set on what is allowed in their space. They control their space, not going to let things which they don't like into their space, like, for instance, a certain food they don't like or something else. If something offends their eye, which they do have that aesthetic sense, they are not going to allow it in their vicinity. As part of their impact, they're also going to be quite controlling over the introverted sensation aspect, except it will be purely in support of their extroverted sensation. So, yes, not the sort of peaceful, harmony-seeking types, but rather restless, often conflict-seeking types. Finally, we have the demonstrated function, that's extroverted thinking. ESTPs do not value that pragmatic way of thinking for its own sake. They prefer that sort of more absolute structural way of thinking, but they tend to use it a lot. ESTPs are very good at quickly assessing a situation, understanding the rules of the terms of play, and also then finding solutions to make this work efficiently and effectively. They can be very efficient and effective in the way that they work. They can quite take for granted their ability to absorb factual information and figure it out as they go along. They're very good at improvising with their heads in that moment. They might not be the sort of hard-working students, you could say. They might not spend too much time rehearsing or practicing. They're perhaps at their best just going in and figuring it out. But they will be able to absorb a great deal of factual information, may relax by actually absorbing information, learning, picking things up, applying new skills. But again, it's not for its own sake. It's more for that maximized impact. But yes, ESTPs take their ability to take in facts and apply them for granted. It's a very strong area for them. They're very practical, very hands-on, very able to sort almost everything out and take things off other people's hands. And in doing so, and being competent in this way, that allows them to achieve more control and more power and more dominance over their surroundings. Anyway, I hope that helps. That is the ESTP.
You might not be ready to purchase the Type Mastery Pathway all at once. That's fine. If you want to get a taster, you can now purchase specific modules one at a time. How about Module 4, which looks at every one of the 16 types in depth, including how they adapt and change their behaviour across different situations? Find out more by clicking the link in the description below.
The INFP. This is the true INFP. This is not the fake INFP. This is the INFP, the mystic, which begins with introverted intuition, supported by extroverted feeling. So I talk about the mystic. Why the mystic? Well, because this is the type which, more than any other type, is most oriented towards things of greater spiritual significance, things which are otherworldly, things which have very little to do with day-to-day practical realities, but rather a reaching towards the profound. That is the nature of the INFP. As I said, it leads with introverted intuition. Remember, as I've been covering in all these introverted types, my Explain Correctly series, if an introvert leads with a perception, in this case introverted intuition, they should be a perceiving type, not a judging type. That is what the Myers-Briggs type indicator got wrong. So the true INFP starts with introverted intuition, not, as some may think, introverted feeling. So the idea of introverted intuition and extroverted feeling together creates this effect where this is a type which is oriented towards thinking of those most profound and meaningful outcomes, but also romanticizing those outcomes, getting people on board with those outcomes, making these outcomes feel like something to feel passionate about, something to feel is ultimately worthwhile and believe in with fervor. So, first of all, we have introvert intuition as a dominant function. So this is the key point, right? These are highly reflective, imaginative types. INFP spend a lot of time in their heads thinking about what is essentially the most significant path forward. This is not a type that just explores for the sake of exploring. It's more about finding those outcomes, finding those pathways of greater significance. And the idea is that they want to follow that path. They want to find a life which aligns to the certain outcomes of greater significance to them. And this will come to them almost like a flash of insight, a sense of, this is the direction we need to be going. This is of greatest importance. This is what is ultimately meaningful, to the point where everything else will seem quite trivial to the INFP. This is the pathway forward, nothing else. So there's an idea of a faith in a future that is characteristic to this type. An idea that there is a certain idealism that comes forwards as well. And it's not necessarily the case they're going to be so targeted in this is the outcome. It could be, for some INFPs, a general attraction towards things which suggest or hint at a deeper profundity or significance. It may be an admiration of music that strikes at certain deeper themes in humanity. It could be someone who likes to like collect items which have a certain oldness to them, or speak of something symbolic or deep to interpret that lies beneath the banal towards either the gothic or the somehow, well, uncanny in some kind of way. It's that kind of feel, it's that kind of vibe which the INFP types are reaching towards. And when I say it's like a vibe, it's because it's very much blocked with extroverted feeling. So the INFP is often very good at looking ahead, seeing how things will be. And there's no alternative. It will be this way. They just know it's going to come out in this particular way. And what they utilize extroverted feeling for is to bring people on board with that long-term outcome, whatever it is, this, or to express a certain mood or a certain vibe in line with a certain symbolic themes or patterns of meaning that they want to convey. So extroverted feeling is how they then connect these patterns with other people, get other people interested and excited or motivated by it. And INFPs are very gifted at working, especially on the one-to-one, in bringing people into the fold, in building a certain group, a certain exclusive belonging, a certain collecting together of people who are all on the same path and journey. The INFP is very able at talking to people in a way which isn't overtly manipulative, but rather is able to subtly get people to do what they want to do, essentially. They are very able to conduct themselves in a sort of diplomatic way. And in doing so, they are more likely to blend in rather than stand out. It's not about being the one who draws attention to themselves. It's not like the ENFJ is often a very dramatic and mood-setting individual. For INFPs, it's more about blending into any particular mood, any social environment, which makes them very easy to like and very likely to survive any sort of social situation. They're the ones who, in such as a purge or a Carl, assuming they weren't the one leading the ideology, they'd be very good at socially surviving, at least being the one person who is not disliked enough by anyone to actually inherit some kind of position of power in the long run. So these types are very good at playing the long game. They're very good at thinking ahead in terms of where things are like to go, how conversations now will affect conversations in the future, and sort of positioning their image to actually benefit from that in the long run. So that's some of the things I say about extroverted feeling. Very able to be chameleonic, to blend in, not to stand out too much compared to certain other beta types. Now we turn to the superego block, and this is what is not valued by the INFP and is not an area of strength, it's an area of weakness. So this is, again, like the ENFJ, about day-to-day practicality. INFPs do not like this part of reality. What they can do to a certain degree is introverted sensation. This is the one type where you'll see far less extroverted sensation than introverted sensation. So this will actually be quite a gentle and peaceful seeming type for a beta type. They tend to be very good at keeping the peace, smoothing things over, being more diplomatic, you could say. They can also maintain the day-to-day environment, keep things nice enough. But the idea is that this is something which is kind of painful for an INFP to do for too long. They are types who don't actually want peace and harmony in the day-to-day. Instead, they are craving intensity. They just don't know how to create that themselves. So this is almost like a role they feel they have to put on to manage their day-to-day because they cannot take a more confrontational approach to the day-to-day. They need help in that area. Now, whereas they are better at sort of creating a positive aesthetic and smoothing things over in the day-to-day, where they really struggle is when introverted sensation is blocked with extroverted thinking. Now, this is their blind spot. This is where it's about practicality. It's about how things work. It's about how to improve what you're doing. It's how to be more efficient. It's how to update what you know to be true based on new factual information. INFPs struggle with this. Even the idea that they are a being that needs to be in continuous development is strange to an INFP. The INFP discovers who they are, they find their identity, they find that path of significance, and that is who they are and what they're about. They're not a type that's looking to change, their models of thinking and how they work and how to improve things and how to adapt to practical realities. INFPs are not types which tend to learn and practice new skills, for instance, or do things very efficiently or very effectively. They may struggle to they may struggle with the expectation they should be improving how things work and taking in new information. Often they'll just try to get someone else to do boring practical things for them, and they're certainly not the sort of person to listen to a long lecture full of factual information. They won't really take it in. It's going to be more for them more about what is actually meaningful and significant and tuning out all the factual noise. So that's one of the blind spots of an INFP, where they're most likely to struggle, that need to be practical in the day-to-day. And certainly if you put them in a situation where you have to learn how to make something work and you have to think fast about it, they're probably not going to be very quick about doing that. They're far more likely to be a type that, again, will be far more comfortable getting someone else who's more practical to do everything for them, or just to have servants around the house. That would be wonderful for an INFP. They almost want to live a sort of more aristocratic life, you could say, something a bit sort of separated from having to actually look at things and improve how it works and collect data and check that and revise that. That will just be mentally exhausting for an INFP, a type which doesn't often have much energy to begin with. So now we moved out of the super ego block, we can look at the super id block, which is valued, but still weak. So this is about the pursuit of power, the strength of one's convictions and one's ideology, the imposition of one's will upon one's environment. All areas which the INFP is not naturally very strong, but which they actually have a great deal of valuing for. So first of all, we have the suggestive function, extroverted sensation. So the thing about INFPs is that they are so in their heads, they're so imagery and future oriented. They really struggle with anything that's just in the day, that's just about acting right here, right now. They're at their best in the far off future, or imagining back into the past, or even just exploring a completely fictional world. There's nothing about that which ties into right here, right now. The thing is, they actually want to feel alive right here, right now. They feel almost trapped in their heads at times. They want someone to almost grab them by the shoulder, shake them, create that urgency, create the sort of do or die situation by which they can actually act. Until then, they'll feel trapped, they'll feel almost paralyzed, not able to act, not having the options reduced enough to a simple do or die for them to actually feel like they can just spring into action. So they are deeply appreciative of those who can create that intensity, can create greater urgency. INFPs are types which are naturally, I'd say, more submissive in their nature, not because they are conflict averse, but because they like to submit to strength. That's the thing. It's not that they're conflict averse, it's that they actually respect those who are tough. INFPs may complain that someone is being brutal, someone actually making them do things they don't want to do, and they may even be quite stubborn and disagreeable. Nevertheless, despite their stubbornness, they can also be very pliable when it comes to you just, instead of arguing with them, just make them do it. Just making an INFP do something, they will fold. They will give in to that. They will be moved. They will be pushed to do the thing they said they weren't going to do because you applied pressure, you applied force to them. There's almost a strange respect they can have for that. They can, on the one hand, befriend the underdog and advocate for the underdog and the brutal treatment under the dictator, but at the same time, be very comfortable being around people of great power and sometimes the ability to enact their willpower on others. It's a strange dichotomy you find, well, duality you can find there with an INFP. Examples can include looking at, say, Mahatma Gandhi, who, in a way, was successful because he bowed to the colonialist. He allowed them to do what they would onto him, and by being someone who gave in to them and submitted, refused to use violence, but allowed violence to be done to him, he was then able to wield a moral or ideological and spiritual strength, which enabled him to secure the independence of India. Or if you look, say, at Mother Teresa, she was someone who was very much about talking to various, powerful people, sometimes even dictators, and was able sort of attracted to that kind of power and influence. So it's a very curious thing you may find with INFPs. Now, also, if you look at, say, the work of Nietzsche and the sort of the looking up to the Übermensch, this idea of a more powerful, was godlike being, which man will eventually become or essentially give way to over time. In contrast, the pliable INFP in the more sensory realm becomes very stubborn in their introverted thinking. These are types who grow over time to discover the intellectual truth. What is absolutely true, 100%. There is no doubting it. There is only faith in that being the underlying truth of this universe. So INFPs are very much people of faith, faith in the underlying truth, which goes beyond any day-to-day factual observations, any sort of trivial anomalies. The INFP is one which says, no, this is absolutely true. And even though outwardly they may be very pliable in what you make them do, and they may be very diplomatic in their mood to the point where you may often assume they actually agree with you, under the surface, there is a very stubborn character, someone whose ideologies will not shift, who will not change their mind over matters critical to their identity and their ideological positions. INFPs often are very, they're very uncompromising, but very clear in terms of what they actually believe in. You may meet the INFP online, who is, for instance, the Marxist or the libertarian, and that the isms are something which they believe very strongly in. But the idea is that they've sort of grown towards it over time. They're very interpersonal people and spiritually or inclined people who then acquire certain rigid principles. And that can guide them very strongly. Sometimes it might not guide them very well, especially if they're advancing a certain ideology without any mind towards the practical realities, such as in its worst case, Pol Pot with the Khmer Rouge and the advancement of his agrarian society and the millions who died as a result. Or you could say Robespierre in revolutionary France. Examples there of INFPs who pursued ideology to a dangerous extent without mind to what was actually happening practically. But yeah, even with someone like Gandhi, where his belief against using penicillin actually led to the death of his wife. Practical realities are not important, but the ideology, that is what's important. The structure, the truth of that structure cannot be supplanted by what is simply shown to work in a particular moment. So that can be a difficult thing with some people dealing with INFPs. They may seem like they agree with you, actually haven't changed their mind, and you may think you've changed their mind with facts, but they'll go back to saying what they were thinking just before. It can be very intellectually stubborn, INFPs. Now, finally, we get to the id block. Now, the id block, this is about, what is strong but not valued. So what you'll find is that the INFP is a type which is about what is ultimately significant and meaningful. These are people of faith. These are people who want to develop an intellectual understanding for which they can analyze the deeper themes of a universe, whatever that is. So the idea of simply exploring different individual perspectives is less interesting to them. These are people of world change and finding logical beliefs and philosophies to change the world with. These are not types who simply want to go and explore each individual and what they personally think. So any ENFI is not much of an attractive thing to an INFP. When it comes to ignoring function, it's the extroverted intuition. INFPs, as I said, can be very stubborn. Once they find that path of meaning and significance in their lives, they're just going to see anything outside of that as a distraction, as something which could lead them astray from what is actually ultimately important. INFPs are very deeply imaginative people, but at the same time, they actually can be quite narrow. This is once they found that path, of course. They go through a period of breadth in which they end up exploring and trying to find different points of view, different influences to eventually discover that meaningful path ahead. But once they found it, they then actually narrow down a lot because they found their meaningful path. Now there's no point looking outside of it. So they can be very set on what the outcome is and how, and essentially be inclined to dismiss things which don't line up to that ultimate path ahead. So yeah, that's what I say about the ignoring function. It's not that it's weak; it's just that it's not valued. It's deliberately suppressed by their introverted intuition. And yeah, then we have the demonstrated function, which is introverted feeling. Now this the INFP uses a lot more. Now, as I said, over time they grow towards becoming more structural, more logical, you could say, in terms of how things fit together in a very academic way. You may know more often, you may see with perhaps some men, especially becoming more academic, more likely to like talking about a certain area or niche field which they've developed expertise in. But to start off with, it's about one-to-one personal relationships. And INFPs are very talented at building intimacy with each individual they think has some kind of long-term significance according to their vision. So what they're very good at doing is befriending certain people, and evaluating the value and worth of each individual, deciding how close they want to be to said people, and then utilizing both introverted feeling and extroverted feeling together to work with people on the one-to-one to kind of position them towards what will lead to that long-term outcome, which they think is being most important. This is why INFPs are so successful as the grey cardinals, the people behind the curtain, rather than the person up front for everyone to look at. They're very good at sort of working the different chess pieces, you could say, into the right kind of formation by working with people to get to where they want to go. So yeah, although they aren't the active one leading the charge, behind the scenes, they can set up events very well, very effectively. And that's how their introverted feeling is used as a tool to support their NI and FE. All right. So that's what I'd say about the INFP, the dual type to the ESTP.
If you feel much more knowledgeable from watching this video, just think about what you could do if you knew how to apply what you had learned. In the Type Mastery pathway, you'll learn how to accurately type other people, and if you're ready to take the final exam, you can earn a certificate accrediting you as a WSS Socionist. Again, for more information, click the link in the description below.
The ESFP, the opportunist, to continue my Explain Correctly series. So why the opportunist for the ESFP? Well, the idea is that out of all the types, this is the one that is most alert in the present to the opportunities around them that they might be able to pursue or potentially exploit, to essentially seek opportunities to advance their personal achievement, you could say. That's a very big thing for the ESFP, and those opportunities can be both with it can be with certain tasks, certain goals, but can also be with people seeking opportunities with others as well. It's very much a part of the ESFP. They are also types which are unlikely to stick to a certain way of doing things. They are very fluid, very pragmatic types. And so for them, it's all about the various opportunities they can find in sort of a whatever works kind of way in that moment. So very versatile types, ESFP, and very much promote versatility. So first of all, let's start with the ego block. That's what they value, what they are very strong at. And for the ESFP, this is extroverted sensing and introverted feeling. This is a type which brings together both the sensory and the interpersonal. And they take an approach to that is quite politically savvy. What I mean by that is they are very inclined to read the amount of force of will someone can have in a certain environment, someone's potential ability to be of aid or to be a threat. And they're very confident in being able to assess that in a person, assess the character of someone, that person's intentions, and whether those intentions are going to be beneficial or potentially harmful in their intentions. And ESFPs are very good at setting up their relationships with people based on their assessment of character. And the idea is that for them, they work with various relationships to their advantage. They are a type whose strength, whose power, whose ability to independently achieve is also based on the relationships they are able to form, the networks they are able to build. So yeah, in each relationship, they're going to be the more dominant one in that relationship. Now, the idea is that we have the dominant function here, which is extroverted sensation. So first and foremost, the ESFP is going to be about having that impact on the moment, getting what they want in that particular moment. They are highly tactical people. They're very alert. They're very quick-minded. They're able to very swiftly move from noticing a problem or seeing an opportunity and acting upon it and being there first. These are very competitive types. They want to get there first before anyone else. And they're going to make sure they're going to get there first before anyone else. Very, very quick actors, the ESFP. Now, the idea is that there is something concrete or tangible which they want to be achieving. They want to be successful often. They want to be able to overcome any kind of barriers in their life. And first and foremost, they want to be able to exercise their autonomy on their surroundings. These are not types who will give over their power and autonomy to someone else. In any relationship they form, they will be the more dominant one. They will make sure that no one is in charge of them. They are in charge of themselves. It's not that they want to control others. It's just that they won't let anyone else be the controller of them. And that's the key thing, to protect their independence. Now, supporting this kind of extroverted sensation is far more independently minded, more about achievements, more about overcoming obstacles and exploiting opportunities. But to support this is their introverted feeling. So the idea here is that the ESFP is someone who's a very quick read of character. They very quickly know from talking to someone, from looking them in the eye, from reading their body language, how much they can trust that person. What kind of relationship is this going to be? They're also very tough people because of extrovert sensation. They're very assertive. They're able to get what they want. So these are also types who, even if you aren't the most savory character, they'd be confident they'd be able to handle you if you became a problem. And they'd be able to get that measure of you and what you're likely to do, and whether they can handle that sort of potential confrontation or not later, because they're very good at confrontations. These are the sorts of types who are able to confront you, yet still preserve the relationship the way they want that relationship to be preserved. It's a very strong skill that they have. But essentially, that introverted feeling with the ESFP, it's kind of a harsh judgment thing. ESFPs, they get that sense of you, what you're about. If they don't think you're trustworthy, they're going to create the appropriate boundary or distance with you. They're not going to let you in close. They're going to let you near to their actual friends and the people who they think actually be protective from you if you're of an unsavory character. But likewise, if they form a good friendship with you, they'll be out to protect you. They'll be out to do things for you because they won't expect to be one way, for it to be, transactional to some degree, but they're very able to understand what someone is and what kind of relationship to build with each person. And in this, the introverted feeling is the more flexible part to suit them in pursuing what they want, in going after the things which are their desires. They are very good at building the right relationships which are conducive to this. And they'll build a different kind of relationship with each person. Each person treated as an individual. And in each case, that relationship will serve the interests of ESFP very effectively. Again, they always are dominant in their relationships. They need to be able to think decisively, act autonomously, and the relationships help to preserve it. It's having these allies, which means that an ESFP is never going to be a type you can remove your autonomy from, at least ideally, because they've got friends, they've got people who are going to help if needed. And similarly, they'll be more than willing with their energy to go out and help others who have earned their loyalty. So yeah, that's what I say about introverted feeling. Now I have a superego block. This is what the ESFP isn't good at and doesn't value. So this is essentially the theoretical space. ESFPs are not people of theory. They are people of action. They are people of success and going out and achieving material goals. They have no interest in theorizing for the sake of theorizing. There needs to be a point to it for an ESFP to really be interested in this sort of thing. Now, the thing they can do a bit more of is the extroverted intuition. ESFPs are naturally direct. They're naturally able to confront people very effectively without ruining the relationship, which is the key thing. But they aren't types which enjoy sort of indirect speculation on different ways of potentially doing things and just having a talking shop rather than acting. The ESFP demands action. They create the urgency for action to happen. So they prefer to take a problem head on. They like to use their force of will to accomplish this to some degree. And they have a great deal of force of will. They definitely have that intensity and desire to actually take action, which is very strong in them. But at the same time, despite preferring that more direct head-on approach, they do remain open to new ideas and new perspectives to a certain degree. They're able to recognize where thinking outside the box may actually be more valuable here, and we're actually getting a good number of different perspectives from different people in their network would be very valuable to look at a problem at a different angle, which could actually be advantageous. So yeah, the extrovert intuition is there, but ultimately they may find themselves exploring different ideas in the search for some sort of deeper meaning. But ideally, what they really want is access to that depth of meaning, that more significant approach, rather than just have the many different possibilities presented to them. That is subpar. But what they may actually have to end up doing because they don't have access to that deeper significance themselves. The other thing we have here is introverted thinking, which is the blind spot, the vulnerable function for the ESFP. ESFPs really struggle with the idea of structural thinking. They are pure pragmatists. They are a whatever works sort of person. So if confronted with different theories and ideas, they may just take bits and pieces and mash them together and see whatever works, even if what they have is completely contradictory. They have no real respect for theory and philosophy in terms of these principles make sense regardless of the situation. For an ESFP, everything is in that situation. How do things work? How effectively did it work? What would be the thing which you have learned from experience which would work best here? They're not going to then take that lesson and apply it in a different situation. They are not a type which is going to feel happy with you sort of generalizing your rules to many different ideas and situations. They may get very frustrated if they're trying to achieve something and there's red tape getting in the way, depriving them of their autonomous decision-making capability to think this is actually the best commercial outcome to pursue, or this outcome in general. They do not like this. They will question it. They'll think, what is the point of this? How is this actually helping? Why are these rules in place? And they won't necessarily, they won't easily appreciate the idea that a rule is in place because it all fits together better that way. They won't see the benefit of that. They won't see any sort of, they certainly won't respect that way of thinking. They'll respect, does it work? How is it actually helping? How can this be put to use? How can this be improved? And yeah, similarly, they are going to be a type which is also about, is also not interested in, as I said before, theory, philosophy, theology for its own sake. It's what's commercial, it's what's practical, what actually gets things working, what actually accomplishes things as effectively as possible. So, yeah, intro thinking is not their cup of tea one bit. And yeah, you may find they may actually end up being very erratic types. They may play hard and fast with the rules and the structures and the ideologies around them, not seeing any reason for why there should be this ideology, and that can actually lead to difficulty some of the time. Next, you have a super id block. This is what is valued, but which is not strong. So for the ESFP, that's NINT. That's the strategic commercial thinking. That's where is it going in the long run, and how is it going to work? How are we going to get there? How effectively is it going to accomplish our goals further down the line? ESFPs are not very good at this, especially introverted intuition, which is their suggestive function. ESFPs naturally live in the moment. They're about action in the here and now. They're naturally quite impulsive. They can often be quite headstrong and charge after things and not look further ahead to see why that actually may be them darting into a trap situation. They are people of action right now. And yeah, despite this, what they often benefit from are people who can look ahead for them and say, no, that's actually a bad idea. That's going to lead to this direction. They're inclined to listen to this. They still won't be told what to do. They'll certainly gladly be advised and draw from different connections and friendships of people who have that strategic insight, you could say. At the same time, the ESFP is a type which is looking for that deeper meaning and purpose in their life. You know, looking at the various possibilities and pursuing their curiosity is one thing. It still returns more trivial information for them. And what they're really looking for is something deeper, something which actually has some kind of, well, it lines up in some kind of meaningful way. It gives them a direction. Without it, ESFPs can just pursue multiple tactical objectives almost aimlessly. And it's the idea, they're tacticians, they're not strategists. They struggle to line up their various actions and exploits and situations and initiatives to some sort of longer term outcome to pursue. So that's one of the struggles of the ESFP. It's sort of detaching from acting right here, right now to see where things are going in the longer run. However, what an ESFP can do a little bit better is their extroverted thinking. And this is essentially what the ESFP grows into. They come to recognize rather quickly, having been sort of people pleasers, at least to start off with in life. And we'll go into that in the demonstrated function in a bit. But they move out of that people pleasing towards developing their individual competence and acquiring the knowledge, because knowledge is power, to be as competent as they can be, and thereby overcome more obstacles, become more efficient, more effective, be at the top of their game, utilizing the facts at their disposal. Again, ESFPs are highly competitive. They want to win. And to win, to go out there, to act intensely and actually win, they need to be constantly taking initiative, but also constantly learning, acquiring the factual information needed to become competent. So this is the thing. This is what ESFP is. It grows towards. They become more capable of acting competently over time by amassing more and more factual information. That information needs to be factual. That's very important. It can't just be a philosophy. It can't just be a structure for its own sake. They need to know how that actually is practiced and applied. And this is why they become pure pragmatists, because they don't have any regard for structural thinking. It's only whatever works best in this particular situation. And you'll see different, even leaders, political leaders, can almost lack any kind of ideology and not be partisan to a way of thinking or doing. But they'll try out different things, throw different methods at a wall to see what sticks, and go with what works best. That's the idea of extroverted thinking, with no introverted thinking in the picture. Next we have the id block. This is what is not valued but is strong. So this is SI and FE. They're sort of more cushy, comfortable, inclusive, positive emotionality aspect of someone. So for the ESFP, this is not valued. They could do it, they just don't value it. And as you'll see, with the ignoring function as introverted sensation, ESFPs are restless, ambitious, intense individuals. These are not cushy or comfortable. You may think of the ESFP in Myers-Briggs land as sort of cushy, comfortable, fun, entertainer, all the rest. But no, they are very task-oriented, and they need to measure the quality of character, measure the loyalty of people. If you get on the wrong side of them or their friends, they will make sure you you come to regret that action. They can be sometimes even a bit vindictive with certain individuals. Now, they're not so against the idea of vengeance against people of bad character. So they are rough and tough. They aren't soft and harmonious people. So introverted sensation is a strange thing to them. Yes, they will have the ability to see things in detail, the ability to decide what actually should not be in their immediate vicinity or space. They will be able to harmonize these characteristics in their day-to-day lives and be able to be relatively down to earth as well. But that doesn't mean that they are types which pursue harmony. Now, they will protect their relationships. If they are close to someone, they'll keep those people on side. So it's not as if they're at war with everyone. No. But what it does mean is that in terms of pursuing what they want, they will go after what they want. They won't seek the easy, peaceful route. This is a type which is about living a harder life that pushes them to their peak performance. And they really want to be at their peak. They want to be at their best the whole time. And they are hungry for that. And they will shift the goals of their achievement further and further as they continue to restlessly pursue greater achievement. So this is where there's no real room for introverted sensation. Yes, they know their bodily limits. They know how far they could push themselves because of introverted sensation. But it allows themselves to push themselves at their maximum more frequently. Again, it goes back to that intensity once more. And that idea that they need to be able to overcome any obstacle that ends up in their way for their personal achievement. Now, the other part is the demonstrator function. And this an ESFP will use far more frequently. Now, the idea here is that ESFPs are quite charming individuals. They are very confident in their ability to win people over. They will they'll make sure they come across to you in the way they want to come across. They utilize both introverted feeling and extroverted feeling very effectively. They can both work with crowds and they can work on the one-to-one with individuals. They can build your loyalty, but also come across in such a positive way that they can actually win people over who don't even know them very well. They're just very good in that space, and they kind of take that for granted. Here's the point. Whereas ESFPs will take their loyalties very seriously, they will take their charm very lightly. They'll wear it lightly. They will know they're very likable people. They can come across well to others. They're okay with that. So it doesn't mean that they are interested in making sure that they are liked by everyone. They might not care for that at all. This is the idea. When they're less healthy, they may be more likely to be people pleasers, but over time, they become far more focused on their personal competence and capability. And so they realize, I don't have to please everyone. What's the point of that? That's not going to accomplish things. I'm going to instead focus on those individuals of quality that I feel are most important, that I care about the most. And other people, I can utilize extroverted feeling to maybe even provoke some drama if needed, if that's going to suit me, my finances, if that's what I want to be doing. Or I just may actually challenge people in quite a direct way without actually caring about the emotional reaction as a result, because I'll decide to do that. ESFPs, again, they don't care so much about the extroverted feeling. They're aware of it, and they'll certainly, in most situations, try to make sure that they're coming across well to people and winning people over. but they don't pursue that intrinsically. And that's the key thing. They're able to be highly charismatic, able to win over people of different points of view very effectively. They can make natural leaders even and find the way to pitch things to win people over in their team very effectively. But they don't need to be liked. They need to feel competent. And so they can be happy to compromise in this area if need be. They're certainly going to want people around them who are not charmers, who are not schmoozers, but people who are actually very direct and very blunt. People they can trust speak the truth. They don't care about being flattered. They don't care about how things are coming across in terms of the emotional side. They can just work in that area very effectively. And they also are very good at looking at the mood to gauge how well they're doing, because they are very much keep an eye on what the mood is like and how to respond to that. So yeah, that's to say about extroverted feeling. Very strong area, not valued for its own sake. So yeah, that was the ESFP.
Hi, if you're enjoying this video, you'll love the in-depth content found on the Type Mastery Pathway, our comprehensive course. Learn everything I know about socionics in over 20 hours of video lectures across 6 modules, with over 100 video examples. Sign up today by clicking the link in the description below.
The INTP, or the critic. So why is the INTP called the critic? Well, the idea is that this is perhaps the most, out of all the types, the most skeptical, the most perhaps cynical, the most inclined to doubt what is presented to them and wish to sort of break apart and criticize said issue or problem. They are a type which is inherently doubtful in their nature, inherently likely to say no to what is presented to them, and quite rarely will they express enthusiasm or say yes to things. Essentially, they are a very critical type, and they're also very intellectually inclined in their criticism. So that's why they're the critic. And what makes this up? So first of all, we have the ego block. This is strong and also valued by the INTP. Again, you may be thinking, oh, aren't they Ti and Ne? Well, as I've explained in my other videos, the idea that a P-type would lead with Ti would not make any logical sense. To be a P-type, to be a perceiver, it would suggest that you would lead with perception, that your dominant function, the thing which decides everything else about your psyche, would also be perception. So there is a logical inconsistency at the root of a Myers-Briggs type indicator, and people will be much better if they, in their understanding of type, if they were to drop these misconceptions and align to a more correct understanding of type. And that involves recognizing that no, it's not Ti that an INTP leads with, it's Ni. They lead with introverted intuition, and supporting their introverted intuition is extroverted thinking. Now, when you put introverted intuition and extroverted thinking together, what do you get? You get a very strong focus on strategic thinking. Where are things going? What is the direction of travel, of trend? What is also going to work inevitably or not work inevitably? What are the plans that are prudent or stupid in terms of their long-term repercussions? And this is basically a focus on seeing how things are going to develop, how things are going to turn out, and then thinking in a very detached and independently minded and critical way towards finding those outcomes which actually are likely to work. There's an inherent idea here in not trusting, not believing in just what is presented on the surface, but diving deep and thinking in a critical manner to think what actually makes sense based on your understanding of where things are going. How is it developing in the long run? Is it actually going to be useful? Is it actually going to work, or is it not? You're not going to simply do what people are likely to agree with. You're going to think for yourself and come up with that. That's the idea of the INTP. Very independently minded, very critical in their thinking, very strategic in how they apply their intellect to the world. Relevance and significance are key here. Thinking pragmatically, is it actually going to reach their destination is also critical here. So if you break it down a bit further, you've got the dominant function, which is introverted intuition. So the idea here is that the INTP is focused first and foremost on their mental wanderings. What is going on in their head? Where are things likely to be going in the future? Or where may it have come from in terms of the past? They're not in the here and now. They are very much about the long-term trajectory or direction of where things are developing, and how their imagination can give them a view of what will happen most probabilistically, and also how things are likely to have happened in the past leading to now. This idea of time being a sort of stream of cause and effect over a certain duration, and being able to stretch out one's perceptual feelers, you could say, back into the distant past and also ahead into the distant future is where the INTP is at their best, as well as dwelling on superordinate themes, any sort of deeper patterns or trends that tend to occur and reoccur throughout. So this is a type that's likely to say, well, this is the general trend and direction of what is happening here. This is where it's leading towards, and that's where it has come from. INTPs are going to be very comfortable at looking through the data and finding these overall longer term developments and patterns. Now, supporting them in this, of course, in their insight and their sense of how things will likely develop, and whether a plan is going to be stupid or is going to turn out well or not. Supporting them in this is their extroverted thinking. This is the data. This is the facts. INTPs are not quick thinkers. They are slower thinkers. They take their time to really process and crunch the data which they are inclined to gather over time, especially in certain niche fields and topics. The introvert intuition makes them very specialist in their focus. And then within that focus, they will be gathering as much factual data as they can that they feel is actually relevant. And by doing this, they are amassing knowledge. They're amassing different data points. And that gives them a sense of, okay, I got this intuition of the general curve of development. Now, can I back that up with the data? Can I show this to actually be leading to this and actually be leading to that? Or can I find that actually something is not working? And can I disprove a certain theory or a certain assertion of how the world actually is? And this is the thing with these types. They are not they're not theory builders. They're more likely to critique or break apart a theory, or advance a general trend or guideline simply based on what they can see in the data. Again, they tend to be very knowledgeable, very matter of fact in their communication, very good in positions where they like to be advising other people in terms of where things are likely to go. Very good, capable advisors, and be quite blunt in how they deliver that information to people so that people know what actually works and what doesn't work. So yeah, that's what I say about extroverted thinking in that auxiliary function. Now I move on to what is weak and what is not valued, and that is SI and FE. So yes, these are types. The INTP is a type which does not gel well, the idea of everyone getting along in the here and now. They are anti-collectivistic. They're very individualistic in their nature. They are independent. They do not want to be just part of a crowd. They make no effort to be included in some kind of crowd, and they certainly won't do anything to fit in. That's just not what they think as being important. And they have very little interest in the day-to-day social niceties and small talk, which can seem to them to be very bland and mundane, and ultimately vapid. They're interested in things of long-term practical sense that are actually going to be salient in terms of giving them useful, relevant, significant information. So day-to-day niceties carry none of that for them. When we get to the role function, is introverted sensation. So INTPs, they're not here and now day-to-day people. They're not very involved in the day-to-day processes, keeping things calm, keeping things balanced and harmonized, you could say. But neither are they a type which can't actually do this. They're not frenetic. They're not hyper energetic. they actually do have a certain balance and stability themselves. They're not very energetic, so that makes sense. They got also of great capacity, I would say, if they focus their energy to have that mind for detail in the day-to-day, to make sure that the thinking they're putting together is watertight. So they will go into things in detail in that sort of way. They can pore over documents and pick out little differences and that sort of thing. They can do that all right. It's not terribly difficult for them to do. But these are not types which are going to be furnishing the aesthetic of their space particularly. They're naturally types which lean towards detachment from the day-to-day. That's very important for them, that they are looking at more important things, higher things, more transcendent things, rather than things right here, right now that could be cushy or pleasant or comfortable. So they can do it, but they're not very interested in it. What they're looking for instead is a sense of urgency, a desire to act towards their long-term goals, which they don't not very good at doing themselves. The vulnerable function is what they can't do at all, really, and that's their extroverted feeling. INTPs often come across as either very sort of dry, almost not inclined to say anything at all, sometimes very sort of taciturn individuals, parsimonious in their speech, you could say, or they might actually speak a bit more, but actually upset and offend everyone because they have no interest in making the words that they say appealing to the public. They don't mince their words. These are types which are frequently very blunt, very acerbic in their criticisms of people, and disinclined to really butter people up or placate people or say things in a complimentary, positive way. They don't show those emotions very effectively. They don't think about how they can show their emotions and apply spin to what they're saying in order for things to be better received. These are types which focus on what the facts are, how to give them across, how to make sure that what they're saying is actually practical and relevant. They are pragmatic in this, of course. They'll realize perhaps, okay, I might need to avoid that sort of social environment. I might need to not speak up so much here because they may have upset people too much. So usually their default is just to shut up, basically, because that's far safer. And they'll say what they actually have to think in the right company. But yeah, other INTPs may just sort of offend people very much and be known for being incredibly rude, incredibly blunt in their manner. These are not types which are out to entertain. These are types which are out to inform based on what is of longest term relevance and what is factually accurate. They're not going to be particularly fun or exciting to be around. But at the same time, there's a certain dryness of their humor which can be withering and can actually be an acquired taste by some kinds of types. So that's what I say about the vulnerable function for the INTP. Now we have the super id block, SE and FI. So this is what the INTP actually values. These types, although they have no desire for popularity or becoming something they're not for the crowds, they are far more about protecting their intellectual independence and not having being made to agree or go along with something they know to be on the long term bad. What they are interested in, though, is an awareness of character and awareness of the different forces and threats that can be around them. INTPs are types which can be quite politically involved, actually. They have longer term outcomes they're interested in, and they might be interested in actually getting to know people in the one-to-one who can help actually enact some of this. INTPs, they also have that capacity for harsh judgment. They are a type which, if you were to sort of say betray them, you were to show yourself to be a bad character, they're never going to forget that. They could even hang on to a grudge for a long period of time. They very much lean towards that harsh judgment, that speaking in a very blunt and very, very harshly critical way of some people about their personal character. That's something an INTP can do very much. Now, out of this, because the point is, INTPs are not very politically able in the here and now. They're far more intellectual strategic. This is not an area of strength. the area of greatest weakness here is going to be the extroverted sensation, the suggestive function. So INTPs are not types that do quick action well. These are types who need to have time to prepare and think about where things are likely to go, what is likely to happen. They're not think fast people. Saying that, they can react well in an environment where there is a sense of urgency and a sense of pressure that can actually galvanize them to some degree to act in a way they didn't think they could actually act before. On their own, they are very, very much thinking slow, thinking carefully about what's going to be the next several steps ahead without actually then taking that quick, immediate action. But they are greatly appreciative of those who can provide that sense of in the immediate action, who can create that urgency, who have that drive, who have that energy to make things go forwards. INTPs, although on the one hand really wanting to protect their independence of thought, they also are a type who can be made to go along with certain things. They can recognize where there is force and when there is pressure, and they can be pushed into things because they know they do not have that forcefulness themselves to really push back. They can speak very critically and they can come across as quite intimidating because they're not very warm a lot of the time, but they don't actually have that much bite to whatever bark they might have. So if anything, they will give in to those who actually have a stronger, more assertive personality around them. It can sometimes lead to a certain passive aggressiveness from the INTP. They're not able to properly act out their aggression, but they certainly can admire the capacity for aggression in others. So yeah, I say about the extrovert sensation, it certainly gives their personal judgments that harsher, more intense edge, makes them more acerbic, more cynical, more witheringly ironic in their critiques, because they do actually like the idea of the cut and thrust of interaction. Yes, they don't mind a certain viciousness if that viciousness comes from a sense of outrage towards those who are deserving of it. Now, the mobilizing function is introverted feeling. This is not strong, but it is better than their extroverted sensation. And so what you find is that the INTP over time develops this discernment, not just in ideas and where things are going, but also discernment in character. Can I trust this person? How much can I trust that person? INTPs don't quickly make new friends. They gradually sample what someone is like to get a sense of their character, and they'll maintain close relationships on that basis. Once a relationship is close, an INTP can be very, very loyal, very much someone who is almost undying in their particular affections for that particular person. There's an interesting book, Wuthering Heights is a book which explores the character of Heathcliff, whose complete fixation on one character, his love interest, was at the expense of almost everything else. INTPs will pursue their one-to-one personal connections with a great and sustain that with a great inner intensity and loyalty and faith, which is almost at the expense of any kind of publicity. They will be happy to be hated by everyone as long as they have that one-to-one relationship with that particular person who has won their heart. That's kind of the idea for the INTP. Very loyal, but not publicity or popularity seeking at all. This also is what is behind their judgment of character, their judgment of people. You know, seeing people who are bad character and calling that out sometimes, if they have the courage to do so, and they know there are going to be no long-term repercussions for doing so. Because as we've known, INTPs can, of course, get into trouble by being too harsh, and that can lead to problems. Think of Salman Rushdie and his critique of the satanic verses. So yes, now we get to the id block, and what I will say is, actually, before I do that, very quickly about the INTP. Because of this nature, they don't tend to make many friends. They can often hold on to grudges for a long time if you let someone down. And there is a risk of INTPs becoming quite socially isolated, or perhaps not finding anyone because they are not inclined to go out and be gregarious and make new friendships and not forget the wrongs done to them in the past. That's one of the things I'd say. These types can often quite socially isolate and don't really desire to become included, but that can then lead to other problems, you could say. They kind of need to be dug out to some degree by a more sort of assertive type to find them, to get to know them and all the rest. Then their insights can be made valuable to everyone else. Block, yep. Extroverted intuition, introverted thinking. So as I said, INTPs are not about theory for the sake of theory. These are types who are interested in the longer term strategies. How relevant, how significant is something? How will it be useful to people eventually? They can, of course, do the theoretical stuff. But what they're going to be doing, at least, is be very precise and specialist rather than trying to build a theory of everything where it covers all sorts of different possibilities. They are critical, they are skeptical, they're not looking for the perfect theory to explain everything. They're looking for a tool which is the best so far. And this is best summed up in the work of Karl Popper. Karl Popper is very much an INTP, who said that if something cannot be disproved, then it is meaningless and therefore not even worth consideration. That's an INTP sort of thing to do. Look for how to critique and narrow the range of what is true to eventually get to some idea of what could be true. So you start off with extrovert intuition in the ignoring function. And this is the point, reiterating Popper again. They are a less is more sort of type. They are not broad-minded. They're not types which are easily convinced to take on new ideas and new possibilities. INTPs are types that focus in on a more narrow and specific area of interest and fascination, because this has the greatest significance for them. That's the idea. And in a similar way, they're not like to entertain new people and new friends. It's more, does this person line up to where I want to be in the time going forwards? Is this a friend for life rather than a momentary acquaintance? So we don't entertain new possibilities and distractions, because that could just lead them off course. They have no interest in that. Once they found their long-term path, once they found that strategy which is most important, they're not likely to be types that can entertain alternative possibilities. Of course, sometimes this can turn to a general pessimism for an INTP who thinks that something is futile and doesn't have the energy for extroverted sensation to actually go and actually pursue and make that into a positive reality. They'll think, oh, I've missed the boat on this. There's no point anymore. I guess I'll do something else which I don't like, even though it's never actually going to be what I ultimately wanted to do. And so they may look down upon the alternative possibility they are actually doing based on necessity. They won't try to think, oh, let's reframe this in a positive way and see how this could actually be very interesting. INTPs aren't inclined to do that. They tend to dwell on that which is of greater significance, and having lost that path of greater significance, they'll dwell on the misery of that, perhaps a bit too much at times. They're not the most cheery of types, you could say. And again, they lean towards saying no to things rather than yes to new possibilities. Doesn't mean that they can't look into new ideas and possibilities. Before they find the area of greatest meaning, they will look around a bit. They will take in different insights and ideas, but it's very much in support of introverted intuition, not the other way around. Finally, we get to the demonstrator function, introverted thinking. Now, INTPs, although they aren't really about theory for the sake of theory, they do utilize quite a bit of theory. They have the sort of mind which is very rigorous in picking out the internal contradictions between things. What makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and how to then see how the idea of the theory can actually be broken apart. So for a type like a gamma, which is this is the INTPs and the ENTJs and some of these other ones, they are far more likely to spend time in theory. They don't just reject theory out of hand because it's not immediately practical, but they're instead the type likely to go into those theories and sort of destroy them from the inside out. And that's the idea. It's that sort of very sharp ability to analyze something and pick out its contradictions, which is what brings them a great deal of strength. And they utilize both introverted thinking and extroverted thinking together. They have lots of facts and they'll pick out what the underlying structures is. But those structures which they pick out, it's really to support their pattern finding, their precognitive ability, their ability to predict how things are likely to turn out, to find the right models to support their predictions. That's the idea for it. These aren't types who then just dwell in theory and ideological thinking for its own sake, and they're far more likely to reject ideological thinking for that way. But yes, they definitely lean and are supported a lot by the models and structures they're able to build from their analysis of the facts and the trends over time. So yeah, that's what I have to say about the INTP.
Me again. The Type Mastery pathway awaits. We're currently offering the course at a 50% discount, so consider signing up before the time runs out. To find out more, click the link in the description below.
ENTJ, the entrepreneur, and I'm going to bust some myths about the ENTJ here. This idea of ENTJs being the big bossy boots of the different 16 types is not true. They can end up in positions of power, but that's not the point. The point for them is actually they're very independently minded and they want to achieve things in the long run. They actually have no desire to really lead other people for its own sake. And that's what's confused. They're also not nearly as assertive as a natural strength as one may think from looking at typical ENTJ profiles. But yeah, look at the entrepreneur, the ENTJ, not the field marshal, which I think has always been a silly name for the ENTJ, coming from Kiersey. And yeah, we'll just go into a deeper dive, really. So first of all, we have the ego block. For the ENTJ, this is what the ENTJ brings to the world, and it's extroverted thinking and introverted intuition. So these two things together, again, like with the INTP, the critic, it's very much about that independent critical thought. It's about thinking pragmatically and strategically. So over the long run, what's going to work in the long run is the key thing here. That with a sense of independence and especially independent achievement is very important for these sorts of types. These are the types that want to see things work in the long run fundamentally, and they don't want to waste their time with things which don't work in the long run or could lead to bad outcomes in the long run. Now, where the ENTJ is different to the INTP, especially, is that the dominant function is extroverted thinking. So this is a type which puts extroverted thinking front and center. And that's not about being bossy, not at all about being bossy. That's not the point of it. It's about being pragmatic. It's about looking at the facts. It's taking an empirical approach to knowledge rather than a theoretical approach to knowledge, right? It's gathering facts. It's having an approach to gathering facts of being as factual as possible, as based in the data as one can, of learning and casting a broad net of the data to know as much as one can on the relevant topics, to be as well informed. And the goal for that is to be as efficient and competent as possible. Competence is key for the ENTJ, and they want to maximize their exercise of their competence by gathering that knowledge, which is basically knowledge is power. That is the raw material from which they are able to exercise the most pragmatic, most effective, efficient, far-reaching decisions. And yeah, that means ENTJs never really, these aren't types which rest much. These are types which are always sort of on the go, being as effective as they can. The goalpost is always moving. It's never about, oh, I just got to do this and tick this box. No, ENTJs are not box tickers. They are, okay, what is the next objective? What can we do next? How can we get this other thing done so that we can actually move things forward and be as effective as we can? And they're constantly, that dynamo is being as effective as possible. And yeah, things being as efficient. If things aren't as efficient as possible, they can get quite frustrated. So extroverted thinking is there front and center. Again, it's not about being the boss of others. They don't care about being the boss of others. They just don't want anyone to be the boss of them and deprive them of the ability to be as competent as they can be in exercising their decision-making ability in service of their goals. So yeah, ENTJs are very much about the efficiency, first and foremost, which is very much built up from their factual knowledge. Now, supporting that is introverted intuition. So this provides that more strategic flavor to an ENTJ. It's not about the day-to-day practicality. It's not about things working well in the here and now. That's not important. That's seen as trivial for the ENTJ. It's about the achievement of long-term goals, right? Is this plan, is this idea going to work years from now? Is it actually going to be something which leads to a long-term outcome? or is it actually going to fall flat in the years to come? Is it just never going to work? Is it inevitable? So they've got a lot like the INTP, the critic. They've got that long-term scrutinizing going on. But the idea is that it's more serving the extroverted thinking now. The idea is that they want to be as pragmatic, as efficient as possible, and they see that in the context more of the long term rather than the short term. And they are more about, things of strategic merit, what is likely to happen. These are types which very much value their independent knowledge, their ability to draw inferential conclusions from the data in a way which, say, an ESTJ wouldn't be so comfortable doing. They are confident in their independence being able to draw these conclusions rather than having to actually see it necessarily directly in front of them. They have a more of a sort of intuitive, inferential dimension to their thinking, which introverted intuition provides. And yes, they're more like to see things in the general big picture as opposed to the smaller details, which I can struggle to remember sometimes. So yeah, that's introverted intuition. Now we move on to the superego block. This is the block which is not valued and not strong. So for ENTJs, this is something which they sort of have to put up with in the world. They don't like to do it. And FE plus SI together is that sort of day-to-day niceties, the small talk, the making comfortable, nice, pleasant spaces, that sort of more communal, consensus-driven decision-making. ENTJs are independently minded. They don't like to suffer fools very much, but they know that there's often a nice environment to be around, which they have to sort of curtail aspects of behavior to differing levels of success. Now, where they are somewhat successful in this is their role function, which is extroverted feeling. ENTJs definitely have the mask as their mask, you could say, an extroverted feeling, how you're coming across to others being the thing which the ENTJ has to sort of put on as a role. And why is that the case? Well, the idea is that for the ENTJ, they want to be competent. They want to get things done efficiently, effectively, right? But they realize that people don't always grasp that. Sometimes they have to think more politically. How are things going to come across to other people? How can they make sure they don't make enemies, which could then lead to problems in the long run in terms of them actually achieving their goals? So what ENTJs often do is, whereas privately they can be often quite harsh, in public they may put together a more sort of polite, a more sort of bland public profile, you could say. They should be relatively engaging. They should be good at actually, if they need to give a talk, need to give a speech, they should be able to make that entertaining enough and come across well and relatively charismatically to others if need be. They adapt to the social expectation of them to put on some amount of performance and some amount of tact in how they're coming across, basically. It's not that the ENTJ enjoys it, it's just they know they have to do it because they don't want to have their plans fail. And they can recognize that and they can adapt to that. So yeah, they can be relatively nice. Think of someone like Jeff Bezos, right? His social media profile, very, very bland stuff. You may see it. It's the sort of thing you just expect to see, where if you don't see it, you may think, oh, he's not a very nice person or something like that. So basically, extroverted feeling from the ENTJ is always about mitigating damage, social damage, political damage, which can get in the way of their goals. It's not constructive to be hated. So the ENTJ knows they actually need to be relatively liked enough. And that's why they do it. If they don't like it, if it deviates from them being factually true and oriented towards what actually works and saying what they think, then they feel like they're giving away part of their soul, you could say. But they realize they have to do it, and they are susceptible to that pressure to have to do it in public. So yes. Next, though, you have introverted sensation. And this is the blind spot for an ENTJ. This is the thing they can't quite adapt to. ENTJs are very much about doing whatever they can, learning whatever they can to overcome any sort of obstacle. But they never quite get introverted sensation. If you were to ask them questions about what they do to relax, an ENTJ will say, "Oh, well, I go on a run, or I might go mountaineering." And I've known ENTJs who go mountaineering for their holiday and come back with a broken rib in the worst state from when they actually left. This is the point. They don't really get relaxation. They don't understand or really process that natural calm and easygoing flow in the moment. these types are always switched on. Even if not physically, then mentally they are switched on. They're always having to think about something. If they are going on holiday, and they have to sort of sunbathe, that would be hell for them. They need a book or something to turn over in their head just to keep things going. They are always switched on. And they bring a certain amount of intensity, which is not always appropriate to the situation as a result. And it can be hard for other people to relax around an ENTJ for that very reason. They just can't really chill. Doesn't mean they can't be fun. They can be very fun. They've got extroverted feeling. They can adapt to that, certainly. But even when they're doing it, it's like everything is done a bit too much. So yeah, introvert sensation there is that blind spot. Sometimes ENTJs, in their pursuit of being as efficient and effective as possible, kind of drag their bodies behind with them. These are types who eat to live rather than live to eat. They don't sort of just stop and just take in, smell the roses, enjoy the sensory perceptions as they are. They might like a thrill. They might like sort of bike riding or something which is adrenaline oriented, but they don't really do the oxytocin oriented enjoyment of the day to day very much. And yeah, that can show up very much in them being a bit too intense. People, struggling to really relax around them, and them not really ever seeming to relax. And that can sometimes lead to burnout. That can sometimes lead to overworking, not realizing their limits and over pushing themselves, which is why it's often important for the ENTJs who end up so busy because of their need to be as efficient as possible. They need someone to sort of hold them back a little bit in that regard, set down clear boundaries so they don't run themselves into the sick bed, you could say. Okay, next we have the super id block. So this is the part which is valued by the ENTJ. Valued, but still weak. And that's introverted feeling and extroverted sensing. That's what's going on here. This is the harsh judgment zone. This is the part where it's about ascertaining people, character, setting up boundaries and going out and achieving things in a more concrete way with one-to-one relationships with people. And so ENTJs, they really aspire to become better at this. Some parts they grow into more, other parts they need help in. The part which they help in the most is introverted feeling. That's their suggestive function. ENTJs, they really need in life someone who can create and establish and set that right level of intimacy with them. They need a very strong, close, one-to-one personal relationship to be formed with them. Someone who gets them, understands their character, so that they can just say what is on their mind rather than put on that performance of being, all polite and gracious and all that other sort of stuff which ENTJs don't like to do but realize they have to do. Having that relationship frees them from that. It makes them feel as if they're no longer having to sell their soul to come across to others in the right way. They can just get to brass tacks, say what the facts are. That's what the ENTJ really wants to do. And they need that relationship of close, personal, one-to-one respect to do it. The problem is ENTJs are not good themselves at reading and understanding character. When they start off in the world, they may even be a bit too naive. Trust people who don't really deserve to be trusted, and they may end up being betrayed as a result in, say, a business deal, and they may overreact to that, get very sort of suspicious of people next, become quite paranoid, feeling to test people and their characters. They can't quite fit. They can't just look someone in the eye and know someone's character. They have to gather data. They have to gather statistics over time, longitudinal data on the person to know how much they really can trust them or not. And that can be quite a challenge in some relationships. ENTJs are not easy to date, I would say. But the point is, if they meet someone who is really solid in their loyalty, who makes very clear through their actions, with no doubt, that they are fixed in that relationship, they know where they stand, that person, as the ENTJ needs. They need someone who also can sort of keep them on their toes a little bit as well, someone who can challenge them, who can sort of talk back to them when they may be getting a bit too much, being a bit sort of difficult in their pursuit of what is most efficient and effective in the long run, and not actually keeping things balanced and not pursuing that golden mean. So yeah, a personal close one-to-one relationship is incredibly important for an ENTJ. Without it, they just go out into the world and they achieve and they get things done, and they end up, in like their 50s and alone. ENTJs are naturally independent. It's not easy for them to build these sort of chummy, close one-to-one relationships. To to move beyond the transactional and business-oriented to the very deep and personal. That's where they need a bit of support from someone else. However, the mobilizing function, extroverted sensation, this is what an ENTJ takes on as their project to grow in and get better at. ENTJs can be quite critical of their strength, their assertiveness. They often feel as if they're actually secretly quite a weak person, someone who can be pushed around, and they don't want to be pushed around at all. They take it very much as a chip on their shoulder sometimes, that they need to assert themselves. They need to show, you can't tell me what to do. You can't push me around. I'm not going to dance to your tune. ENTJs have that independent achievement drive. They don't want to be subordinate to other people's will that could take away their independence and their ability to make their own decisions. So they're motivated to go out and achieve in a concrete way in the world so that no one else can establish power over them. And so they can maintain their independence for all time. Very important for an ENTJ to be able to do that. And that achievement, that restless, relentless drive, it adds to that intensity. Not only are they very efficient and effective, but they're very much got that sort of nervous energy to constantly go out and try to push themselves and try to overcome obstacles in order to achieve more. But the point is, they don't start out physical, they start off more mental. These are the more nerdy types who start to learn martial arts and toughen up over time. Think of people like Sam Harris learning, I think it's judo or karate, something like that. This idea that for them it's about toughen yourself up. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps and learn to be a tough person. Don't be weak and pathetic like you were when you were a child. That kind of thing can be quite a thing for an ENTJ. And yeah, they derive a lot of esteem from their ability to have toughened up, essentially. And sometimes that can get a bit much. They don't know how to read the nuances. They may over-egg their aggression in the moment. They may come across ridiculously, such as Quentin Tarantino in that famous interview, I'm Shutting Your Butt Down, with Krishnanga and Arthi. It's a very good example of the ENTJ where that sort of mobilizing extroverted sensation have a bit of a freak out over feeling like he's being told what to do and being sort of like a show monkey. And finally, we get to the id block. The id block, this is the part which is not valued, but is very strong. So first of all, we have the ignoring function for the ENTJ, which is introverted thinking. And here's the point, right? ENTJs are the least theoretical out of the NTs, right? They have little interest in structure and theory for the sake of theory. For them, it's all through the lens of how can it be used? How is this effective? How is this useful? How's it going to help me in achieving my goals? That's the point. They don't like theory for its own sake. They don't like ideological thinking. They cannot stand bureaucracy and structure and red tape getting in the way of them doing things which are effective. They're very much like the ESFP in this regard. They share that same distaste for bureaucracy. They're going to look at the rules and think, okay, how can we improve this better? Let's not stick into our comfort zones. Let's not do things just because that's the way it's been done before. Can we actually improve it? What data can we gather to actually optimize this process that actually works more effectively in the long run? So they're going to get frustrated with the structures and the rules. They're not going to like people saying, well, that's just not how it's done. That's not coherent with this and consistent with this. ENTJs are happy to chop and change things to make things work more efficiently and effectively. But unlike an ESFP, it's not a real blind spot. They can do the analysis of the structure. They can understand the principles underlying it. It's just not important to them, not compared to how things work. And so they'll utilize introverted thinking where it is useful. They're good at working with rules and structures as guidelines to lead to more effective practices in the long run. That's what they can do. They can work with that well, but it's only when it suits efficiency we see them utilizing introverted thinking in that sort of way. So yeah, analytical prowess, yes, but a focus on structure and ideology or theory for the sake of theory, absolutely not. Finally, we get to the demonstrative function, extrovert intuition. Now, this an ENTJ shows a lot more of. right? But without the introverted thinking so much. So it's very much about that sort of innovative problem solving which comes out, which is what they share of the ENTP, right? ENTJs are very good at casting a broad net into different ideas, broad interests, different things which could turn out to be useful. They start off in the world being very curious, very open. When they're not sure of themselves, they go back to speculating and turning different possibilities over in their heads. When they're more confident, they go towards extrovert sensation. They become more proactive, more assertive, more able to push things through. But to begin with, they're more likely to give things a chance, see where it could go. They're the most open-minded out of the gammas, I would say, for that very reason. But yeah, what extrovert intuition does very well is work in tandem with their introverted intuition. So it's not new ideas for the sake of new ideas. It's gathering data from all the different possibilities, all the different influences and interests to then direct that towards something of long-term relevance and importance, to synthesize that into a roadmap for long-term success. So yeah, that's what I'd say about the ENTJ.
You might not be ready to purchase the Type Mastery Pathway all at once. That's fine. If you want to get a taster, you can now purchase specific modules one at a time. How about Module 4, which looks at every one of the 16 types in depth, including how they adapt and change their behaviour across different situations? Find out more by clicking the link in the description below.
The ISFJ, the Guardian. So I'm going to explain this type correctly now. So what is it about the ISFJ, the Guardian? I'd say it's one of the most misunderstood of the types from the MBTI perspective. I think one of the key issues is that people assume that ISFJs are kind of soft creatures, very sort of submissive, the sorts of people who would be human doormats, you might suggest. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, given that even in the Myers-Briggs, they can often be called the Guardian. Well, I think the word the Guardian is actually a very insightful name that is often given to the ISFJ, because it points out that no, they are not doormats at all. They're actually quite rough and tough types, if anything. So I like to begin just by reiterating what I said before, that when it comes to the introverted types, Myers-Briggs Type Indicator has gotten it hopelessly wrong in setting out that the judging types, they are judging because they have extroverted rationality as one of their two top functions. No, this makes no sense. I've talked about this in J versus P, if you would watch that video. No, the ISFJ I'm talking about is actually the one which has as its ego block FI plus SE. I would say this is the correct ISFJ because its leading function is, or dominant function is feeling, right? A judging function in the dominant position is what I believe should make something a judging type. So on that basis, what can we say about the ISFJ, which has FI plus SE in its ego block, the ego block being what it brings to the world, essentially? Well, FI plus SE, when put together, as I said, is not soft. It's kind of tough. It is about discernment of character and the establishment of boundaries to protect against those of bad character and to be able to defend those whom you feel close to. In this way, the word guardian is very apt to the nature of the ISFJ. A social guardian, someone who is fiercely loyal towards those they are close to and very assertive and even aggressive towards those they see as threats. So we start with the dominant function, introverted feeling. So introverted feeling is about that personal assessment and attitude formation. So ISFJs, these are types who are very inclined towards judgment of character in individuals. And based on their judgment of character in individuals, they form very close, quite tight relationships. They are very relationship driven. Now, they're very good at quite quickly getting a sense of a person. And the idea is that they don't easily change their mind once they've gotten that view of a person. At the same time, they are highly, highly loyal towards those people whose character they have read to have been one that they feel is worthwhile being especially close to. And they're very good at moving to establish intimacy with such people and making it very clear in their actions where they stand with such people. At the same time, they have a great deal of strength and flexibility in their introverted feeling because it's also very strong. So they can set up the right kind of relationship with each sort of person. They'll know that this person should be very close. That person is definitely untrustworthy and should be kept very, very far away from them and those who they feel close to. But there's still a person in the middle. They know they can trust them just about as far as they can throw them. And they can throw them somewhat, so they can trust them somewhat in these circumstances. They're going to find out, how am I going to work with you? And at what level of length am I going to keep you still away from me? What this means is that ISFJs are not the sort of people who just quickly warm to people. They're people who need to assess what you are like first, and that will decide the relationship that they are going to have with you. And yes, this is an area of great confidence for them, being able to read people based on their assessment of character. And the question is, how do they get a sense of people's character? It's less of an intuitive thing. It's more about how they are made to feel based on their assessment of extroverted sensation, which is the auxiliary function. So the point is, the ISFJ looks to real concrete actions and behaviors, physical signs through which they can tell personal character. So what has someone done? How is there something about the way someone is moving or behaving that is a bit off and a bit suspicious? ISFJs are very tuned in to these things. And once they can tell that in a person in a concrete, actual way, that is what makes them form their judgment. And it is very much harsh judgment. It's not a good faith judgment. It doesn't give people many chances. Instead, it's about, okay, this is my assessment of character. What am I going to do about it now? So they then move to action against the person or for the person based on their personal attitude. And that can mean using extroverted sensation to be the ready enforcer of the right sorts of boundaries they wish to set with each person based on their personal attitude. So if they like you, they will act to keep you close. If they dislike you, they will act to keep you far away. And they are very good at deciding how close you are to them psychologically by utilizing the physical space around them. So that's a key thing here. There are also themes here around vengeance to some degree and punishing those who have done them wrong. If you watch, say, a Quentin Tarantino film, he has a lot of ISFJs as the leading characters. He sort of fetishizes them, and they're often some sort of vengeance arc, you could say, where you did wrong to me, I'm going to do wrong to you, that sort of thing. And it doesn't always play out quite that way in practice, but there is a certain, if they really, really dislike you, they hate your guts, they can sort of justify to themselves doing quite nasty things to you as a result. Because at the end of the day, their morality comes from their personal attitudes, and they're very able to back up their attitudes with their actions, which is kind of the idea. And yeah, this is, as you can see, introverted feeling, extroverted sensation here, very much a social thing, but it's also a social thing that's also quality oriented, picking the right kinds of people, not just being friendly with everyone. That's an important thing here, right? People, and that awareness of people doesn't necessarily mean being chummy with all sorts of people. It's also about reading threats, reading negative qualities in people and picking those out as being a problem and being able to confront those problems. And even with people they actually do like, if they see problems in someone's behavior, if they can see that person not acting in the way which they know their character to be, they will call them out on it. ISFJs are very good at keeping people on their toes and being quite vituperative with their challenging and calling out of things which aren't actually in line with the character of what they've expected of that person based on their relationship. So yes, extrovert sensation is very much a sort of proactive, moving in, controlling use, which supports their personal attitudes. Now we move on to the super ego block. This is what is not valued and not strong. It is where the person sort of publicly ends up failing, you could say, or external pressures put on a person, how they actually meet those external pressures or don't. So here it's TI plus NE, introverted logic and or introverted thinking and extroverted intuition. So it's that sort of theoretical space. ISFJs are people of real actions, real relationships. How is this actually going to help? They're not so interested in speculation and theory for its own sake. They're likely to say, what is the point of this? You're unlikely to get them talking about a topic which is far outside of their own experiences. It's like, what is the relevance here? How can I use this? How can I move forwards with this? And often they may be quite distrusting of such speculative theory. First of all, you have the role function, which is introverted thinking. So this is where ISFJs are more adaptable. Often you'll find that they may turn to utilizing introverted thinking quite a lot, especially in terms of rule enforcement. There's often quite a few ISFJs who actually end up as judges or even in the police force, and they'll be utilizing introverted thinking quite a bit. This is due to social expectation. This isn't a or external expectation. It's not based on them actually liking introverted thinking. It's that they know what their personal attitudes are, and those will come first. But in an environment, they have to come up with a decision which actually is justifiable in some way. They need to turn to rules and consistency and fairness to some degree, or usually the rules that already exist. It's quite a conservative approach. It's not them coming up with their own structures and methodologies per se. And the reason they do this is not because it's satisfying, but because they lack that extroverted thinking to come up with pragmatic reasoning themselves. So they use introverted thinking. They'll conform a lot to the rules, to the structures, coming up with the conventional justification for why something is meant to be based on these principles which are commonly accepted, because that's how they're able to navigate in a society which demands a kind of logic of them, and this is the more manageable, even if less desirable form of logic for them to use. So that's how they utilize introverted thinking. Makes them able to be quite structured, able to be, make their case in, say, a court of law, you could say, very effectively if they need to, with practice, with good experience in this particular area. And it's the idea of it's what they've grown with experience, even though they don't particularly like doing it themselves. But then you have the vulnerable function, which is extroverted intuition. And ISFJs, for them, this is their blind spot. They do not easily see, or just do not see, alternative possibilities and perspectives and experiences outside of their own. They often tend to see things based on how they've experienced it, how they've gone through it, how they have felt it to be. So if someone is coming up with different ideas and possibilities which don't feel quite right, which actually seem suspicious or untrustworthy, and are adding to the ambiguity around what is they know in their heart to be good, or know in their heart to actually be quite fishy and untrustworthy, they're going to be quite put off by that. These are quite stubborn types in the way. They do not seek a broad range of interests. They seek to focus on what is relevant and important. So, yeah, they're not fanciful or whimsical in that sort of more intellectual, abstracted space. They need to know how it's actually going to be useful and relevant to them. So, yeah, they can be they can treat extroverted intuitive types with a sort of puzzlement, you could say. They don't quite understand why they're going in that direction or this direction. Why can't you be a bit more straightforward? And they are very straightforward types, essentially. So yeah, extroverted intuition, not really their sort of thing. And once they have decided on a course of action, it's very hard to convince them they might be wrong, because they put up the blinkers. They're not interested in looking outside. Why waste time looking outside of here? This is sort of where we're going towards. Similarly, if they've decided that someone is not a good person, they're not going to make it easy for you to change their mind. You have to really go in front of them and really show that contrition for them to really think, oh, maybe I will give you that other chance, because they're not inclined to do that. They're inclined to see your character through your actions, judge you based on that, and act accordingly. So they can be quite quick to judge as a result. The idea of delaying things because they might possibly be wrong doesn't really occur to the ISFJ. That's not to mean they're very hasty decision makers either. But once they've decided, that's usually it. They can be quite single-minded after that point. Now we get to the super id blocks. This is what is valued, but still weak. And it's in the realm of extroverted thinking and introverted intuition. The idea here being that long-term pragmatic decisions, that's what the ISFJ values. They don't like the speculative and theoretical. They actually have a great deal of respect for the kind of intellect that, again, is relevant, that is factual, that can be trusted because it is accurate, and is lending towards long-term outcomes of personal meaning to them. That is the idea here. So what we see is that, first of all, the ISFJ greatly values extroverted thinking, despite not being very strong at it themselves. ISFJs, because their extroverted intuition is actually not very strong, they can get sometimes they can get the view that they actually are quite good at certain things, actually quite bad at certain things, which can actually be sort of separated from reality to some degree. They're not good at accurately assessing their competence at things. Now, what they do, however, respect greatly is competence in others. And they'll get quite frustrated if other people around them are not competent. They want people who are competent. They often, when they're at their best, is when they surround themselves with people who are more factually smart than they are, people who know what they're talking about in their fields of expertise. ISFJs greatly value that. Think of, say, George W. Bush or even Margaret Thatcher. Their strength was often based around having very factually knowledgeable, competent, capable advisors. And their skill set is being able to pick these people, understanding the character and building the right sorts of relationships with these people so that they can actually be fed with extroverted thinking. Outsource it to them so that they can tell them from all the data that's available what is actually relevant, how can it best be applied, how can we achieve the outcomes we wish to achieve. So without that, ISFJs, they can do what they already know and have practiced and experienced, but they're not comfortable going into a field where they don't have that factual information at hand, that they haven't learned and practiced it carefully themselves. And so they'll just steer clear of that. They tend to be quite a bit more intellectually modest in that way. They're a lot more cautious about trying something new out, right, in case it doesn't work, and they're not able to know if it would work or not until they've actually tried it out and tested it. Again, it's that sort of conservatism that comes into play for the ISFJ. At the same time, once they actually are able to be advised through that and knowing this will work, then they become far more appreciative in that area, and they can be far more confident in that. The problem is then continuously then assessing, is this working or not? And that's the problem with it. They're not good at then checking and seeing, is it still working? Because they knew it was working from before, but is it working now? Unless they have that factual expertise and advice, often they can't necessarily tell. And that can lead to problems later down the line. Now, what the ISFJ, what you find is that without extroverted thinking, ISFJs get caught up in that sort of more structural, rigid law-based thinking. But what they really want is that dynamic flow of advice and facts. And usually the one thing that can change an ISFJ's mind is someone who knows their stuff factually, who presents the evidence in front of them after having managed to get them to give them the time to show them the factual evidence. Then an ISFJ can actually change their mind. They're more able to change their mind than, say, an ISTJ for this very reason. And there is a certain logical humility in the ISFJ around this, although it's not nearly as obvious as you'll find with, say, an INFJ, which we'll cover in future videos. Because again, they're not so open-minded. They are changeable based on factual evidence, but they don't give enough chances usually, because extrovert intuition is their vulnerable function. Next, you have the mobilizing function, introverted intuition. So this is what the ISFJ grows towards, that sense of not just, what relationships work here and now, but what relationships work for the long term. ISFJs are interested in essentially who are the people they're going to be spending the rest of their lives with. And in this, they're very happy to limit the possibilities by finding those most meaningful relationships. ISFJs aren't looking to be friends with everyone. They're looking to be friends with those particular few that they find are really top characters who they have a very special bond with. At the same time, ISFJs like to belong and join in with something bigger and greater than themselves. This is an important calling for them, that they actually find something which works on a grander scale than just their day-to-day experiences. It's not speculating, it's not considering all the different possibilities and leaving all sorts of options open. No, this is about finding a lifelong commitment. ISFJs grow to feel committed to something which extends far beyond just them, but which makes them feel part of that thing that is going ahead, essentially. So you'll find many ISFJs have a calling. I was speaking to one ISFJ recently who joined the military for that very sort of reason. That is their line of growth, to find the transcendent calling, you can say. Some ISFJs can develop quite a spiritual side to them. They may get interested in things like tarot card readings or things like that of a sort of more esoteric basis. Again, it's not just the result of idle speculation. They actually think this grants personal meaning to them in their lives, and that's why they're likely to do it. Or I've known of examples such as, the dictator Sulla in classical Rome, who was told by an oracle that he would achieve greatness and die at the peak of his power or something like that. And so he really believed in that destiny, and he allowed that destiny to motivate him forwards in life. So yeah, introvert intuition is a big deal for ISFJs. The main thing is, once they find that vision, they are not looking outside of the vision. They have their blinkers up usually, and they're very one-track minded past that point. Right, finally, we come to the id block. The id block is what is not valued, but it is strong. So yeah, this is the area of positive, friendly, comforting emotionality, right? Pleasantness in the day-to-day, having fun, chilling out, right? So again, strong at this, but don't actually value this. And there are two main approaches here. You've got the ignoring function, which is the one which is used as little as possible, basically, and that is extroverted feeling. So out of all the sensing feeling types, which I like to call the socialites, the ISFJ is the least warm. And as a result of being the least emotionally warm, because they are ignoring extroverted feeling, they are not just showing their emotions willy-nilly, right? They can often be mistyped as thinking types. They may even see more of their logical side than their ethical side, because their ethical side is really the introverted feeling, not the extroverted feeling, which does more of the sort of social engagement stuff. So yeah, ISFJs are frequently mistyped as thinkers, partly because of his lack of extroverted feeling, which means they're not expressing those warm, cuddly emotions of everyone, and can actually be quite cold and distant to people before they actually get to know them. Of course, once they get to know them, they'll be very firm, fast friends, like fiercely loyal. But also, because as I said before about extroverted sensation and the creative function, makes them tough, makes them sort of people who really will hunt you down and gut you if you've really done wrong to them and their loved ones. So that's also quite tough. And this idea that thinkers are the tough-minded ones and feelers are the warm-hearted ones, it doesn't work when it comes to the ISFJ. They are warm-hearted on the inside. They're not going to show that to you. Why would they show that vulnerability to you? Do they know you? Do they trust you with that? Not probably no. At the same time, they are very, very tough and can keep it up. So yeah, these often ISFJs get mistyped as ESTJs, even or ISTJs. Margaret Thatcher is a good example of an ISFJ who's often mistyped an ESTJ, even though her extroverted thinking was very much outsourced, and her introverted feeling was how she could tell who she could trust, who she couldn't, and that's how she navigated, her way as a prime minister through her relationships. But anyway, extroverted feeling, that sort of the lack of it, the restriction of extroverted feeling makes them quite outwardly quite cold people, but they do warm once they get to know you. But yeah, they are usually quite expressionless, and in their eyes, they're trying to discern: can I trust you? Can I not trust you? What is this about? What are you doing? What is your nature under that sort of facade you're trying to show me? They're distrustful of people who can also just show and try to flatter. Often it's the case, like, what is this? I don't, it's not real. This is not genuine. I want the genuineness. I want to know I can trust this person and the facts which they're giving me. So extroverted feeling, yeah, not really their cup of tea, but they can use it. And once they have that relationship with you, they can be very socially engaging with you, and they can show that real warmth. And yeah, even though they can be quite blunt with people in their assessment of character, they are aware when enough is too much, and when they actually are pushing things too far in terms of how they're being perceived by others. But they're not going to bow and scrape to that either. Usually just won't particularly care how they're coming across in the public arena, because what really counts are their personal one-to-one relationships. So yeah. And finally, we have the demonstrator function, introverted sensation. ISFJs, they like the transcendent. They like what is ultimately more meaningful, and they're also pretty intense in terms of once they're fixated on something, or they have a close friendship they want to protect, they will be as aggressive as they need to be in that respect. So introverted sensation is sort of more cuddly, sort of more down to earth, sort of more just balanced side. You may think, where is that in ISFJ? Well, it's there. It's continuously in the background, but it is shaped under their extroverted sensation. So these are types which are very steely, which have that sort of firmness to them. And the introverted sensation is the groundedness which enables them to truly stand their ground, to remain fixed in their position once they've decided on it. And they are very grounded, very down to earth people. When they have been on their journey and they've accomplished the things they want to accomplish, if they've met that big goal, their default is going to then retire to the farm. Think of George Washington. Think of Scipio Africanus, or the old Cincinnatus. Of this idea of going back to your roots, not losing touch with your roots, is something which ISFJs do then default to. Once the things which they really value, the high stakes, high reward of the big picture calling, is not actually being satisfied. And they have one amazing eye for detail. They can be very scrutinizing in terms of, is this thing out? Is that thing out? Often they can mean that they can sometimes judge competence by looking too much at the details rather than the big picture, because they are more confident in this area. But it's very much a default go-to area. And what they really want is that sense of the long-term, bigger picture fulfillment. But yeah, I think even Margaret Thatcher, right? This is someone who was the prime minister of a country. She still cleaned up in her house because she just had that that orientation towards the smaller, finer details around her. And she was very, very meticulous, even forensic in her review of what people were doing. So yeah, that's introverted sensation demonstrated function.
If you feel much more knowledgeable from watching this video, just think about what you could do if you knew how to apply what you had learned. In the Type Mastery pathway, you'll learn how to accurately type other people, and if you're ready to take the final exam, you can earn a certificate accrediting you as a WSS Socionist. Again, for more information, click the link in the description below.
ESTJ, the practitioner. This starts off the Delta Quadra of types. So when it comes to the ESTJ, this is a very much maligned type, I think. in the Myers-Briggs land. I think it's understood in a very sort of authoritarian, quite parochial way. It's almost as if this type doesn't have extroverted intuition, but it does have extroverted intuition, and we will go into that very much. This is not a narrow type, it's actually a very broad-minded type, and grows to become more broad-minded over time. And I think the misconception of ESTJ starts with the ego block, what the ESTJ brings to the world, which is TE and SI. And you may have seen in my other videos about TE and SI, extroverted logic, thinking, I should say, and introverted sensation. This is not about hierarchies of control. It's not about being bossy and organizing people in a sort of, you do what I say and structuring everything kind of way. That's not the point of this blocking. That's not what this is about. TE and SI is instead about a sort of day-to-day practicality. It is a very empirical combination. It's the most empirical combination, right? The idea here being that you're looking at evidence, you are learning and trying things out via trial by error, right? You are, by practicing things, getting better at them, improving on them in a very incremental way, and in general, aiming to do things well, aiming to do a good job in one's work. And so when you think of the ESTJ, they start off with extroverted thinking. That's their dominant function. So extroverted thinking is, again, it's about facts, it's about practicality, it's about how things are done in a pragmatic way, how things can be made to work more efficiently and effectively, etc. And the ESTJ is no exception. This is a type that is very much about how you are doing things. This is a very much a process-oriented type. ESTJs are constantly thinking in terms of the facts, the evidence, how they see things working. It's a very important thing, right? It's that they gather knowledge from empirical data, and by testing things. If it hasn't been tested, if they can't see it in front of them, then they are disinclined to even believe it. These are types of very about testing and making things work and incrementally improving them. And they are strongly driven to do as well as they can in any particular thing they set their minds to. This makes them incredibly productive, highly efficient, effective types. These are the ones who are perhaps the best out of all the types at just sort of getting things done to a good level of quality. And yeah, often these are types which are very sort of factually capable, very competent people. You want these people in your organization. They will be doing a good job of what they're doing. They are very good at managing things effectively. It's because they're just very good at taking in and understanding factual data, knowing how it can be applied best in the particular situation in front of them. And yeah, extroverted thinking is driving that. Very much about, improving things, doing things well. Often the type which has factual advice to offer to others as well, especially people they feel an affinity for. They'll want to share something which I think could actually be helpful, could be useful. It could be going on a very, very long, quite dry lecture on a certain subject where they're sort of telling you about all the different facts involved in this particular case. And they're not inclined to sort of filter out those facts either. It's very much about giving you the full sense of the information so that you can make the most effective decision. So that's what I say about the extroverted thinking of ESTJ. There's a general hope that they have that you are someone who's similar to them, is about learning and growing and getting better at things. And so you want to take in this information and apply it in the best way possible. And so they have that expectation. They almost assume that people want to grow and develop and get better. And they get kind of disappointed people don't do that sometimes. They're not quite sure what to do in those sorts of occasions. Now, supporting extroverted thinking is an introverted sensation. So this flavors the extroverted thinking towards that sort of day-to-day local effect. How is the information being applied in our immediate space in a way which is going to better better achieve better achieve better processes. Essentially, it's not about long-term goals so much. It's, is the process good? Is the quality of how this thing is working as optimized as it can be? That's the idea. And in that, they're also thinking of things like conservation of energy, right? Minimal waste of resources going into how things are working. These are types who hate to waste things. They very much prefer to be tinkering with the process to really fine tune it to make it as effective as possible. So that's how introverted sensation is sort of supporting and flavoring their extroverted thinking. So yeah, very much grounded in that sort of day-to-day sense data, which is supporting how they're achieving sort of this attention to process. And again, very much about a marginal fine-tuning as opposed to sort of rapid jumps in inefficiency. But by doing this, by working very hard at things and going through things in all the different details, they can become very effective people. In fact, I'd say one of the most sort of effective in terms of the day-to-day tasks out of all the types. Now we go to the superego blocks. This is what the ESTJ doesn't value and isn't strong at. These are the external expectations leveraged at the ESTJ. And you've got FE and NI here. So this is all about, well, whereas the ESTJ is more of a sort of classic manager sort of type, the classic charismatic leading expectation in those who are managing is often lost on the ESTJ. These are quite dry and not particularly visionary types. They're far more about doing the best in the situation at hand. They have that earnest desire to work hard and do well in all sorts of things, and they're very good at doing that. But they aren't types which are known to inspire, and that's the thing. And when we get to the role function, this is extroverted feeling. This is the ability to create that sort of emotional effect in other people. Now, ESTJs, they manage this in terms of seeing the social expectation to be a good person in terms of how you come across to others, right? To be a mensch, you could say, to be a polite, to be to tell good jokes, to have good humor, to come across well to people. That is seen by the ESTJ as something which need to factor into their decisions. Really, what they're interested in is what works practically. But at the same time, they know that to be the most effective person they can be, they've got to bring people on side. They've got to get people happy as well around them. So they will cater and socially accommodate those around them. They will think about how the words they're saying are going to be received by other people. And as in all their things that they're doing, try to do a good job at doing that. In general, they'll try to do a good job at everything. So they'll try to do a good job at this. Nevertheless, they aren't really able to take that to unfamiliar situations which require striking a very different sort of mood. They tend to play it very safe, be very sort of conservative in how they're coming across. The expectation is you wear the suit, then you wear the suit. You do this, you do that, you do it in that sort of proper way. They're not going to sort of strike off in a completely unexpected direction in how they're coming across to you. So they're not looking to really attach their ego to this function. It's purely about fitting in enough so they can accomplish the more practical work and not have some sort of dramatic distraction. Next, though, you have the vulnerable function, which is introverted intuition. And for ESTJs, this is the blind spot, essentially. They do not gel with the idea that certain things are inevitably going to happen in a certain way, that this is a destiny, this is the future, this is where things are all inevitably going. Not the ESTJ's way of thinking at all. ESTJs are very kind of anti-mystical in a way. That's not to say they aren't religious. They can be, I've known of many examples of ESTJs sort of trying out religion. Some then can actually become quite religious, some just don't become religious at all, and they completely turn their backs on it. Richard Dawkins is a very good example of this. But what these types really do struggle with is the idea of the belief in things inevitably being a certain way without evidence, without being able to see it, without being willing to sort of test it in front of them. these are types which are quite stubborn in their intellect, in terms of they are not going to place their faith in something which, you know, is not something that you actually see and test and, you know, potentially tweak by applying new information to improve it. So yeah, what you'll find with ESTJs is that they are often going to be taking on projects that are may look good in the short term, but may actually look to be a bad idea in the long term. They won't necessarily see that. They'll just work really, really hard at it, and they'll think they're going to actually succeed in the area, and they won't. They just don't really accept the idea that it was never going to work, in the same way that they don't really accept the idea that you should just sort of believe in something mystically and sort of have this sense of calling. An ESTJ is unlikely to believe that you have some sort of destiny or passion to follow. Instead, it's very much this idea that no, you find whichever situation you're in and you try to do a good job in that situation, and you try to do well, and you try to take advantage of new opportunities as they come your way. But this idea of having a set passion in life is going to limit you and your growth and your development and how effectively you can actually operate. So yeah, they kind of reject this particular information element. Yeah, they don't respond to it very well at all, and that can be quite frustrating to people, because it means that the ESTJ doesn't really see the wood through the trees. They get caught up in sort of they get caught up in the weeds. They're more likely to start tweaking these particular things, but struggle to see things in sort of the overall picture. And yes, they'll make decisions which in the short term make total sense, which work very effectively. All the data is pointing to this, but they won't be comfortable making any of the intuitive inferential leaps which can lead to great insights. So yeah, they'll just get confused, like, where does the evidence show this? And you'll say, well, you've got to read between the lines of the data. And the ESJ says, well, yes, but I don't see anything written between the lines in these data. And that's sometimes a difficulty with the ESTJ when it comes to introverted intuition. They don't grasp the underlying point. I remember this one ESTJ is actually a sociologist, and his approach to typing people is very much, listening to particular examples and saying a certain thing and doing a tally and chalking out the tally of how it's actually done. It is an approach which is very empirical at all, but it's completely missing the point, which is that you got to grasp the person holistically. What are they about at the end of the day? If you break it down into how many times they say a certain word in a certain way, that can be very much context driven. So that isn't necessarily a good way of measuring type. You need to grasp the person and the point of the person, which is exactly what an ESTJ is not really equipped to do, because that is a very sort of see the wood through the trees approach, and they are very much instead do not see the wood because of the trees. So now we get to the super id block, which is introverted ethics, introverted feeling, I should say, and extroverted intuition. The idea here is that the ESTJ is a type which greatly values this and wants to grow in this. They also need a bit of help in this as well. It is a sort of an area of private aspiration and growth. And they find this is about an appreciation of the inner self, and the willingness to give people a chance to better understand the inner nature of someone and their potential to be a good person. That's what the ESTJ sort of covets in a way. They are a type which is very much about the external. They're much about how well are they doing X, Y, Z, right? Are they doing this thing well? Have they accomplished this? Look what I've done. I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, done this, and this. All about what they've done. And so they often lose a sense of who they actually are in what they're doing. And they don't easily stop and reflect on, is this really me? Is this really what I am about? Is it really in line with my intentions? Is this really in line with what is actually sincere to me to some degree? And these ESTJ almost lose that sense of their sincerity and simply doing what is actually practical and works well. There's a certain naivety to an ESTJ in terms of things being measured by their practical value rather than looking within to that spiritual side. So this is where an ESTJ really benefits from someone else. And specifically, this is in regard to the suggestive function, which is introverted feeling. ESTJs are not very good at getting a real sense of a person underneath the actions, just as much for others as for themselves. They often don't know what their own, if they actually are a good person under it all. They wonder what is actually driving them. Is it simply practical pressure? Is it the force of a situation? What they really need is for someone to look beyond what they're doing to the character within and say, "You are a good person, and I like you for who you are, and I want to get to know you and understand you more fully." They crave that sort of intimate connection, but lack the confidence to really form that themselves with others. And so you'll find that an ESTJ can often drift off into more transactional relationships with others, thinking about what is actually working, what can actually be best used to achieve certain short-term goals. They need that strong, intimate connection in their private life, really. And once they have it, they'll be can be very, very committed partners by having someone like that in their lives. By having that, it also frees them up from having to sort of put on that sort of menschy, good-natured performance for everyone else, because they know that's the sort of thing they ought to be doing. But what they really, really want is someone who just sort of understands them without them having to, dress things up at all. And that enables them to just be honest, just to be straightforward, which is what they really, really crave and what they really, really want. So yeah, that's sort of the introverted feeling side. ESTJs are types that place a great deal of value in these very, very close relationships once they actually built. The problem is, at the same time, because they are so driven towards their actions, they can often be racked by a sense of deep guilt for doing things wrong, for not being good enough in actually doing right by a certain person, or they could have actually done this better and done that better, because they could easily see how things can be improved. So they really need someone else to sort of validate their soul. That's really what it's about. They have that sort of self-doubt within, despite appearing very competent on the outside, about the nature of their soul and whether they actually are a good person at the end of the day. They need that validation. Now, the other part to this is the mobilizing function, extroverted intuition. What you'll find with an ESTJ is that they grow towards this over time. They become more open-minded, more likely to explore alternative possibilities to things. These are types which have to learn to step back from a situation. It's so easy for them to sort of take it over, which they don't want to do in and of itself. They're not looking to control. They just think, oh, the situation probably best be served me stepping in and helping in this. But no, what they actually start to learn over time is, no, I can actually step back and allow people to actually do things themselves effectively. And I can actually allow more possibilities to flow that way and enable more people to realize their potential around me. That's what's very satisfying to an ESTJ. Giving people the information, the means to actually find things and do things themselves. ESTJs are not naturally controlling types. They're types which value very much self-sufficiency, growth, and personal development. So for them, their growth is becoming more open, allowing things to go into new directions and new possibilities. And so, yeah, as ESTJs develop, they'll become more and more open-minded. Another thing to consider here is that because of this idea of there always being new possibilities, an ESTJ may often see their ability to be successful as being based in them preparing for every single possibility there is. Because they don't see how things will develop in the long run necessarily, but they do start to see the potential ways in which things could develop, they'll just plan for every single possibility. And they can be really, really anal about that, literally setting out very clear schedules, seeing all these different sorts of things, how everything is accounted for, really throwing the book at making their ideas work. having a plan, trying to really account for it and putting it into action. The problem is sometimes that still is just going to fall through. I can think of one ESTJ who ran a restaurant and it was never going to work, but he really, really tried. Wasn't successful. At the end of the day of the restaurant, it folded. But that's kind of the idea, right? They will take on the project and refuse to believe that it was never going to work, always keeping open the possibility it could work, as long as they account for every single possible way in which it could go wrong. So yes, that's one of the difficulties with the ESTJ. And similarly, they are types which are very skeptical, as I said, towards mystical beliefs, any sort of article of faith. They need to be testing it. They always go, it depends on the situation. You could also put it in this way. You can also put it in that way. They don't like simplistic generalizations of things. They're far more likely to see the many different ways in which something could be other than the way in which you have suggested it must necessarily be. And so that is a certain stubbornness in their intellect, a stubbornness in their sort of refusal to believe and to have faith in this thing as the truth. Instead, for them, it's all depends on the situation. You'll see this a lot with someone like a Richard Dawkins figure. But yes, okay. Finally, we get to the id block. And the id block is what is not valued, but is nevertheless strong. And so this is the sort of hierarchical command, control, impact on your surroundings sort of thing. Not what the ESTJ likes to do, but they are very capable of defaulting to this area. First of all, we have the ignoring function. This is what the ESTJ does not do unless absolutely necessary, and that's really the structures and the rules. ESTJs don't see things in terms of absolutes. They see things in terms of the huge volume of facts that they've been able to take in, absorb, and give out regularly to improve various processes around them. So they don't think structurally, they don't think ideologically. They're very much pragmatists, not ideologues. You actually may find out of all the delta types, ESTJs are ones most often found in politics because they're very competent and able to very quickly climb ladders that are based around competence. And that person does a good thing well, I'll make him or her my vice, whatever, because I know there'll be a safe pair of hands. ESTJs are the ultimate safe pairs of hands. But in doing that, they'll take a pragmatic view. They won't be extreme in their view. If they're on the left, they'll be on the right of the left. If they're on the right, they'll be on the left of the right. It's all about however it works in any particular situation. They don't tend to draw hard and fast rules. Nevertheless, they're good at, understanding these structures and utilizing these structures where they think it is handy. If for instance, in a sort of a pragmatic government or regime led by many ESTJs, they'll have rules, but these rules will be guidelines. These rules will not be absolutely ideologically upheld beliefs. And finally, we get to extroverted sensation, which is the demonstrative function. This is what the ESTJ is very good at, but does not care or value for in and of itself. ESTJs have a huge amount of volitional energy. These are types that can act very quickly, very effectively. In an emergency situation, they'll just respond quickly and sort things out. You can feel very safe around an ESTJ because they can react quickly and get things done and essentially take on any sort of physical challenge that comes their way. They are very robust in that sort of way. They're very confident in their ability to make split-second, quick decisions in that moment, much like the ESTP. They've got the same strengths as an ESTP. The difference is they do not value the more forceful, be the dominant or be the boss sort of figure. They have no real desire for that. They will underplay their forcefulness. Nevertheless, it does tend to take over on time to time. And so an ESTJ almost has to learn to almost take a step back and allow things to breathe, because they can often go in and they just sort of smother things simply with their presence and a tendency to easily just take everything on. And they have the energy to do that. This energy is what drives them to be a type which can prepare for every single possibility because they have the energy to do that. They can just get stuff done. These are the ultimate workhorses in the Socion, and of all the types. And yeah, this is what enables them to accomplish so much. This works with their introverted sensing to make them very sort of sustained high energy people who are able to work very hard, but then have their leisure, have their rest, and then get up and start working very, very hard again, tinkering on things. Think of a Thomas Edison with his multiphasic sleep cycles, accomplishing all these different inventions. Very much this idea of an ESTJ, just working through, trying this, doing this, doing this, doing this, like a machine, essentially. And the extrovert sensation very much powers them through that, while the introvert sensation directs that towards quality, detail-oriented work and sustaining things in a way which isn't too intense and doesn't burn out. Now, at the same time, the idea here is that the ESTJ is meant to be growing towards extroverted intuition. So when that doesn't work, then they'll go back. They'll default to extroverted sensation. The more authoritarian side can come out. The more aggressive side at times can come out when absolutely needed, and they'll feel ashamed of this, really. And the ESTJ, when they lose their temper, can be quite frightful indeed, but they don't want to do that, and it's very rare that they allow themselves to lose their temper. They're always trying to keep themselves under control, to be that sort of well-intentioned, put your best foot forward, very earnest figure. So that's a side to them they sort of are a bit ashamed of, but it is very powerful when it comes out. Anyway, I hope that was helpful for understanding the ESTJ.
Hi, if you're enjoying this video, you'll love the in-depth content found on the Type Mastery Pathway, our comprehensive course. Learn everything I know about socionics in over 20 hours of video lectures across 6 modules, with over 100 video examples. Sign up today by clicking the link in the description below.
The INFJ, the counselor. Now, a disclaimer, as I have for the other introverted types. I believe, and have good reason to believe, and feel free to debate and discuss all you like, we can talk about it, but I have a very strong reasoning to say that I think introverts should, just like the extroverts, have their dominant function decide whether they are a J or a P, not their auxiliary function. It makes no sense. It follows a very different rule to what decides who is an extrovert and introvert. And I think it's led to a sort of shoehorning of J-ishness and P-ishness onto types that shouldn't be so J-ish and so P-ish. I don't agree with it. I think it leads to a misunderstanding of the types and actually leads to a distortion of cognitive functions from the dichotomies that make them up. And we've discussed all of that in the past. You can watch the other videos in my Explain Correctly series to understand why I think the way I do. But I'm covering today the INFJ, and by the INFJ, I mean a type that leads with introverted feeling as a dominant function, and then extroverted intuition as their auxiliary function. Now, if you listen to this video and you type yourself as an INFJ, and you find that it doesn't sound quite like you, fine, very good. Watch the INFP Explain Correctly series, Explain Correctly video. And if that sounds like you instead, great. We found your true type. You're not an INFJ, you are an INFP when explained correctly. So let's proceed with the INFJ, the counselor. So as I said, the INFJ leads with introverted feeling and has the auxiliary function of extroverted intuition. That's their ego block. This is what the ego block is, what the type brings to the world. It is what they are best at, what they most value and identify with as themselves. This is them sort of in a nutshell, you could say. And for the INFJ, introverted feeling and extroverted intuition, what does that do? What does that create? This creates a type that is very inclined to try to really understand the inner nature of people and their intentions and their motivations and their character. That's what it's really about. And it's about exploring that. It's about never being quite certain or set in how things ought to be or should be, but more questioning the potential of character. questioning, am I doing the right thing? Is this good? Is this bad? How else could I interpret it? How else could I interpret a person's behavior? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It's that area of sort of doubt and reflection and questioning that's very much in this sort of introverted feeling and extroverted intuition space. And it's one that leads to the development of character and seeing also the character in others and sort of being quite disappointed when that potential within is not reached. It's all about what lies within and questioning within, not about acting without externally with any kind of certainty. It is the soul searching aspect of a personality when introverted feeling and extroverted intuition are together. And the INFJ is the ultimate soul searcher, I would say, out of all the types. They're the ones who really try to examine their character and where it lies in the balance. And so the dominant function for the INFJ is introverted feeling. So character comes first. This is about what is the nature of people. Are you a good person? Are you not such a good? Are you a flawed character? Introverted feeling is reading and assessing that characteristic of you, your traits, your temperament, your at the end of the day, your integrity as a human being. That's what it's trying to weigh and assess. And the INFJ is constantly in that state of trying to weigh up how they feel towards things. It's driven by their personal sentiments and attitudes. They want to know how they feel about this, how they feel about that. They know quite quickly, actually, how they feel towards things, what their whether it chimes or it rings with them or not. And they are types which are, despite that, not necessarily acting decisively towards it. It's more of a sense of knowing this is right, this feels good, and oh no, that actually feels like it's wrong. It doesn't feel like the right thing to do at all. It's not something that can be explained and justified according to logic. It is a feeling. It is a sense of, oh, I don't feel right about this, and that's going to weigh on me, and I'm going to need to think about that and turn that over in my head and worry about it. And INFJs do a lot of worrying about things that to other people. Why are you even bothering? Just do something. Get stuff done. Don't worry about, you got to break some eggs to make that omelette. An INFJ will be worrying about how they've broken those poor eggs and what that means in the long run. So that's a very clear area of difficulty, but also focus for the INFJ. It's, are they evaluating things in terms of their soul, and is it affecting their soul and their character? And they can be very hard on themselves for that reason. And similarly, they can also tend to hold other people to quite a high standard of character. These are types who also very much thrive on getting to know people in all their complexity, in all their messiness. They don't think anyone's perfect. It is an expectation instead on people to unleash their inner potential, but to also be very open and authentic about, being someone who's working on themselves, developing themselves. No INFJ will present themselves as morally superior. Rather, it's very much about them thinking, okay, I hold myself to a high standard. I am failing. I am a sinner, and I need to get better, and I need to improve myself. And I would expect other people to be of a similar mindset of seeing that they are sinners and how they too can work to become better as human beings. That is what it's really about for the INFJ. And supporting this is their extroverted intuition. It's not about acting on personal sentiments. It's about questioning and speculating around their personal sentiments towards people. INFJs are very interested in meeting new people, in getting to know people around them. New possibilities lie within each person that they meet, and they often delight in really getting to know in depth a person's character, all the nuances of who they are, what they are about, what makes them tick, INFJs are really driven to understand people as themselves on their own terms, not setting up categories or frameworks for understanding people, but really getting to know each individual as they are. And then being presented in something which they don't feel quite good about, they don't feel is quite right, they then question this. This is the extrovert intuition saying, but how else could you interpret their actions? Is it right to jump to the negative conclusion about them? Extrovert intuition will cause them to say, no, it's not necessarily so right. I might be wrong. We all might be wrong in this. And we need to see where someone may be misunderstood and where there is actually the capacity to forgive said person for falling short in terms of their character. And so an INFJ is a very, I wouldn't say laissez-faire in how they forgive. It's not a laissez-faire. It's not a sort of, not really caring. It's very important to them. But they also deeply want to feel that they've given people chances. They've really turned it over and they actually are sure that they've shut someone out. Because if they shut someone out, who actually did things for good reasons and they just didn't realize those reasons, then they've done something which actually is bad for their character. So INFJs give lots of chances. Sometimes they may give too many chances. So this is a weird combination. This is not a type which acts on their judgments to condemn. No, instead they feel disappointed inwardly and they judge inwardly and internally and may almost tut to themselves. But they won't levy that against you in a sort of overt way. Instead, it would be more, but how could they actually have done this? And maybe I've misunderstood this, and I'll still be a good person and talk to that person regardless of what they did to me. I'll turn the other cheek, as it were, because at the end of the day, who am I really to judge? Even though I know and I can see and I can feel all these other sorts of things. That's very much sort of the area in which an INFJ sits. So yeah, I would also say that INFJs tend to have very sort of eclectic interests. They like to try new things and investigate and explore new areas of interest. They don't quite commit to any one of them necessarily. They do tend to be quite broad-minded and interested in things. And yeah, in the same way that they are interested in forgiving people, giving people chances, they also give new ideas and perspectives chances in general. Yeah. Next, we have the superego block. This is what is weak, but also not valued, but still it's quite public. It's the area where they sort of are expected to do things and they don't like having this expectation put upon them. Although I'd say for an INFJ, if you put expectations on an INFJ, they usually try their best to do it because they feel they really ought to do the best that they can, nevertheless. So there's a lot of that going on. So you may find that INFJs, more than other types, tend to almost overperform because they never quite take the position of, I'm better than this. No, they'll always try and take something on as, there's this thing I now have to do and this is my duty to do it, even though it's very difficult and I don't like it and all the rest, but I'll still try to do it very, very much because that's the right thing. That's the right good thing that feels right to me. So yeah, now we get to introverted logic and extroverted sensation. These two together, sort of formal hierarchies of power, of structure, of acting with a sort of logical certainty. That sort of stuff is anathema to an INFJ. And we'll start off with the role function, introverted thinking. INFJs vastly prefer the deeply personal approach to people. Each person is unique and separate. You should not make one person as the same as another. Each person is a unique, separate, monadic soul and needs to be understood in their own terms. So introverted thinking draws sort of fair, consistent rules across. So INFJs don't particularly like this idea of sticking to certain set rules of how things ought to be structured. Nonetheless, they will do quite a bit of this and stick to certain principles and do what is, okay, that is fair, that is just, all the rest. Now, they'll do this for two reasons. One, because they recognize that you have to be able to justify how things fit together and make sense in a society. You can't just openly and almost devil may care say I like this person and not that person, so I will only do that, and I don't care particularly. If it's not fair, who cares? No, you tell an INFJ what they're doing is unfair, they will try very much to be fair and try to very much stick to these rules and structures, because they see that as actually a need to make sense of things, for things to be competent. That's the thing. INFJs don't particularly care about structure for the sake of structure. But if it is seen to them as a lack of competence and capability to lack consistency, then they'll be consistent. And they find that they can more easily process rules and structures than the more dynamic working out how everything works on the fly. They're not very good at that. But they can find, okay, here's the structure, here's the rule, but let's follow this diligently. And by following this diligently, actually, we do a good job. Then they'll have to lean into introverted thinking. But it's dissatisfying. What they really, really want are things to be dynamic, things to be pragmatic and work. And, how does this help? If they see structures and don't see how it helps, they'll sort of question it, not be quite sure, but they won't be quite confident enough a lot of the time to dispense with it to find something else. They need to put their trust in experts to be able to do that. People they trust to give the factual information. Then they'll do that. But otherwise, they'll sort of fall back on these rules and structures, even though it's sort of not quite right and it doesn't quite factor in the unique individual circumstances. When that happens, though, when they can see someone who in their mind has good intentions, who is treated badly by a rule or structure because that's fair and consistent across, that's when the INFJ will get very fretful and will internally object to how this rule is being applied across, because it's not done from a place of either mercy or compassion or all those other sorts of things. INFJs are very sort of, when you think of a sort of Protestant-like Christian of sort of the modern day, the one who's always trying to love thy neighbor, do the good right thing. It's not entirely clear what the rules are about doing the good right thing, but it's a matter of conscience and one's personal relationship with God. This is very INFJ. This kind of way of thinking is very much in line with how the INFJ tends to operate. So yes, that's the introverted thinking side. But then there's the vulnerable function, extroverted sensation. And yeah, INFJs, while they can comply with rules and structures and see how things make sense or don't necessarily fit together to some degree, they are almost entirely unable to engage extroverted sensation, which is that forceful action. INFJs are not quick decision makers. These are types which tend to spend a long time fretting and worrying and turning things over in their head, wondering, should I do this or should I do that? Is that the right thing? Is this the right thing? They get very caught up over that sort of thing. They'll lose sleep over this sort of thing. The idea of just doing it and acting is like terrifying to them. They won't do that. And they won't be forced to do it either. They'll just literally, they won't be able to tolerate that sort of forceful environment, which may make them do something which is, bad in terms of their character. They have to sort of really turn it over and torture themselves and eventually do something and then regret that thing and turn that over in their heads, etc. So yeah, these aren't types who act much at all. When they are wronged by someone, similarly, they'll default back to extrovert intuition. They'll question, oh, but what if they could have been thinking this way? And maybe they saw it in this way. So they'll just start giving more and more chances. They won't say, that person is a scumbag, I've got to keep that person at a distance, which is what an ESI or an ISFJ would do. ISFJ would do that sort of thing very quickly. INFJ doesn't. That's a key way of telling them apart. INFJ struggles to enforce boundaries with other people. I've seen INFJs who have learnt they have to try to enforce boundaries, and then they'll just go completely overboard with it. And they'll be like, oh, you sinned in this particular way, therefore you're absolutely like this, and therefore I have to, not even absolutely, I have to force a complete boundary against you now because that's what I've learned I have to do. They don't really understand the forces and dynamics of power. They don't understand really how to protect themselves, and that means assessing the level of threat and acting accordingly. They don't think in that term. So they'll, in most cases, just be overly forgiving and be taken advantage of, or they will, just isolate themselves off and cut people off in terms of just hiding from people because they don't really know how to handle the threat properly. So that's the problem with extrovert sensation for an INFJ. They really don't see it. They don't really understand how it works. It's quite rare INFJs end up in positions of power. They can do, usually almost quite naively. They may end up in positions of power. They may work very hard and be actually trusted by people for their character and may end up being given positions of responsibility. But they hate the idea of then turning it into some sort of formal imposition on other people. They hate to be a burden and an impact on other people. They end up needing a lot of people quite a bit, despite that. They feel very guilty about that, and they'd rather actually be able to do things more themselves. They don't like the idea that by them existing, they're forcing other people to do things. It really, they shrivel at the idea. So yeah, that's the extrovert sensation for the INFJ. When extrovert sensation and introvert thinking put together, yeah, really, really difficult. This idea of acting certainly and categorically which could mean mistreating someone or going against some sort of group or category. Yeah, INFJ cannot get on board with that at all. Everything needs to be deeply personalized, and then it's a forgiving, questioning, open space of the personal. So yeah, we can't really get on board with that. Next, we get to the super id, which is what is weak but valued. And for the INFJ, this is extroverted thinking and introverted sensation. So this together is about practicality. How you're working with things, how you're developing, how you're improving things in the real world. INFJs are deeply internal characters. For them, everything exists in the internal. It's about their character at the end of the day. And the world outside impresses upon them and exhorts them to change and develop and be the best person they can be in the world. So to make that sustainable, you actually have to develop some skills and capabilities and practicalities, which INFJ doesn't do very naturally or very well, but that's what they need. And they realize they need some of the external to help them with this very rich, complicated internal insight world of this. So first we have extroverted thinking. That's a suggestive function. It's very weak. INFJs frequently doubt themselves, their competence, their capability. These are types which actually work often very, very hard because they doubt their competence, but they want to do the right thing by others. They just really, really work hard and they blame themselves when things go wrong. They quickly doubt their capabilities. INFJs often, more than any other type, end up in positions of imposter syndrome, where they've reached this sort of high position because they've worked really, really hard and actually can be pretty bright and intuitive. And suddenly, like, oh, I don't really deserve this. I'm not really that good. I'm awful at all these sorts of things. What do people see in me? But they think they can give me all of this. So INFJs, they can doubt their capabilities. In other ways, they don't. In other ways, they can grasp for their intuition, their talent, their potential. They see that, but they also blame themselves greatly for their inability to then put that into practice in a way which actually is useful and helpful to people, and to navigate all the complicated practical information at their disposal. So what INFJs usually do, right, is they latch on to people whom they trust, they know to provide useful factual information. INFJs may have a number of friend experts, essentially, people they know over time. These people I really, really trust. They really give good factual information all the time. I can go to them when I need help, and they can tell me how to do things better. And from this, I can improve, I can development. INFJs are often found on self-help courses and things where they can be learning and engaging in that personal development and growth. Very important to them. But they never quite develop that sense of confidence in their own competence. They're always doubting that. They'll start doing things well, but suddenly they'll make a little mistake and it'll be back down to, oh my goodness, I'm just useless. And I don't really deserve to be here while I'm useless to people. something Hayao Miyazaki said. He needs to be useful in order to have a right to exist, almost. Is this sort of problem that plagues an INFJ. So much good intentions, so much in the way of good intentions, and recognizing such good intentions in others, but not necessarily being able to deliver things practically. And that also makes them more forgiving of other people. So yes, they require competence around them. They need that in order to help them to finally feel a bit competent in the day. And then there's the mobilizing function, introverted sensation. And this blocks with extroverted thinking. This is about practicality, not in terms of strategic, but it's the day-to-day practicality. How can I manage things and handle things in the day-to-day myself? How can I be self-sufficient? INFJ is a type which is not self-sufficient. They end up having to be quite dependent, but they really, really want to be self-sufficient. And they really want people to be able to give them the information so they can be self-sufficient while they lack confidence and torture themselves over this fact that they're not quite competent and capable enough. But the introverted sensation, this shows in the INFJ, first of all, in that localization of practicality, but also a desire for harmony and peace in of themselves. This is a type that sort of turns things over and tortures themselves, but at the same time seeks a sense of groundedness and acceptance of self. In fact, yes, I am imperfect. I'm a sinner. I'm not going to get high and mighty views of myself as being better than anyone else. No, I am just like anyone else, a sinner. Just as anyone else, someone needs to work to improve in my day-to-day actions. And INFJs are types that really want to be able to harmonize their relationships with others. They hate stress and pressure and things like that. They need peace in their surroundings. And they tend to, over time, take great pride in their ability to actually arrange their physical environment in a pleasant enough, not even pleasant, just everything in their particular spot, things being peaceful, things not being stressful. They don't like feeling put upon. They tend to be very unassertive in communication with others, because they just need things to be nice and friendly, and even friendly, just harmonious, peaceful, quiet. Many INFJs like to go out on their own on a nice walk, just to experience things, just to take things in. And yeah, they got a better eye for detail than, say, the ENFPs, who we'll cover next. They don't have the same sort of chaotic, frenetic, all over the placeness. They can be very impractical and struggle to implement and make things work effectively. But they tend to manage sort of the smaller, finer details all right. And yeah, they live out more of that humility and groundedness in their introverted sensation. So yeah, that's the mobilizing function of introverted sensation. I've known INFJs to really take pride in being able to cook a nice meal or do this particular thing and get it done right in this particular way. It's a means by which they can show their competence. There's a competence shown through a sort of detailed finesse, which they can grow in more than that sort of more dynamic decision making, how things work, fact-based approaches, which would be their suggestive function. And finally, we get to the id block. The id block is what is not valued, but is still strong. It's very much in the background, kind of done by the INFJ for themselves. So when it comes to the id block, we have the ignoring function. This is what the INFJ completely turns their back on. They can do it, they just have no interest in it. That is extroverted feeling for an INFJ. Despite what I said about INFJs being very sort of gentle people, very almost sort of naive to some degree in how they can let people tread on them, despite the fact they can read people's characters and intentions, they still turn the other cheek and allow themselves to be taken advantage of. Extroverted feeling is actually something they deliberately put away and don't engage in. And that's the idea of being sort of more sort of overtly expressive, showing emotions on your face, participating in sort of in social conventions where people see you to be doing these things, doing what is popular. INFJs have no desire to have anything to do with that. They kind of stick out quite a bit. They can be quite stubborn in how they stick out from the norm in terms of their personal attitudes and sentiments. They'll do what they personally feel is right, not what is other people may want them to or expect them to be doing, except that they'll try to do that in terms of the practicalities and be a competent person. So they'll try to do that, be very dutiful in that way, but they won't, for instance, put a smile on their faces because you're meant to in this situation. And they may, when talked to people, be very sort of sincere, but in their sincerity, be also quite blunt in saying things about people, and saying, "Oh no, you are doing this because of this reason, and this is why you're doing this." Because they can very confidently understand people's characters and intentions. They then won't try to sort of mince their words and find ways of saying things in a more sort of politically sensitive manner. They're not very politically sensitive. They're not interested in it. They are far more about saying what they feel is true, true in terms of their understanding of someone's character. So yeah, I know INFJs to be quite blunt. I know them to be almost quite sort of emotionally blank, at least until they get to know you. Then they'll start, then the emotions will come. But it comes very sincerely. It's not something they put on. They are very much anti putting anything on. They're very much about substance, not about style. They don't really understand style. They can be quite gawky, and they can be sort of not follow fashions or do anything of that sort. They just have no interest in it. So that's their extroverted feeling. It's very much not really done. In contrast, introvert intuition is done quite a lot as a demonstrated function. It's just not valued for its own sake. INFJs, as I said, are deeply, deeply reflective people. They turn things over in their head. They have very deep, penetrating insights. And they have this sense of knowing how things are going to be, how things are going to work out. And they just know. They can't explain, they just know. But they don't go all the way with it. Unlike an INFP, who has introvert intuition as their dominant function, the demonstrator function means that is actually balanced out with their extrovert intuition. So you'll find cases of INFJs knowing someone's character, knowing what someone is going to do, how a relationship will develop in the long run. And they'll be thinking about that. They can see that in their heads very, very clearly. But despite just knowing, they'll still give that relationship a chance because extrovert intuition is what is ultimately valued. So this is the type that ultimately turns over, sees the risk, sees where things are going, and nonetheless say, well, no, but I still really ought to give that person a chance. Because how can I really know for sure? And so they will. And say, yeah, I knew, but I also felt bad about not giving them. They deserved a chance, really. And I needed to be absolutely sure of myself. And then they're like, oh, you see, well, you could have prevented this. I know, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get myself to really. It didn't feel right to do that sort of thing. Yada 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 yada. Very much the INFJ in that sort of area. Anyway, I hope that helps with understanding the INFJ and what they're like. Very nice people. Very frustrating, but very nice people.
Me again. The Type Mastery Pathway awaits. We're currently offering the course at a 50% discount, so consider signing up before the time runs out. To find out more, click the link in the description below.
The ENFP, the explorer. And explorers, I think, is a good word to describe them. They are a type that explores in all respects, without bound, without limitation, essentially. Their ego block, the part which they bring to the world, them in a nutshell, you could say, is extroverted intuition plus introverted feeling, which creates that sense of perspective exploration, of seeing possibilities through the relationships that they're able to forge and create. This is a type that also is very internal in its nature, doubly internal, you could say. while also being a type which values the internal. And what do I mean by that? I mean, this is a type that is most interested in the development of potential. This is a type which is very interested in, for instance, developing their own potential, becoming and flourishing in all the different and various ways in which they can flourish. So ENFP is pretty much on a journey. It's on a journey of self-discovery and self-development and growth. And this comes from the NENFI, the idea that they have this inner potential that they want to tap into. And there are many other ENFPs who are also interested in helping others tap into their potential. Lots of coaches are ENFPs, psychologists are ENFPs, but they don't have to be necessarily interested in unlocking other people's potential. But they are definitely interested in becoming the best of themselves. So, yeah, NENFI is, when it's together, you can see this idea of benefit of the doubt giving, sort of a good faith judgment. This is a type which is who gets sort of optimistic about the nature of people and the potential that people can bring. They aren't a type which shuts off their communications with others. They're far more of a type which builds more of a network, and through the various interactions, they can unlock new possibilities. Anyway, let's go to the dominant function of this, which is the extrovert intuition. So, extrovert intuition for an ENFP is very much about possibilities of the potential within themselves, within other people. More, again, often themselves, but again, it can be with other people. The idea for this is that the ENFP is motivated first and foremost by their curiosity, by that sense of potential, that sense of something. Maybe if they just sort of tap into this certain area, they can unlock something new. They can find some other way of viewing an issue. That's very, very important for an ENFP. And they tend to be a type which collects a very broad range of interests and takes interest in a broad diversity of people. This is a type which sees the world as being full of potential experiences for them to engage in. And so they're often the type which goes out on the exploration, on that journey of endless finding out and seeing what else the world has to offer. So that's the extrovert intuition for an ENFP. It makes us a type which is very interested in ideas and sharing ideas, in thinking about different ways in which they can improve as a person, in not feeling curtailed or restricted by certain set ways of thinking. This is a type who always finds some other route, some other path to travel through the world. They're very much free spirits, ENFPs. They are very hard to tie down as a result. They are natural travelers. They are natural journeymen through life because they want to essentially tap into all these different possibilities. And supporting extrovert intuition is the introverted feeling. So introverted feeling, we've talked about this being very much tied to one-to-one personal relationships, but even deeper than that is the formation of personal attitudes. And the ENFP is very much in touch with their personal attitudes. This is the type which, although motivated greatly by curiosity and taking interest in new people, new situations, new things, also has this sense of evaluating, how do I feel about this person? How do I feel about the situation? What of these different possibilities are actually valuable and meaningful personally to me? How do I, what is my personal relationship with this particular field, this particular topic, this particular individual in front of me? And so they are very inclined to come up with subjective reasons for why they want to do what they do, which of the possibilities they want to be focusing on as their next project. And it also surfaces in this idea of developing themselves, that someone of good attitude is someone who would want to develop and grow over time. And the ENFP, rather like the INFJ, is a type which engages in sort of good faith judgment, who gets a sense of the individuals around them, their characters, their temperaments, and they'll be very good at sussing out the characters and temperaments of others. And they can have that same sort of disappointment in people who aren't quite meeting what they think is that inner potential in the individual. So they also have that that ability to build up a sense of disappointment in others over time. It's less, it's often less apparent compared to the INFJ. The ENFP is far more frequently acquiring new contacts and talking to a number of different people. Usually still the one-to-one, but they get through quite a large number of people usually. And in that sort of what some have called a social butterfly, but an ENFP would rarely call themselves a social butterfly. They are being, they're still evaluating what's going on in front of them. And this is kind of why I'd say ENFPs don't describe themselves as social butterflies. They often describe themselves as introverted. Because they have this sense of, oh yes, I'm interested in things, I'm interested in all these different possibilities, I'll go out and have lots of conversations and be able to draw together that person who I personally relate to. But in that there's also a sort of soft judgment going on, and yeah, they aren't, certainly not groupie people. It's very much where they do have certain friends, they're very close one-to-one connections. They can essentially manage their relationships with lots of different people in lots of different situations without necessarily giving all of themselves to a particular group. It's very decentralized. It's very much the idea of a web of connections and contacts, that they can see the potential of one person, how it would be very interesting that person were to meet that person, that could lead to that, and that could lead to that. ENFPs can often get great satisfaction being able to connect people up like this. But yeah, they it is very much not simply remaining within a particular circle, but it's very much about tapping into the potential of people outside the circle, and maybe perhaps bring someone else in from outside who can give things a new perspective. So ENFPs in general are just very interested in all of that. Okay, so now we move to the superego block. And the superego block, this is what is not valued. It is what is sort of imposed on ENFP by either society or just the world at large. And it's SE and TI, extroverted sensation, introverted thinking. So this is the area of sort of command, control, authority, logical certainty, the imposition of a truth onto reality. And that's kind of anathema to the ENFP. First of all, we have the role function, which ENFP can do to some degree, which is the extroverted sensation. So ENFPs aren't particularly aggressive folks. But unlike an INFJ, who's almost naive to the power play, an ENFP is aware when people are trying to get them to do things, but they're aware when there is a difference in power in a situation. They're going to have to fight for it. They're going to have to be assertive. They're going to have to actually be a bit more bossy with a group of people to actually get something done, things like that. So yeah, the ENFP will have that assertive side, which will come out in short bursts or when it's demanded. It will always feel dirty to ENFP because they'll feel as if they are, when they're doing that, they are snuffing out potential possibilities, potential directions a conversation could go. And the ENFP is disinclined to sort of plan out how things are likely to go. So the idea that actually would impose on it is quite unnatural, but sometimes it's necessary, and the ENFP will have to do that on occasion, and so they will. They just won't feel very comfortable at doing it, and depending on the ENFP, they could be particularly averse to actually doing it, or if they're in a sort of an environment where part of their competence and their growth is actually asserting themselves, they may actually find themselves doing this quite a bit. I can think of examples where ENFPs have even end up in quite aggressive situations, such as George Orwell joining the revolutionary army against the fascists in Spain, things like that. Like they will they can engage in far more tough, direct, confrontational periods or activities, but this is always a stretch out of a natural preference to keep indirect, to keep exploratory, rather than simply focus on this thing as the thing to push forwards and to simply go for a concrete, tangible achievement over the development of their potential. So that's extroverted sensation. Now we have the vulnerable function, introverted thinking, and this really is where the ENFP struggles, because ENFPs, their blind spot is introverted thinking. They simply do not relate to the idea of there being an absolute logical, coherent truth for understanding things. The ENFP's natural state of being is to consider, well, what else is there? There could be another way of looking at this. It can't possibly be that simple. There must be more complexity, more nuance to be diving into. And ENFPs really are types which are interested in finding all the facts that actually undermine whatever structure is presented to them. They themselves will avoid drawing general rules on almost anything. It's often quite hard to get an ENFP to come at you with a very strong position on something, because almost anything to an ENFP will depend on the situation, and they don't want to take a particularly hard line here, because that could then limit what else they can reach in another situation. They are a type that is very much into changing their mind with new facts and new experiences, new possibilities. And so they see introverted thinking, the idea of structure, idea of ideology, as a limitation on their potential growth. They instead will use and abuse anything to do with a structure or a theory simply as a tool for their learning and growth and development. And I've seen ENFPs mix and match, say, socionics with MBTI, with Enneagram, with various different sorts. Because as far as they're concerned, it doesn't matter what is coherent and what's not. What matters is that they are finding things that, when go together, lead to practical effects which are beneficial, at least what they think will be beneficial, even if it doesn't actually make that coherent sense. So that's something. One of the issues of an ENFP. They have nothing to tie them to any set or structured set of ideas. They are very non-partisan in many things. It's very difficult to get an ENFP who belongs to a particular political party, you could say. Usually, if they rise up in the political arena, it's usually around a particular issue, and they'll be very much against the formalities of being in power, of being in authority. They'll chafe at that idea. They are far more inclined to the more informal, personal conversation with each individual. They don't see why there needs to be certain rules and structures around how you act, how you say this to that person that particular way. They simply do not think bureaucratically. And any attempt to get them to adhere to some kind of structure in any respect, they will deviate from that. I've known ENFPs who are meant to follow a script in an interview, and they don't. They go their own way. They find something else to do. They simply will not work down the tram lines. They'll always find their way off the tram lines and in some other direction. So yeah, introverted thinking is very much that blind spot for an ENFP. And if you look at, say, the work of Steven Pinker, very smart ENFP. Even he won't give you generalized descriptions of things. He'll give you lots of examples, because ENFPs can only really think in terms of the decentralized situations, as opposed to some sort of rule which lies underneath all the situations. They kind of refuse to cognitively accept those sorts of things. All right. Now let's go to the super id block, which is what is valued but weak. So SI and TE together, this is the realm of practicality in the day-to-day. Doing a good job. It's about that earnest working life, working with your hands, improving processes to make them work as effectively as possible, conserving your resources, all these sorts of things. So ENFPs are very attracted to this area, but they don't have the same confidence competence in this area which they have in their ego block. So first of all, we have the suggestive function, which is the weakest but valued function. So introverted sensation for an ENFP shows up in them being these sorts of explorers, these people who go out and seek out new experiences, new ideas, who are the sort of quite creative and ideas oriented free spirits who won't be tied down to any set way of thinking about any one thing. And in that leads to quite a messy life at a time. These are not types who naturally maintain and sustain, and that can have an effect on their mental and emotional health to some degree when they find themselves in a house which is run down, which is not well looked after, where the environment has a certain chaos and noise and to it. What ENFP needs is someone who can maintain and bring that space back to some sort of semblance of harmony and order. They need someone who can not create logical certainty, which the ENFP is almost allergic to. No, someone who brings stability to their physical surroundings, who makes things, makes experiences peaceful rather than simply a sort of a hectic, ongoing exploration without savouring what has actually been discovered. So ENFP needs that sort of grounding, that calm rock in their life. Lots of ENFPs can be quite neurotic. They can jump from one view to another and sort of lack that kind of stability. So they benefit greatly from someone who's be that sort of calm, supportive figure in their lives. So yeah, that's the introverted sensation for an ENFP. Now, the part which is more well developed, what can be more well developed, is extroverted thinking and the mobilizing function. It's still weak, but they've grown it over time. And the idea is that the ENFP, where an ENFP can get almost quite annoying, really, because they're usually very, very good with people. They might not take people so seriously because it's kind of a soft, more flexible area for them. But they are very good with people, to be very likable. What they're not so good at doing, but they really take very seriously, is their thinking, is their competence, is their capability. How have they managed to move forward and get things to work? How have they managed to solve all the problems? How have they managed to develop new skills and practice them? So they have increased their competence and their offering. This is what an ENFP finds very, very important, and can get a bit sort of well, I've seen it get also over the top, where you have these sort of very commercialized ENFPs who sort of, they don't mean necessarily because they're blind spots into the thinking, they don't even know the reason for why things ought to be the way they ought to be, but they'll be chopping and changing to try to make it commercial. And if you try to get them to go in sort of the what is it under the surface, they may find no, let's not make it too complicated. Let's see what we can actually use and apply in this situation. And so they can get quite sort of forward, even quite pushy about making things commercial without necessarily understanding the reasons why the things they're using work the way that they work. So that could be a problem for an ENFP. They can be quite sort of they can latch onto certain bodies of knowledge and develop this view that they now know how things work, and they take delight in being able to tell people how things are, to share and impart useful information. ENFPs, when they got their extroverted thinking developed, they was in a confident part of that cycle, they can find themselves going around giving advice, trying to help you to do things in a more effective or a more sort of satisfying way. They really like the idea of acquiring new skills and practicing new techniques. These are the types who you may find on, say, a meetup.com, through the extrovert intuition, popping in on various courses, various clubs, and they're not quite sticking to any because it's very hard to tie them down to anything. Again, they're very non-committal. But they will be looking and acquiring skills. And this is also the thing, right? ENFPs are types who engage very much with people, but they'll very much do this through the lens of how can I make use of this? How can I acquire this thing to improve my capabilities? What am I learning from this? How am I improving from this? That is very much ongoing with ENFP. And similarly, there's this extrovert thinking becomes a sense of, oh, nothing is absolutely true. It's always in the nuances and the facts. When the ENFPs explain things, they won't say give you general rules. They'll give you example after example after example after example after example. It can be frustrating to introverted thinking types when they do this because it means they're not seeing the general rule. But for ENFP, what they see are the many, many instances of things. And they'll try to understand things in all their complex nuance through the various instances. They will object to a generalized category. And extroverted thinking is the means by which they go out and collect that knowledge. They collect that highly situation based thinking to fuel their competence and capability. And unlike an INFJ, an ENFP is not a type that will want you to do things for them. They're going to be ones who's going to take delight in being able to be presented with some sort of problem and find some sort of solution for that problem, because that is proving to themselves, yes, I can do this myself. I am capable and competent. And I've seen ENFPs get quite protective over what they're doing and almost avoiding any kind of help because they really want to feel that they are doing this, that they are the competent one, and they'll feel less competent if someone else is doing it. So that's kind of can be a bit of a chip on the shoulder of some ENFPs regarding their extroverted thinking. Okay. And finally, we get to the id block, which is not valued, but is strong. So NIFE, the idea of image creation, of being able to create messages that are influential in the long term, that are able to bring a sense of profundity to people's emotional states, this sort of thing. An ENFP doesn't really care for, but they can engage in very effectively should they want to. First, we have the ignoring function, which is introvert intuition. The ENFP has very little to do with introvert intuition. They can see which possibilities have weight, which ones have relevance, which ones are going or heading toward places, and which ones are less likely to be doing so. But an ENFP is not a type that wants to be tied down to a particular vision or fate or destiny. They reject this. They are naturally the free spirits. They're naturally the sort of person who wants to feel unbound by any kind of preconceived notions or structures or concepts for how things are meant to be. They want to go and live a life outside of these boundaries and set ways of doing things. And it's interesting because on the one hand, I could say ENFP is actually can actually be more responsible to what they look like ENFJs. Well, the MBTI ENFJ, I should say, because that's the extroverted thinking. That's them trying to be as competent and capable. And so they do end up actually working quite hard, and they do end up planning and organizing things quite effectively. That's the development of extroverted thinking, becoming a competent manager of things. But what an ENFP is not going to do is spend too much time indulging on the overall purpose of where things are going, what this is all for, what is relevant, what is not. An ENFP will instead say, "Oh, you can find other relevant things all over the place. You just have to look. You just have to listen. You just have to open your mind and be curious to what the world is bringing." So, yeah, they avoid those kinds of limitations. They often will take a chance with different people, give people the benefit of the doubt rather than shut people off immediately, because for them it's about seeing what potential comes out. Even if they can have quite a strong feeling in terms of what someone might actually be like, they'll still give people the benefit of the doubt. The extrovert intuition does that quite a lot. But yes, introvert intuition therefore is something which is sort of kept locked in a box for an ENFP and only really let out to help them pick out from the various possibilities which ones are likely to actually bring some potential. Okay. And finally, we have extroverted feeling, which is a demonstrated function for the ENFP. And this is often in use quite a bit. It's less obvious for men, I find, than women. The men actually can be quite sort of unexpressive. For a type which I think would be extroverted feelings, it must be very expressive. But no, sometimes I've found the men actually very much not, because they have grown from extroverted feeling to extroverted thinking, become far more matter of fact in how things work. Nevertheless, I've seen ENFPs be a type that, especially when they meet you first and they're not on this as a strong ground, they will lean into extroverted feeling, and they can be very charismatic, very likable people. They don't have a sort of dramatic presence to them. It's not about making you feel very strong emotions, but they have a sort of light-hearted charm to them that people find very refreshing to be around. And ENFPs are very good at navigating different social circles because they have introverted feeling being the main reason why they do things, which is well, not main reason, being the valued thing in how they approach people. So causing them to investigate and explore the individual perspectives and character of the people around them. But they also have extroverted feeling supporting that in helping them to make those good first impressions. An example. So I take Steven Pink, I take Jonathan Haidt as two examples of very sort of brainy ENFPs, very developed in their extroverted thinking, who nevertheless are people able to say some ideas which are perhaps a bit more conservative in the modern day understanding, who nevertheless remain very popular and very much uncriticized figures by and large, because they have that very strong extroverted ethics ability to find the way of saying something in a way which is as uninsulting to those people as possible. They can pitch things in the right kind of way so it comes across well. Now, ENFPs have no real desire to be up influencing people, being the central figure which everyone pays attention to. That's not really what it's about. They just have a gift in being able to manage moods and emotions, how people are feeling, but they do not actually like to use this in a sort of concerted way. It's more a means of getting by socially, of allowing them, therefore, to actually pick out those more particular individuals they find they feel especially close to, they feel they have a special connection with, and leading an very much unbound, unlimited life, essentially, where they can develop their full potential. Anyway, I hope that was helpful to people in the ENFP.
You might not be ready to purchase the Type Mastery Pathway all at once. That's fine. If you want to get a taster, you can now purchase specific modules one at a time. How about Module 4, which looks at every one of the 16 types in depth, including how they adapt and change their behaviour across different situations? Find out more by clicking the link in the description below.
That leaves us with the final type, which is the ISTP, the craftsman. So, again, as I've said with the other introverted types in this, I'm going to be switching the J and the P, as it were, for the introverted types from conventional Myers-Briggs typology understanding. And the reason for that, as I've set out in the P and J Explained Correctly video, is that the introverts lead with perception. So it would make sense that, therefore, if their dominant function is perception, they should be a perceiving type. So when I refer to the ISTP, I refer to the type that leads with introverted sensing backed up by extroverted thinking. That is the ego block for the craftsman. Now, the craftsman, the ISTP, it's right at the end of the sort of the type cycle, you could say. It's always listed as number 16, and the reason is it's sort of the old fellow right at the end. It's quite quiet, quite unassuming, very sort of grounded, very sort of practical in day-to-day common sense activities, when you have introverted sensation and extroverted thinking coming together, it is definitely that focus on practicality, on doing things to a high level of quality, of creating not only high quality but largely self-sufficient and minimized wastage of resources processes. That's really what it's about for these types. It's creating things that work well in and of themselves, are good quality, all the different components work well in synergy with each other. There isn't much minimal waste, there's minimal reliance on things outside of itself in order to function. That is that sort of natural calm and flow and confluence of detail of introverted sensing with the optimization and the high levels of efficiency and evidence-based practice of extroverted thinking. So what we start off with is introverted sensation as a dominant function, and the SLI is a type which is very inclined to see things in terms of maintaining that day-to-day balance, that that flow of process in the here and now. They're very grounded, very down-to-earth types, quite unassuming, very much about their immediate local surroundings being quite sort of calm, being quite tranquil, being a place in which they are essentially left to themselves in order to do things which they feel are of high quality of use. These are types which very much value their own peace, their own stability, their own quiet. These are types which don't like being suddenly interrupted or disturbed. These are types which like to find that calm flow of a process of doing things well, just in the moment, working with their hands, often quite directly with the thing they're trying to quite stereotypically craft, you could say, or simply work on and improve on, making little tweaks, making little changes here and there to bring out the maximized quality. So this is the type which is very much unlike the ESTJ, which is continuously improving and taking things on and maximizing their efficiency across the board. This is a type that's far more about the slow, careful, experience-driven refinements with, again, some trial and error, but it's about working very much with a particular thing and making it, molding it, crafting it into the finest excellence of quality of product. And that's a very key thing for this type. They are a type which likes quality and tries very earnestly to do the things which they are doing well. Now, unlike I said, the ESTJ, this is a type which doesn't do lots of different things so much. This is the type which is used to finding certain areas of really mastering that craft in that specific area. Because this isn't a type which necessarily sees lots of different alternatives they could be doing. They're very grounded in the day-to-day and in the practice of that day-to-day. And in the meantime, they're very, again, quite calm, very much, often quite unflappable people, at least on the outside. They are able to maintain things very well, keep things running, keep things going. You think of the sort of the very quiet, odd jobs person who keeps your plumbing working, who keeps your lighting fixed, who keeps all the things running around. You don't see these people very much. They're not interested in drawing attention to themselves. They're just interested in setting out to do what they're meant to be doing and doing it well. And that introverted sensation is that attention to detail, that attention to quality, and that sort of quite earthy groundedness in how they act and in what they do. Now, supporting the introverted sensation is the extroverted thinking. So the ISTP is a type that has a very good access to on the ground, empirically observed factual information. And through practicing, through taking things on, through trying things out, they're often learning through their acting, through their doing things, through their making and improving. Constantly learning, constantly looking at how they can be improving things, making things work better. It's not the sort of relentless dynamo of an extroverted thinking leading type. It's far more subtle than that. And this is a type which, because of introverted sensation, is not interested in wasting energy. So this type doesn't often get up and do lots of things unless they think, right, this is the right time and this is the right place where I should be doing this and I can do this well. So you don't see the sort of frenetic, pragmatic activity you'd expect in other extroverted logic types in an ISTP. It is a type which often doesn't move very much at all. Quite calm, quite relaxed. They might get up, go for a walk around nature, that sort of thing. But the practicality is there in terms of often deciding when not to act as much as actually acting. Because they'll look at the situation, they'll think, is there actually any point in me getting up and doing anything right now at all? Or am I actually a better use just sitting on my bottom and waiting for the thing to finish? It'll sort itself out. And that's kind of the attitude of an ISTP. They don't want to create a too many cooks situation. Instead, they will find that moment in time, that specific moment where they can find, okay, this is where I can make the lightest work. This is where I can get this done without all the unnecessary frills and efforts. Because these aren't types about frills. It's about a simplicity in action and doing things efficiently and well. But yes, when they are acting, that introverted sensation is driving them to do it to a high level of quality, and they'll be learning and grafting on the different processes and approaches that they think work best, which lead to the best sorts of actions. And these are types which are very good when you ask them. They don't proactively offer their advice, but they are very good at giving you advice in terms of how to do things well. They don't throw it around. They don't push it in the way that sometimes an ESTJ might. This is a type which is very much about keeping themselves to themselves. But if you were to have a good relationship with them, they are very good at lending their often quite considerable factual knowledge in support of what you're doing. This is a type which also often has a great deal of humility. So even though they have very strong extroverted thinking, they aren't a type which necessarily portrays themselves as being especially smart or certainly not necessarily very intellectual. They're very grounded. They have this sort of humbleness to them. They're not a type which tends to take themselves too seriously, and they often don't like people who do take themselves too seriously. This is a type which is, just tries to do a good practical job in whatever they do. Okay, so now we come to the super ego block, whereas the ego block is what the type brings to the world. It's their strong, valued core. The super ego block is sort of what is pushed onto them from society, from the world around them. And for the ISTP, this is introverted intuition and extroverted feeling, the more sort of dramatic, more grandiose aspects of life, the more sort of non-factual, non-empirical, more spiritualistic aspects. So ISTPs are types which have a great capacity actually for sitting down and reflecting things, thinking things through. They often quite value the idea of being able to sit down and think things through, not being so hasty into action. Because of this, they are actually able to think ahead, more so than an ESTJ would be able to think ahead with any sort of reliability. An ISTP is able to see what events are likely to be happening. That also helps them in knowing when to act. Seeing when something doesn't actually need them to get up and do anything at all. It actually helps them to better mind their own business by being able to see to some extent activities here and now, what that's going to lead to in the future. And they are relatively good at predicting that as long as it's within a scope that is familiar to them. They don't like doing this sort of detaching and thinking about where things are going, because they are naturally grounded in here in the moment, and they'd rather be in the present moment, smelling the roses, seeing how things are right now, rather than detaching towards something which isn't grounded, isn't based in their immediate sense impressions. However, they can sit and reflect and think things through. It does get also more depressing for them, because when they go into that space, when they're detaching from the day-to-day, first of all, it feels unnatural because they want to feel attached and immersed in the day-to-day. That's a key drive for them. But also they can get depressed by more fatalistic understandings of how things will turn out necessarily. And they may feel boxed in by that future they may have envisaged, not knowing how else it could be. This is a type for whom introvert intuition is stronger than extrovert's intuition. So in playing this more future-oriented role when they feel they have to, because there may be unpleasant experiences, disruption further along they need to be thinking about, or simply they know that action is not even worth doing anything for because it will lead to bad outcomes if they even try, and they might as well just sit down and do nothing. They can get caught up in that thing necessarily happening rather than seeing how else it could be. So this is a space where they will rise to the occasion. They'll see the problem on the horizon, but they also get a bit sort of depressed about it and not necessarily know how to think outside the box in terms of how to then solve it. They greatly desire that, of course. Extroverted feeling, the vulnerable function. So for an ISTP, extroverted feeling is something they simply do not have the access to, and they don't have any real interest in having access to it either. It is almost a willful blind spot. So ISTPs are one of the least, perhaps the least showy out of all the types. They are the most down to earth, the most grounded in who they are, and who they are can be a bit of a mess, but they will live and breathe that authenticity of being, a bit of a bum sometimes, being someone who sort of, just living in the salt of the earth and not really caring what other people really think about them, and just being themselves. And they will be themselves, and that's who they are. Take it or leave it. If you don't like what they're about, why are you coming in and putting all your pressure and all your expectation on them? That's not to say that the ISTP isn't interested in working on and developing themselves. They are, but that's for themselves. That's for their own growth. It's not to fit into some sort of social expectation how they're meant to be coming across. So these are not types that create image. These are not types which try to present themselves in some sort of deliberate way. Instead, they simply live out their authenticity of being a very grounded, down-to-earth sort of person. And the extroverted feeling is just not in the picture. These are types which, when they speak, they're often quite dry, often quite matter-of-fact. While they can actually be very, very funny, I can think of some very hilarious examples, like Rowan Atkinson, I think is a good example of this type. That's often a very sort of put-on humor because it's clearly ridiculous. It's not the sort of humor designed to move people's hearts and emotions in a certain way, and this type is very unlikely to do that. Similarly, when they talk about themselves, these are not types which are going to brag or display things or whitewash how they come across in the best way possible to impress you. They have no interest in impressing you, and they don't particularly take interest in people trying to impress them. They are, again, very grounded. They have that humility to them. And when they're talking about themselves, they often present things in perhaps the most warts and all way. They have no interest in shaping things up to look differently. So yeah, very, very grounded, very quite humble, very not at all political sorts of people. Yeah, so because of that, that can mean that they are misunderstood by people. They may be seen as even quite cold or unapproachable by people. And certainly ISTPs like their personal space. They like to have their time. They don't like being interrupted. But these are actually quite gentle souls. Introverted sensing and their leading function makes them very gentle and actually quite harmony seeking. And they're not out to cause a fight with anyone. Although they are certainly not going to mince words either. They will speak the way they think is true to them and authentic to them. So that might upset people. It might piss people off. It might lead to them not being popular. And they have absolutely no interest in being popular anyway. So there we go. This is the type which can actually say things quite inappropriately, put people off, upset people. And yeah, if they see they've upset people and it's sort of caused harm, they'll apologize for that. They're not out to upset people, but neither are they really thinking about how the words that they're saying are meant to be landing with people to have some sort of effect that's meant to change people's emotions some sort of way. It's just not something which crosses into their way of thinking. Okay, now we get to the super id block, the part which is valued but not strong. So this is an area of aspiration for this type. Extroverted intuition and introverted feeling come together here. And this is where the ISTP is looking for help, really. That internal development and growth, the understanding of their potential as a human being to be a better person and to grow and develop there. The ISTP is a type which is very much about what they're working with in a very physical, explicitly concrete way. They can learn and develop skills. They can work and refine their craft. And if keeping to their own business, they can create wonderful things that way. But there is something that has an allure to them of developing the internal, of becoming that best person, of realizing that inner potential which eludes them. So for the ISTP, they take, and then they're actually very open to guidance in this area, especially in terms of extroverted intuition, which is their suggestive function. The ISTP is very weak in this area. I was talking about their introverted intuition, how they can sometimes feel almost locked into this fatalism, which is depressing for them because they don't like fate. They don't like the idea of things being definitely going to turn out that way. They just have trouble seeing any other way in which it's going to turn out. How else can we think about this? And this is the thing for the ISTP. They're very good at analyzing and breaking down the real, the concrete, the tangible. They're not good at throwing their mind into a completely different set of experiences that they have never directly experienced themselves. They can't dance across multiple perspectives with any level of confidence. So they really appreciate people who can broaden the horizons of their universe, who can open them up to new ways of thinking and new ways of relating to different kinds of people and hearing these different perspectives. You think of Her Late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, someone who I think is very much a good example of the ISTP, very much about, preferring to spend time with her horses. Another thing, ISTPs are very much into looking after pets and animals quite often because these are, again, quite sort of down to earthy, real beings, well, animals that they can relate to. And they can like learning a craft that often can involve grooming or breeding horses and all the specifics of that level of expertise. But one thing Her Majesty really enjoyed was going around to thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people across the course of her life and meeting these different people, hearing their perspectives. That really opened and broadened her horizons, her perspectives of the world. So she was very appreciative of that. These are types which are not closed-minded. They are actually open-minded, unlike how they are portrayed in the sort of the in the Myers-Briggs land. These are types which are open to being shown new ways of thinking, new ways of feeling, new ways of approaching a situation. They are just not the ones who lead that opening, that exploration. They're very much a receiver of that from someone else. And the thing about the ISTP is that they don't want to feel stagnant in their comfort zones. They don't want to be doing the same thing all the time for the rest of their life. Yes, they're very good at mastering that craft over time, but they are looking to be opened out in their focus. And they want to feel as if their life is not stagnant, that it is growing, that it is developing, that they are working into other things over time. But to have that adventure, they need to know what those alternatives are. So someone who can provide that is immensely valuable to them. And someone who can see that potential within them and say, you know, this could be amazing if you were to be doing this. That gives the ISTP a new direction they can go in, and they'll go after it. They'll be very excited by this. This is a type which, on their own, they have a sort of inertia. They get caught up in their own inertia, and they kind of need some sort of new, fresh perspective to get them out of that feeling of being stuck in the mud and to be able to go into that new thing. So, yeah, extrovert intuition, very valued, but also a very weak area for the ISTP. Now, there's also the mobilizing function, introverted feeling. So, this is what the ISTP is more proactively working on themselves. So, again, ISTPs are very sincere, not necessarily nice sounding all the time, but they're definitely sincere and authentic in what they're saying. They will often call a spade a spade. But there's this idea that they are really trying to exercise sincerely their good intentions. And as a Delta type, as a type which leans towards good faith judgment as opposed to harsh judgment, ISTPs are trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. But in giving people the benefit of the doubt, they also can set themselves up to feel disappointed by people who then may let them down, who then may actually show themselves to not have them as good intentions as they thought. But the idea here is that an ISTP is kind of looking for those people whom they can have those closest relationships with, who can build those special bonds with. ISTPs yearn to dedicate themselves to certain individuals, to have those closest bonds. It's why there's, again, that stereotype of the ISTP keeping a pet dog and really cherishing that pet, having those close relationships with animals. Why with animals? Well, there's a guilelessness to an animal. They're not out to deceive you. They're not out to appear in some different way or expect you to comport yourself in a certain way that society requires of you. And so the ISTP feels a sort of natural kinship with these animals who can sort of just be and act in a more purely practical and instinct-driven world. So, yeah, ISTPs are strongly driven to form these very, very close bonds, and they'll cherish those close bonds. But the idea is that these are not popular types, hence the rub. They're not types which know how to make themselves likable to all sorts of people, but they dearly want one or two very close relationships that they can feel dedicated to. And they'll give so much of themselves, and they'll be endlessly loyal to such people, and will often put up with all sorts of problems without complaining, without wanting to worry or bother that person. ISTPs have a very sort of sweet, soft core, which is able to show itself to those they're closest to. But they need to have that relationship first. Without that, ISTPs are often, again, they'll rely on that self-sufficiency, that ability to manage things themselves, to be out, often sometimes in the wilderness, on their own and experiencing nature and just relying on their own knowledge, their own practicality and capabilities, and their own ability to not waste the resources they have in order to get by. But yeah, very sincere, very authentic people, salt of the earth people quite often, who really want to cultivate that close one-to-one relationship with someone else. Yeah, and what I will say as well, the sense of wanting to form connection, this feeling of disappointment, you'll notice with ISTPs as opposed to, say, ESTJs, that ISTPs are more likely to have that sense of discernment they're a bit more confident in their ability to see, yeah, that person doesn't have the qualities I really would want. I like to give this person a chance. Maybe this person I'm not quite going to give another chance because of X, Y, Z reasons, and a bit disappointed in that. But they do have that ability to form and know their personal attitudes more confidently than, say, an ESTJ would. But it's still not an area of strength in and of itself. These are types which are still more natural in the more analytical, more sort of objective space, who over time want to develop and grow the more sentimental judgment, the more personal attitude driven way of forming their close one-to-one connections with others. And yeah, this does over time make them very dutiful, very loyal people. They will do things, I say again, uncomplainingly, for the sake of a duty towards someone else who was very dear and very close to them. It's a relationship driven thing. It's not ideology driven, but it is duty driven. And that's and you can see that subtle difference in the ISTP very clearly. Okay, now we get to the id block, an air of strength that is not valued. So extrovert sensation and introverted thinking. So the more sort of rules-based, authority-based structure, yeah, anything like that. An ISTP knows and can work with, but does not value and appreciate for its own sake. And out of these, an ISTP especially is disinclined towards extroverted sensation. ISTPs are peaceful people. They're not out to cause a fight. They're not out to raise a level of drama and tension in the room. They have no interest in that whatsoever. These are peaceful people that to work on things and do things well. They'd rather fighting types just leave them alone. They don't want anything to do with them. But if you were to make an ISTP uncomfortable enough, you'll see a very tough side of them come out. And yeah, a very strong temper can suddenly show itself in that moment when an ISTP is made uncomfortable enough and can't just get away from the people who won't leave them alone. Then that side can show. But it's only when they're very, very uncomfortable in that moment. They'd much rather keep themselves. I've known ISTPs be called by other types as almost moral cowards because they do whatever they can to stay out of the conflict, to stay out of a confrontation. They'd much rather, okay, I don't have to do anything, it will just blow away and I'll be all right. But it's when they can't do that the fists have to come out. And when they come out properly. Yeah, ISTPs are able to leap into that action in that moment when it is required of them. But yeah, it's not what they like to do in and of itself. Right. And then we come to introverted thinking. Again, not valued, but used quite a bit more than extroverted sensation. Whereas an ISTP can look very almost overly gentle, even look unassertive most of the time. The introverted thinking is there kind of constantly in the background. And where do you see it for an ISTP? You see it in their analytical rigor and their ability to break apart ideas in terms of what makes sense, what doesn't. They have quite a sharp logic for picking things apart. They do this in a very sort of self-deprecating way as well. In the same way, they don't drum themselves up. A good example, actually, is Anthony Hopkins. Very good example of an actor who is, I'd say, is an ISTP. You know, it's not method acting. What is method acting? Why do you need to method act? You're just putting on, you're just playing pretend. That's all you're doing. So why should you have to, you know, go out and pretend to be this person for 2 or 3 weeks? It seems completely unnecessary. It's all the thing Andy Hopkins would say. I'm just I'm just pretending to be something else. There's no magic to it. There's nothing special about it. So in the same way that they don't romanticize how they're coming across because of extroverted feeling being vulnerable, in a similar way, they're using that more analytical introverted thinking to break apart sacred cows, to break apart common myths. And they're very good at doing that. They're very good at showing how this thing actually doesn't fit, doesn't actually make sense, doesn't fit together and hold together in and of itself based on its underlying principles. And they're very aware of where structures don't fit together or make sense. But they value the extroverted thinking. So even while they're very analytical in terms of breaking different ideas apart and figuring out what makes sense, what doesn't, in a very sort of straightforward, quite simple way, they are thinking about how to use it more in a more practical way, finding that practical simplicity. And to create that practical simplicity requires both that pragmatic thinking, but also some of that structural thinking, to cut away some of the noise, cut away some of the extra facts around the edges, which aren't actually necessary to that flow of process. So you'll find with these types, they utilize that structural thinking to make things more simple, more easy to use and put forwards, and actually increase its quality. And they also are, out of many of the more delta types, they can even lean into more philosophical thinking. I can think examples such as Epicureanism, where an ISTP has been able to utilize introverted thinking to set out certain common modes or ways of practice, even a philosophy, for the sake of working as guidelines towards things working well and living a good life, essentially. And the ISTP is a type that has been able to stretch into that area more than, say, the other types, because they have such strong introverted thinking for a type that values extroverted thinking. Anyway, that is the ISTP. I hope that was helpful to people. I think the last thing I'll say very quick is that when an ISTP is let down in their introverted feeling, when their personal connections and their personal regard of others is almost disappointed, they can also fall back on introverted thinking more, becoming more about structures, more about certain rules, more about certain principles, as almost a way to defend themselves because they've opened up and they're very personal and they've been hurt. And this is a safer zone, even if it's not necessarily desired by them for its own sake. Okay, that's the last point. Right, that's the ISTP. Thank you, everyone.
If you feel much more knowledgeable from watching this video, just think about what you could do if you knew how to apply what you had learned. In the Type Mastery pathway, you'll learn how to accurately type other people, and if you're ready to take the final exam, you can earn a certificate accrediting you as a WSS Socionist. Again, for more information, click the link in the description below.